session by warmly welcoming our keynote speaker, Professor Lakshmi Lingam from India, specifically from the D.Y. Patel University. Lakshmi is a chair professor in the School of Public Health, a leading women's studies researcher and gender expert. She's held senior academic and administrative posts at TIS, the Tata Institute of Social Sciences, serves on the governing board of reputed Indian universities, and has consulted widely for the UN and international organizations. And of course, to remind us, her recent book with Professor Nowazi Mkhwanazi, who's also here with us today, is Digital Technologies and Gendered Realities. Such an honor to have you. Thank you.
Good morning. Can this come a little down? Yeah. Okay. Good morning. It's always a pleasure to be with friends in the same digital technology space, and also see several young people who are all being mentored, who are all stepping in and doing a lot of good work. I look forward to these 3 days, and thanks very much to Divya and the entire team for making this possible. After COVID, every time we travel, we keep asking, do we really have to travel? There's a kind of apprehension that's come in. But once I stepped into the, at the airport in Durban, I just said, this is a good thing I've done. So beautiful, it's looking green and all that. Okay, so I would be talking about democratizing digital citizenship, reimagining gendered risks, safety and protection. As Divya already mentioned, what we've done for our book, and now this is an ongoing engagement to look at what really goes on in the social media, what really is going on in the broader conversations around issues of consent, privacy, and whether women should be part of all these conversations, whether women should be taking risk to be out there this is the new public sphere. Cyberspace is the new public sphere. So again, there are new barricades, new barriers for women to come in there, including, of course, children. So if we were to look at the broader context and the databases and what they tell us, almost 85 to 90% of the global population owns a mobile phone, with smartphones being a major component of it. For youth, adoption is of course driven by education, entertainment, and affordability improvements. About 39% globally live in broadband connectivity regions. However, what we also know is that among the low and middle income countries, there is a huge digital divide, with several individuals not necessarily having phones and not having smartphones. And again, the gap between women's possession of smartphones is far lesser than what men have. Again, within the global south and global north, within the global south, the geographically disadvantaged individuals again do not have access to mobile phones, access to the internet. And increasingly, the entire state governance is moving on to the necessity for you to have a smartphone. For every single activity, you need to actually register online, which basically then means the prerequisite is that you have a smartphone which can actually download an app, and that you have a number, and that you have a bank account to which everything is linked. So just one digital device has completely changed many facets of our life, whether it's to do with how we communicate with each other, how we manage our finances, or how we are continuously talking to the state or talking to all the institutions. And every single moment we are on the phone for various non-academic work. It's not like we are only doing entertainment. There's so much of work that keeps happening on the phone. So very often you are not worried about losing your wallet, but you don't want to lose your phone. So there is that kind of what Divya mentions, almost like a lifeline. And India being the most populous country, every fifth youth owning a mobile phone in this world is an Indian. Okay, and many kids actually have more than one phone. So the ownership and use of smartphones has grown exponentially, propelled by the pandemic, and all of us know that. The entire education, learning, teaching has completely moved online, and we've moved into a new normal where we were talking to our own laptops and looking at ourselves. So whether it was teaching, whether it was online payments, or young people, spending time with their peers, all of it moved on to the phone. So, despite gender differences, access to the mobile phone came to girls. While earlier girls were actually from countries like India, girls were not being given mobile phones because they were concerned that they will be on the harm's way. They will get missed calls, they will get calls from unknown men, and they would take these missed calls, and then they would enter into friendships and relationships, which according to society and communities are black boxes. So women will get in and they are lost. So the mobile phone then has now brought in a new what do you call, wave of moral panic. Now, what about this mobile phone that produces this kind of moral panic? One, it's portability and privacy, right? So it simultaneously promises both. And the capacity to expand unsupervised communication. So kids say that they are attending a class, but what all they are watching, they say they are doing an assignment, what else they are watching. Or women say that they are just checking a recipe, but what else are they watching? Okay, which other links are they clicking? So while families and communities always thought by keeping a woman, indoors and keeping the outside out of bounds, they can quote unquote protect women. Now women can be at home and still be out in the public domain through their phones. So the entire world is on the palm, right? You can also not only make a call, you can have a video call, you can project yourself, you can go on live just sitting in your home, right? So there is a complete shift in what exactly is one going to control. By closing the door, you still don't do anything, right? So it embodies autonomy, pleasure, and desire. And of course, we will examine how autonomous is this autonomy. But definitely, it gives you that autonomy because phones can have their own passwords. They can be, you can open them only with your iris or you open them with your thumb. So there can be very high levels of individualizing of that gadget, apart from ornamenting it with all the colors that you like and the pictures that you want to stick to the phone. It provides connectivity at a low cost within a context where all modes of communication require acquisition of higher levels of financial capacity. So you will not be able to purchase a car easily, but you can buy a phone. You will not be able to purchase a huge home to show off your wealth and status, but you can always have a phone. So phone seems to be creating a very interesting level playing field. So kids often look at each other and say, what's the model that you have? So apart from holding a phone, it's also the model that you carry. Okay, which model would mean how hip you are, how happening you are, how much you can afford, and what is it you want to show off. So, but it's still within a reach. And in a lot of low-income neighborhoods where there are mobile phone shops, they actually sell mobile phones on equated monthly installments. So people pay small sums of money every month and also put little bits of money to top up their phone. We also have a Megalomania business house that has bought up broadband connectivity and has literally carpet bombed the entire nation. So with just 50 rupees, with 100 rupees, you can get 5G spectrum on your phone. So when internet is so cheap, every single person then has to basically afford to buy and pay that EMI. but you can get it, you can get your, what you call, your package very cheap, right? So there is so much of possibility that comes in because access is made possible by companies, because through that you get onto the cyberspace and your identity is out there and your data is out there. So data is the new oil, and therefore not having a phone and not being out there is not good for business. They want you to be there as much as we want to be there. So much so that some of my friends who actually say that we are all cyber workers. So every time we click a particular site or look at something or want to view something for longer duration, we are actually producing money for somebody else. So without really being paid for, we are all cyber workers. So there is so much of focus on how do we protect our data, which otherwise is all out there within 5 big companies that control all our data. And these are not within any constitutional framework, and they're not geographically bounded by your country's borders. They're these mega corporates that completely own all our data. And they dictate elections, they dictate many things of our lives. So phones are therefore accessible to a variety of subaltern groups, despite the existing hierarchies. And despite all the back-end levels of capitalism and exploitation that happens, in the front end it provides affordances where people can get mobilized, people can communicate, people can work on their strategies, can protest. Nepal is an example, right? And it's not happening now. The Egyptian Spring, then what's happened in Sri Lanka, then what's happened in Bangladesh, what happened in Nepal. Around 2013-14, it happened in India. So this mobile phone and what kind of affordances it has also can destabilize nations and their political elite. So therefore, it's quite a property that you're holding that state wants to often come on into picture and keep controlling it. As I said, mobile phones provide the new reason for moral panic. When I was looking at the whole idea of moral panics have been historically always there. When the printing press came into picture, and using the printing press when fiction novels got printed, and women who could read started reading novels, apparently there was a lot of moral panic that now women will start imagining, and we don't want them to imagine. They shouldn't be reading fiction, because if they're reading fiction and reading about imaginary romantic hero and their husband and their partners don't fall anywhere near there, you are going to have an interesting discord in life and relationships. So there was a complete discussion about how to ban women from sitting on a couch and reading a novel, right? And when the letter came into picture and a post box came into picture, there was a lot of concern. What are women writing? Women write diaries, and it was often a big panic about women writing diaries. What is it that they are writing into that, right? They're writing something, definitely, which they're not able to tell anybody, and they hide it so that nobody else looks at it. So when the telephone came into the house, there was a lot of moral panic. When television came, there was a lot of moral panic. What kind of values will people get? What is it that they are viewing? How much of time are they going to spend entertaining themselves? And maybe they're going to become more and more unproductive, right? Being productive is very important. So becoming unproductive, entertainment will make you unproductive. So there was a lot of moral panic, particularly around the technologies, but also about women, adopting those technologies. So mobile phone, therefore, is also one more gadget that is creating that kind of moral panic. And since we have this kind of trails of history left behind, we are a lot more wiser to see how do we do a lot of kick-ass work to keep saying we want this and we want it at our own terms. So there is a lot of societal discomfort about girls using technology. There are a lot of adult fears about sexual agency and the partner choices that women are likely to make by having all these connections that are possible. And by these connections that they make and the autonomy that they're going to exercise, it can lead to a complete breakdown of the caste system, the class system, and the ethnic divisions that are there, because all of them are pegged on controlling women's sexuality, bodies, and their fertility. So if women decide whom they would like to marry and whom they would like to sleep with, then these systems that have been constructed, produced and reproduced over generations, those all will go for a toss. So therefore, the controls not just on the phone but also on women's sexual agencies all like tied together. The panic and its consequences is also centered around curbing girls, curbing their mobility and curbing their freedom of choices. And also as a nation and many countries also have seen the increase in age at marriage and also overall reduction in fertility. So once this happens, obviously then women are there longer duration without marriage and with education, and perhaps also are in the employment sector, and therefore are attaining a level of economic independence and also an economic empowerment. Therefore they ask more questions about not only about whom they want to marry, whether they want to marry or not, whether they want to have children or not, or even say I don't want to get married. So those kind of choices that women make does create a lot of problems for the existing systems. So the all-around moral panics have led to, I'm talking particularly about India, and it resonates probably also in South Africa and many other countries, about bans, mobile phone bans in schools, bans in villages, and interestingly, it also goes with this thing about, for women, no jeans and no mobile phone. Okay, no jeans pant and t-shirt. Women should not wear jeans pant and t-shirt and should not use a mobile phone. So much so that women can be reprimanded by other young boys who have mobile phones. And there's so much of vigilantism in the villages, particularly in North Indian villages, where women get beaten up if they are found with their phone or they are found with an unknown male friend. And women are also told that we are taking away this gadget for your protection. Okay, so and then women are also told that good girls don't need mobile phones, right? So it means in order to be a good girl, you have to do many things. You had to be obedient. You shouldn't be asking questions. You have to accept gendered roles that are given to you about learning to cook, keeping a home. You might be educated, you might hold an employment, but you also have to be a happy homemaker. You should be a good mother. Into that is tied being a good girl. Basically then means that you will not be spending time on the phone, or you use the phone only for what is required and not for everything. So we also find from our field studies, a lot of women will say, I need this mobile phone because of this. So so to be able to get a mobile phone, you should also negotiate that you're a respectable human being and that you're not going to bring dishonor to the family or disrespect to the family. So a lot of women are always on eggshells how they manage with their mobile phones. And interestingly, in our research papers that we put together in our book, we also talk about how women, when they speak on phones, they have to speak loudly so that the entire family knows that she means business and she's talking to someone because she has to talk to someone about that. So if she were to speak softly and hush hush, everyone will come around to find out what's going on, right? So, and then women's mobile phones passwords, everybody in the house will have, particularly the brothers. But men's phones and their passwords, nobody will have, only they will have. Okay, so restricted access and higher levels of surveillance is what we notice has come up in a big way. So prior to the pandemic, girls were not given phones because they may go into the harm's way. But with pandemic, they were given phones. But of course, once the pandemic is over, they also have, most of them don't have really those phones. But in this interim period, they all have figured out TikTok, they figured out Reels, they figured out YouTube, they figured out how to play around with WhatsApp, they know how to do homework using WhatsApp, all that, okay? So the concern is girls will make friends with the wrong people and elope, And often brothers are given the control over sisters because parents often are not so digitally savvy. So the brother is now the new real brother, right? He's all the time breathing down their necks to see what they're doing, with whom they are speaking, etc. So young women do use mobile phones but have so much to tell about how important it is for them, for their studies, for their education, for their safety, so on and so forth. Never to say, I enjoy seeing something or I enjoy talking to my friends. They will never say anything that will tell you that it's entertaining them. They should not be talking about leisure and entertainment. And women who are now in a big way, I mean, they have accounts on social media, whether it is X, whether it is Instagram, LinkedIn, Facebook, etc. But what happens is they face a continuous surveillance on them by known people and completely unknown people, right? Everybody thinks they have a right to comment on a woman, her body, what clothes she wears, what she's saying, slut shame her, tell her, you should listen to your father, go back to your home. Or on X, if they are politically savvy women who are making comments on politics, on politicians, have an ideological view and perspective. They are called femi-Nazis. They are told, they are sent a lot of rape threats, they are slut-shamed. And women from lower castes or women who look like they are dark complexioned or they're heavy, they're told, you're not even good enough to be raped. That's the level of trolling that women face, and there's research to tell what's really going on there. So there's a lot of cyber gatekeeping, and this is an interesting word, how we police our communicative autonomy. Because of this ongoing emphasis and focus on us, we continuously monitor and self-police ourselves about how we curate ourselves, what is it that we say, on which posts that we like, we place likes, on which posts we don't. It's not just about, whether I like the person or not, whether I'm following that person or not, but if I do this, who will be watching it? Okay. Now I have a fellowship from Princeton University, and I have to go and spend time with them. And as part of the visa, I'm supposed to put out all my handles' IDs, right? And I was told that everyone who takes American visa for business, education, their social media accounts are going to be checked. And if they are seen as people who have political views that are not in line with the existing government, they are not likely to get any visa. So I feel like my fingers are really cramping because I want to do so many things and say about Gaza, and I'm just wondering, what do I do? So you have so much of self-policing that you do, and sometimes I tell myself, do I really care? Do I really have to go and take that fellowship? Can't I say that? But then I also say, who really is looking at whether Lakshmi Lingam has said something or not? So you are all the time in conversation with yourselves about what is it that you should be doing, being there. So there is a lot of gendered online violence, and all of you know revenge porn, non-consensual image sharing, cyber stalking, etc., and multiple forms and expressions of violence on women, minorities, in the Indian context, lower castes, and genderqueer individuals. All these are targets for a lot of cyber violence. And there are troll armies which are actually paid to troll people, depending on whom they follow and what are their political leanings. And women and genderqueer individuals have to keep their accounts private, hold back commenting, disable retweets if they are on X, block accounts from trolling. Okay, so that's largely what you see as cyber gatekeeping. What we see is, of course, a slow and steady social norm change linked to women's aspirations. So women are not really letting it go, but they do a lot of interesting things like resistance and subversion rather than direct confrontation within families, particularly around mobile phone use and social media accounts, etc. So women across class, caste, ethnicity spectrum use the social media spaces despite the threats of cyber violence and trolling. And of course, women walk a tightrope, exploring fun and intimacy while strategizing how do they maintain their privacy and personal safety. So there are apps to say that, you can share your live link about where you are. And very often brothers and fathers insist that a woman has to download that app and send her live link so they can keep track of where she is. So while it looks like a very safe option, given the fact that India is facing very high levels of sexual violence against women, it does look like something reasonable to do. But actually, it means you are continuously monitored about where you're going. You spent extra 15 minutes at a particular location. You didn't tell us where you were going. Why did you stop there? Things like that. Okay, so. Women strategize. They just switch off their mobile phones, or they will not download those apps, or will not give those links to their family members, etc. Women are also talking about a lot of positive body images, and call out unrealistic beauty standards. While you do see on social media, every other scroll that you're passing by, they tell you, if you have a bald patch here, stick this. If you have this, do that. Right from high-end products to organic products and homemade, do it yourself kind of thing. Nevertheless, you still have a very strong voice where people keep calling out all this. So social media spaces provide access for community information, solidarity for genderqueer individuals. And then women seek access to public spaces actively and negotiate it with claiming digital spaces. So both these go together. And if you were to see some of these images, the middle one, it's a call to say, let's meet to sleep. This is all part of claiming public spaces. You will never see women in gardens spending time relaxing. It's all supposed to be men, or if women go there, they go with the children. So these are all movements where you go and read books sitting under a tree, or just have leisure, have a picnic, spend time with yourself. Or in fact, interesting write-ups about the trad wife, and I hope you are looking at trad wife, the traditional wife. You have so many of them on Insta who keep cooking, keeping a beautiful home, and telling you how to do all that. And lots of men appreciate that, because being a traditional wife trope and doing business on social media also goes pretty much in line with right-wing thinking about who is an ideal woman, and also religious thinking that say that women should not be out there in the public domain. So you should be house proud, you should be the one who is ready to cook and bake full time, and also be very excited about it every single day. Yeah, so there is a lot of calling out of the trad wife business, because it completely undermines unpaid care work that women do, and absolutely unacknowledged care work that women do. Okay, so while saying that we will do all this, but we also want to claim spaces, we want to be acknowledged for what we do. So the idea of what is digital citizenship, I have just 1 minute. So digital citizenship often refers to skills, practices, and responsibilities of individuals. Like, if you are a good citizen, you will follow traffic rules, you pay taxes, you go and vote for the right candidate and be a good person. In the case of digital technologies, the citizenship is also understood in terms of your skills, your ability to understand the affordances, etc. But coming from a gender perspective, we would actually like to say that the digital citizenship for us, who probably have not had the power in society for the longest time, and would also know how power is always misused, and we face different kinds of marginalization, exploitation. The digital citizenship should reiterate our rational actions, and we are going to be rational actors. Political actors, that is, the online spaces, give us the opportunity to make petitions, to en masse, more people understanding what we are saying, maybe make reels and videos on different kinds of exploitation, whether it's nature, whether it's labor, whether it is our relationships. And also be critical actors, which is the digital citizenship includes the ability to question dominant narratives, critique misinformation, hold power accountable, and resist digital exclusion and manipulation by corporations. So our digital citizenship is not just about being able to use like end users, but actually look at what are the terms of reference of this whole game of the digital space, and how are corporates controlling it, and how is every significant other controlling women, minorities, and genderqueer individuals. So in sum, we're saying women, minorities, genderqueer individuals negotiate safety while calling out why are risk, unfreedom, and unsafety created in the first place. Because we are told, don't go out in the evening, don't go out in the night, don't go to these sites, don't use your phone. So why are these risky in the first place, right? Instead of saying how to protect yourself, you should say, why is there so much risk? Why is there so much unfreedom? Who is perpetrating all this? And how do we call out those rather than asking me to protect myself all the time? So protectionist policies that do not have a roadmap for digital empowerment and gender transformation are inadequate. Locking us into roles like good mother, wife, daughter, girlfriend need to be closely examined to understand what is at stake in the system if we do not comply. Okay, so women are exercising leisure. It means they are enjoying being unbusy, and they are enjoying being unproductive. And in capitalist societies, being unproductive is not acceptable. You have to be always productive. As a woman, you are supposed to be always busy and productive and doing work in the home. You can't say, I want to put my legs up and the next 1 hour I want to watch this television. After that, I'm going to have a drink and then go to sleep or go for a walk. All these are seen as problematic. So I look forward to learning from all of you the next 3 days, and thank you very much.
Thank you, Professor Lingam. It was the most fascinating keynote, and I'm sure we learned from you as well right now. At this point, we'll have our morning break, so you can go outside, have some tea or coffee, and please be back seated at 9:45 sharp, so we can continue our program. Thank you. Come back after our morning break. We now continue with our first paper session, which is chaired by Dr. Rabia Rizvi. Dr. Rabia is a postdoctoral scholar at the University of KwaZulu-Natal, just like me, and I'm passing on the mic to you now, Rabia, to lead the session. We have 5 presenters. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. So for this session, we have 6 presentations. Each presenter has 15 minutes to share their presentations. I would like to request the audience to please hold your questions until after the session, after all presenters have spoken. And for the presenters, please ensure that you adhere to the time. There will be signals at the front to ensure that, to remind you of how much time you have left. So without further ado, I'd like to call up our first speaker, which is Omeshri Lakan. She is a PhD student in the School of Education. Her doctoral thesis focuses on girls becoming sexual on social media, reconfiguring gender and sexuality in the digital age. She has published in the Journal of Children and Media and in the Journal of Gender Studies. Please welcome Omeshri.
Good morning, esteemed colleagues and guests. It is both a privilege and honor to open today's discussions on young people, gender, and digital life. I would like to extend a special word of thanks to Professor Divya Bana, whose vision, encouragement, and guidance were instrumental in bringing this book to fruition. I am deeply grateful for the opportunity to contribute to this kind of cutting-edge work under her leadership. My presentation draws from my chapter entitled Girls Talk About Image-Sharing Practices and the Phallic Production of Masculinity. In this chapter, I argue that while digital spaces open up avenues for girls' sexual expressions, they reproduce entrenched gendered inequalities and render girls vulnerable to harm. The chapter highlights this ambivalence where practices of pleasure, intimacy, and self-expression are deeply entangled with processes of surveillance, regulation, and the reproduction of patriarchal power. So digital spaces enable teenage girls an opportunity to explore and express sexuality. It is a tool for communication, collaboration, and creativity. Platforms are affordances of technology that expand ways to express heterosexual desirability and pursue pleasure. Heterosexuality is shaped by entanglements of both human and more than human entities. Image-sharing practices can therefore lead to sexual harassment, objectification, and the reinforcement of masculinity. Therefore, girls face contradictions and complexities in how they experience their sexuality online. Masculinity is not fixed, but a fluid practice shaped by context, social action, and gender relations. Heteropatriarchy positions heterosexuality and male supremacy as central. It is constructed around male genitals, symbols, and characterized by dominance, aggression, and power. Digital spaces function as heterosexualized environments where girls' image-sharing practices validate masculinity. Boys use these shared images as social currency to build affiliations with other boys, reinforcing heteronormative power relations. Expectation for girls is that they must embody, perform, and act on heterosexual impulses as part of their investment of femininity. Masculinity in South Africa is influenced by many factors. Colonialism and apartheid subordinated black men, denying them economic power, political and social agency. Social-cultural factors like rites of passage and heteropatriarchy validate male power. Patriarchy and heteronormativity exacerbate male dominance. And the type of masculinity I specifically deal with is Isoka masculinity. This type of masculinity is connected to local understandings of masculinity, where stoicism and sexual prowess validate male entitlement and produce harmful gender relations such as sexual objectification and violence for women. Digital technology expands girls' sexual repertoires, but also reinforces male power, control, and dominance. So this chapter answers a part of one of my research questions of my PhD thesis entitled Girls' Sexual Cultures, Reconfiguring Gender and Sexuality in the Digital Age. And so the question reads as follows: in what ways do social media shape girls' sexual cultures? The context of the study is Astral High School in KwaZulu-Natal, where I used 50 girls, ages between 13 to 18, 43 black girls, 4 Indian, and 3 colored. I used the purposive sampling technique, where the selection criteria was that girls will be chosen on the premise that they have had to have had a smartphone with access to social media platforms. All ethical guidelines were abided by through the use of pseudonyms to protect the school and participants. Informed consent was obtained from all gatekeepers and participants. Participants could withdraw if they needed to, and counseling support was available on site if needed. For this chapter, I used semi-structured interviews within these interviews, photo elicitation and vignette was used to probe for rich, thick data. The data analysis was initially done using Braun and Clark's thematic analysis, which was applied to study the codes that were put into themes. The data was then examined using the plugging in of concepts and thinking with theory to analyze the data. So I came up with 3 findings: sexy selfies, exchange of nudes in intimate partner relations, and unsolicited dick pics. Finding 1 is girls post sexy selfies. You beautiful women are probably good in bed. For many girls, digital spaces serve as technologies of sexiness, where they actively engage with heterosexiness, but simultaneously become part of sexualized phallic cultures that draw on hegemonic notions of masculinity and sexual entitlements. So in this finding, Kathy's experience of sexual harassment is mediated through technology as a conduit of sexual expression. When Kathy wore her bum shorts, a comment was made, "Istofu siku 6," where her attractiveness was compared to the highest temperature on the stove. In this analogy, the female body is objectified and compared to a tangible appliance, diminishing her to a mere physical sensation, heat, that can be manipulated or regulated through a heat adjustment dial on a stove, reflecting the materialistic perception of the body as a source of desire and control. Finding 2, girls send nudes, blackmail, shame, and reputational damage. This section examines the nuanced ways that heterosexual relationship dynamics operate in the creation, distribution, and exchange of sexually explicit content, such as nudes and semi-nudes. So in Diana's response, she states that within heterosexual relationships dynamics, the sending of nudes is both a source of pleasure and danger. Relationships, even when young, are steeped in the sexualization of the female body. In this scenario, Diana highlights the digital dimension of power and control of bodies. The threat of posting intimate pictures underscores the material consequences of digital interactions. The dissemination of personal images across various online platforms demonstrate how technology can be employed to enable phallic power. The nude images are currency that can be manipulated and create fear, illustrating the material effect of digital interactions on Diana's well-being and highlighting the potential for long-term harm beyond the immediate context of the relationship. Nude images are a part of the cultural fabric of lad culture, and in Diana's case, that culture is underlined by phallic control and the reinforcement of hegemonic masculinity. Digital spaces are infused with misogyny, patriarchy, and structured by dominant and often repressive gender norms. My third finding is unsolicited dick pics and jerking off, sexual violation and disrespect. In Shanice's excerpt, she is sent a dick pic and she refers to the sender as a pervert and not having respect for women, indicating that the effects created by the sender contributes to gender power imbalances. This illustrates how dick pics are tools of harassment and threat, suggesting the entanglement of digital technologies, power dynamics, and the material consequences of online interactions. The emotional consequences include fear and distress, highlighting the tangible effects of the digital material world. The phallus sent to the girls are images associated with the heteropatriarchal male and are meant to territorialize girls' capacities and sexual expressions online. It is evident from Shanice's response in the above excerpt that the phallic shape of the cucumber represents a penis, and the peach represents the buttocks. Shanice mentions the wet emojis indicating sexual excitement. These emojis have collectively become sex codes that replace body language within image-based communication. These material forces that constitute more than human forms connect to girls' bodies, producing representational encounters of sexual expression rather than serious acts of intimacy and interconnectedness. Unwanted dick pics are a demonstration of a homosocial attempt to maintain the gender order by upholding male entitlement and reinforcing hegemonic masculinity. The encounter with unsolicited explicit images and threats highlight the intersection of digital harassment and gendered violence. To conclude, I'd like to say that girls' image sharing practices take place within an assemblage of human and more than human entities, and this assemblage is fluid, it's ever-changing, not fixed, but requires constant restructuring. Gender relations and masculinity online call for strategies that build digital literacy and transform gender norms. Change must involve integrating social material factors, norms, social media, and masculinity, and not just focus on the human in isolation. Ultimately, girls need support in navigating digital sexual cultures. Thank you.
Thank you, Omeshri, for that wonderful presentation. Up next, we have Wendy Wendy, who completed her master's degree recently at UKZN, the focus of her research is on young girls, gender and sexuality on social media platforms in the South African context. Please welcome Wendy.
Thank you very much to you, Dr. Rabia, and good morning to the audience at large. My name is Wendy Ntlangulela, and I would like to first give special thanks to Professor Divyabana. She was amazing in the journey. Her leadership and fulfilling this book has been a dream come true, so thank you to her. The title of the chapter that I'll be presenting on is Gender, Race, and Sexuality in Teenage Girls' Selfie Cultures. Just to briefly take you over through what I'll be presenting on today, we have the introduction all the way up to the findings, the conclusions, and everything. The rise of digital and mobile technologies combined with increased accessibility to social note-taking sites has resulted in an upsurge of image sharing practices, enabling young people to perform their sexuality to a wider audience and wider spaces. Young people, in particularly young women and girls, spend a great deal of time investing and creating online representations based on self-enhancement and heterosexual desirability. Right, so what you are seeing in front of you is three representations that are animated that represent these self-enhancements that are being practiced by girls when doing sexy selfies. But what exactly is the selfie? At the core of it, the selfie is defined as a self-portrait taken by the individual themselves, often at arm's length or in a reflecting mirror. Studies show that selfies have become a pervasive practice among young teenage girls. But then what are selfies? Are they just images? We find that selfies are not just images, but they are acts of powerful social and affective meanings that are produced when girls shape their identities. Thus, this study used the framework of the new feminist materialism and the concept of the selfie assemblage to investigate how these self-enhancement, including the filters, the makeup, the apps, the clothing, the poses of these girls, and all the social networking sites, how they come together to shape girls' sexual becomings, their capacities of self-expression, and struggles with social regulation. This study drew from semi-structured interviews to situate girls as agentic participants, not only passive victims in the digital constructions of heterosexual desirability. What was the aim of the study? This study examined how high school girls between the ages of 15 and 19 express their sexuality on social media platforms using sexy selfies. This study investigated how teenage girls use social media to advance their sexualities in ways that bring positive expressions of sexuality while also confronting the gender harms that social media can bring in light of girls' position as subordinates within gender and patriarchal norms. This study was inspired by the new feminist materialism to decenter the traditional humanist notions by questioning how human the bodies of these teenage girls and also the more than human materials in this particular study, which are the phone, the digital spaces, how they act together to produce capacities in navigating sexiness. So what is then the context of selfie cultures? Selfies are not just sexy selfies that you find anywhere, but in defining the sexy, the studies contain that bodies have to look a certain way, they have to stay a certain shape, and then the fashion also plays a role in how the selfie itself is defined as sexy, and also how the fashion and the context of the selfie itself plays a role in defining it as sexy. Studies further highlight how women and girls solidify materials such as the beauty applications and how to achieve the lighter skin tones and in seek of their heterosexual desirability. Teenage girls thus feel pressured to perform hypersexual identities in their selfies as they garner more attention and engagement on social media. Thus, the meaning of attractiveness becomes synonymous to being sexy. As a result, these selfies are subject to both conform and legitimize the sexualization of femininity. The theoretical framework that was utilized by this study is, of course, as I had explained, the new feminist materialism. This was proposed by DeLuise and Guattari and also Barat. They introduced the concept of which are the assemblages, the becomings, the affect, which of course resulted in the study of the Selfie assemblage. In the Selfie assemblage, we're looking at the human, which is the bodies of these teenage girls, and also the more than human, which are the phones, the background, the sun, the poses of these teenage girls, how they all come together to produce new meanings, produce new subjectivities and identities in these girls. But of course, assemblages are said to not be static, they are fluid. Thus, they offer platforms of territorializations and deterritorializations of the body's desire. The methods this study adopted were the Lionheart Secondary School, sampling 30 girls. Selection criteria was that girls were chosen on the basis that they had to have a phone, social media, and have posted a selfie before. Data collection methods that were utilized were the semi-structured individual interviews. Findings of the study were, the first finding is sexy selfies, tight dresses, skirts, makeup, and weaves. And the second finding was the gender, race in selfie cultures, and also dark skin and yellow bones. The third finding illustrates the image-based sexual abuse. So the first finding, what this study found in the tight dresses, skirts, and makeup and weaves, is that it produces capacities for new sexual becomings in teenage girls is when they interact with more than human materials. These are the social media, the way they dress, and also the makeup they apply and the filters they use when they produce these selfies. This study shows that human and more than human assemblages, they deterritorialize heteronormative views of femininity, where girls are just placed as mere effective and innocent. So this is the example of the first finding. Here we see how Popo is describing her posture, how she's describing the skirt with the slit, holding her stomach out and putting out her posture. This is where now she highlights the performative aspect of her sexual becoming. Her body becomes a material entity and is implicated in the performance of sexuality. But she's not just a passive, as we see here, participant, but rather an active participant in shaping her sexual self and a sense of self. Well, we also see the use of WhatsApp voice notes and screenshots to prove her sexiness, suggesting the entanglement of different bodies with technology. We see how in many ways these technologies provide opportunities that deterritorialize girls as just passive victims. In a South African context, we often see how girls are just placed as victims of sexual harassment and sexual violence. But here we see how Popo takes ownership and autonomy of her own body and is an active agent. The second finding, which speaks to the gender, race in selfie cultures, the dark skin and yellow bones, we see how human and more than human assemblages produce opportunities that territorialize teenage girls' capacities into new sexual becoming. The studies saw that there was a dynamic relation that exists between skin color and beauty standards. Social media thus acts as a connector, shaping how beauty standards and racialized understandings interact to produce the statement that black is not beautiful and that it should be othered. Social media becomes a tool to which these performative acts are reinforced through likes and reactions. This is the example that we find in the second example. Here we see that Minnie explains how she's dark-skinned and how they call her a Nigerian. Here we see how these racialized comments act as a marital entity where they used to harass and bully, not only bully, but promote xenophobic acts against Minnie on Facebook. So then we see how these racialized comments not only act as a traumatizing effect, but also diminish or rather constrain the capacities for Minnie to become what she wants to become or what her body should become on this social networking site. But also we see that she resists this oppressive measure by saying that she pays no mind to what is happening on social media because she's used to it. Thus, we can tell that there is another way to fight these forces, or rather to fight against this oppressive assemblage. The second example explains how Mahle, who's now saying that if she was a yellow bone, which is the colloquial term for being fairer-skinned, maybe if she had the perfect eyes and everything, she would be accepted by and for the male gaze. Here we see how Mahle in social media, she feels that she's not safe if she's not conforming to the yellow bone structure. She feels that only girls in these assemblages that is constantly branching out and perpetuating, only girls that are or yellow bones will be accepted. The third finding is the image-based sexual abuse. Here we see how the image-based sexual abuse acts as a sexual violence that is capacitated by relational materials within an assemblage of bodies and technology. The production of sexualized selfies terrorizes girls' bodies and their sexual capacities. Here we see how Letiwe mentions an experience of image-based sexual abuse that is manifested through multiple online platforms. We see how image-based sexual abuse form part of an assemblage where materials such as the bodies, which are now the boy and the girl that are mentioned by Letiwe, how the smartphones, how also the Brez's porn site is also acting as part of these materials, the Facebook and other bodies that are the friends, also the counterparts that she meets on social media, how all of them, they act as a web of complex in this assemblage, where teenage girls' sexual becomings are not fulfilled, rather territorialized. With the girl that we see here mentioned by Letiwe, when she posted this image on Breza's porn site, she was practicing, or rather was being an active participant in shaping her sexual identities. She was trespassing the normative social norms that says that she shouldn't practice her, she shouldn't be an active agent in showing her nude bodies. However, as I have stated, that the assemblage is not static, it is fluid, it is constantly branching out. We see how her sexual capacities diminish to produce new territorializing affect as she interacts with other bodies, the body of a boy on the assemblage. This illustrates how image-based sexual abuse is legitimized through unequal power relations between boys and girls. The heteropatriarchal norms depict girls should submit to boys and their men's sexual desires and masculinity, and that masculinity should take over boys' or rather girls' bodies. Thus, the perpetrator in this example we see is conforming to such notions. Just to conclude, acknowledging the use of new feminist materialism approaches allows girls clear understanding on the entanglements that are formed when teenage girls express their sexuality on social media. The moral panics around teenage girls' engagement recirculate gendered assumptions that construct girls as passive and vulnerable to victimization. Although digital technologies can intensify the regulatory, sexual, and gender norms that continue to contain and constrain what girls can do with their bodies, this study explores how teenage girls' digital relations could reroute the circuits that bind technology to patriarchal power structures. So what are the future possibilities? This study recommends that gendered norms rooted in heteropatriarchal inscriptions must be combated. A multisectoral approach that includes action from social media platforms, the schools, the parents, and other school-going learners should create a more symmetrical gender relations rooted in ethical practices and respect among young boys and girls. Interventions are crucial that develop the sexuality inclusive curriculum and could be framed as one possibility within the assemblage to address gendered harms emanating from image-based sexual abuse and harassment on social media. Thank you.
Thank you, Wendy, for your insights. Our third speaker for the session is Talia, who also holds a master's degree from UKZN. Her research focused on gender, culture, and youth engagement in digital spaces. Talia?
Hello, everyone. Good morning. Thanks for joining us today. My name is Talia Govender. I'm really excited to share my study with you, which is called Gender, Class, and Culture in Teenage Girls' Negotiation of Femininity in Social Media Platforms. I worked on this with my co-author, Dr. Raksha Janak. She couldn't be here today, so I'll be walking you through our work on both our behalf. Social media is reshaping how teenage girls express gender and sexuality. Platforms such as TikTok, Instagram, Snapchat, Facebook, and WhatsApp are central to how young people create and perform their identities. At the same time, global celebrity culture reinforces Eurocentric beauty standards and produces pressure to conform. One of the big themes we found was that girls see social media as both freeing and restricting. On the one hand, platforms like Instagram and TikTok give them a way to be seen. But at the same time, they can also box girls into narrow beauty ideals. From our perspective, it's not just the people involved, girls, peers, influencers, but also the social media apps, filters, even the phones themselves that shape how femininity is performed online. And of course, nothing of this happens in a vacuum. It is all influenced by bigger forces like patriarchy, class, and culture. Research questions. So the big question I'm asking here, first, how do teenage girls actually use social media to show or play with the ideas of sexiness? And second, how are those expressions shaped by things like gender and sexuality? Research site. Willow High is in a working class community in KwaZulu-Natal, where many families face unemployment, poverty, and crime. These challenges shaped the girls' everyday lives, but despite them, most of the girls still had access to mobile phones. Their femininity was being negotiated in a digital culture where class really influenced who got seen and recognized. From a feminist materialistic perspective, the context itself, things like poverty, devices, and cultural expectations are seen as active forces shaping how girls perform femininity. I use semi-structured interviews that lasted about half an hour each. To keep participants anonymous, we use pseudonyms. For our analysis, we drew on feminist materialist approach, which basically means we looked at how not just people, but also things like phones, apps, filters, even makeup, all work together to shape femininity. This helps us move away from blaming individual girls and instead understand how their choices are influenced by the digital and material environments they're a part of. This study is based on new feminist materialism and assemblage theory. In simple terms, I understand femininity as something that isn't just about people. It's an assemblage of both human and non-human elements. So things like phones, clothing, and apps don't just sit in the background. They actively shape what girls can do and how they express themselves. Their negotiations of femininity happen within flows of power, culture, and technology. Finding 1. Pressure to look good. Koliwe feels out of place on TikTok. She sees others as beautiful, sexy, or cute, and compares herself negatively. This makes her anxious about being seen because she worries people will laugh at her or think others can do it better. Some of the teenage girls in this study reported feeling immense pressure to look attractive on social media platforms, especially TikTok. Their sense of self-worth was often linked to their appearance, the type of technology they owned, and branded clothing, which created feelings of self-doubt and exclusion. Koliwe's reflection illustrates how celebrity and influencer culture amplifies Eurocentric beauty ideals. Girls internalize these images, producing feelings of inferiority when they could not measure up. New feminist materialism highlights how filters, makeup, and phones are active agents in producing these insecurities. Femininity online is mediated by these non-human forces, showing that the self is co-constructed by digital tools. Finding number 2, class and inequality. Apiwe highlights how having the latest phone, especially an iPhone, which you can see here, is tied to social status online. Without it, your pictures risk being seen as dull or blurry. Apiwe's comments view the iPhone itself as an actor that structures inclusion and exclusion. Girls without access to these goods were marginalized, demonstrating how class inequalities shape femininity. Apiwe's statement shows how consumer goods, both human and more than human, acted as an assemblage of matter for online belonging. The iPhone, branded clothes, and cosmetics were not simply possessions, but agents that enabled visibility and desirability. Finding number 3, sexual double standards. Lerabo really points out a double standard here. For boys, it's enough to show status by wearing expensive clothes. They don't have to expose their bodies. But for girls, it's different. They're expected not only to wear the right brands and accessories, but also to reveal their bodies in order to be seen as fashionable or attractive. Lerabo's comments reflect the patriarchal double standards that govern female sexuality. While boys' bodies were rewarded with attention, girls faced policing and shaming. This reproduces the slut, respectable girl binary, constraining girls' online performances. Lerabo highlights that the likes and comments experienced by boys and girls on social media applications are not neutral. They participate in reproducing gendered norms, rewarding boys and punishing girls. So girls face this added layer of sexualized pressure that boys just don't experience. This assemblage of peers, platforms, and cultural scripts sustains patriarchy. Finding number 4, transactional sexual relations. Keisha shared how often she gets inappropriate messages from older men on Instagram, asking her to share nudes in exchange for money or outings. She makes it quite clear that she is still a child and blocks them. But her experience highlights that the very risk of online sexual harassment that teenage girls are facing. This reveals how some girls use digital sexuality strategically for material gain. Such practices highlight agency but also expose vulnerability, as they involve risks of coercion and exploitation. For example, Keisha talked about blocking unwanted men online. On one hand, that shows how she uses small acts of resistance to protect herself, but it also reveals how fragile that control can be. Her agency isn't just about her alone. It emerges through an assemblage of phones, money, and men. This really shows the push and pull of power when it comes to digital femininities. The findings show that digital femininity is simultaneously enabling and constraining. Girls' identities are shaped by an assemblage of human and non-human forces: poverty, patriarchy, apps, devices, and desires. They resist norms but remain vulnerable to them. These insights call for sexuality education that goes beyond risk warnings to focus on critical digital literacy, helping young people unpack how digital assemblages shape their sexual cultures. This approach could promote safer and more equitable online practices. What I hope you take away from this is that girls' online lives are complex. Their phones and apps can empower them, but they also reinforce inequalities. By paying attention to these dynamics, we can better understand not just how femininity is shaped online, but also how girls carve out spaces of agency within it. Thank you so much for listening.
Thank you, Talia. Our next speaker is all the way from the University of Witwatersrand. It's Lebohang Masango. She is an award-winning author, social anthropologist, and poet with an academic interest in gender, youth, and sexuality. Please welcome Lebohang.
I'll just be clicking the left button of the right side. Okay. Thank you so much.
I'll hold that.
Oh, I'll hold it. That's fine. Yeah, thank you. Good morning, everyone. Thank you to the organizers of the Young People, Gender, and Digital Life Today conference for the opportunity to share my work. My name is Lebohang Masango, and I will present a paper from the recently published Digital Technologies and Gendered Realities book, edited by Professors Lakshmi Lingam and Nolwazi Mkhwanazi. I would also like to express my gratitude to Professor Mkhwanazi and Professor Lingam for their mentorship and guidance in the development of my chapter. The chapter, Living the #Blessed Life, Compensated Relationships and Social Media in Johannesburg, is drawn from my ethnographic research at master's level, tracing the development of a social phenomenon in South Africa, namely the #Blesser and #Blessy relationship, and it aimed to answer the question, how do young women use mobile phones to initiate, maintain, and disrupt romantic relationships? The larger study on which this chapter is based was designed in acknowledgement of the various ways in which scholars have challenged commonly held assumptions about compensated relationships, which is what I call these blesser-blessy relationships that emerged a decade ago. First, the common representation of a victim versus vixen binary alludes to the structure versus agency dichotomy, which I found was an inadequate model for theorizing about the young women who engage in these relationships. Rather, the interactions between these socio-economic realities, women's agency, and gendered power dynamics results in women experiencing degrees of empowerment and disempowerment in their relationships. And also that compensated relationships are not always exclusively transactional, because both partners gain from the emotional and material benefits that are available between them. In addition, giving money is not only a way of exerting power and control, as alluded to in the matter of negotiating safe sex, for instance, but it can be recognized also as a form of care and as a tangible expression of love. Also, that compensated relationships are not sex work, and that not all young women engaging in these relationships are poor or highly susceptible to HIV infection because of their intimate lives. These young women are middle class, they live in suburban areas for the most part, and are increasingly engaging in these relationships to increase the access that they already have to the latest fashion and trends. And here, pictured here is Amanda Cele, who is a young woman who emerged at the very beginning of this blesser and blessee phenomenon in 2015 and 2016. And it's been a decade since I first took notice of such young women who would become the core focus of my research. By December 2015, I recall, when Wits University had closed for the summer holidays and the dust had settled after the first iteration of the historic Fees Must Fall protests, the mobile phone had emerged as a crucial piece of technology that students used, Twitter and WhatsApp to mobilize and coordinate their protest efforts across the country's campuses. And for months, the students demands for this free decolonized education, it reverberated alongside their personal narratives of poverty and precarity of their futures without access to higher education. And as these narratives were emerging around that time, it then became quite scandalous, right, when another figure emerged, in place of the student whose suffering we had come to recognize over the months on social media. This figure emerged who was dressed immaculately in designer clothes with long expensive weaves and enjoying luxury holidays in destinations like Dubai, London, and Bali. And these young women, such as Amanda Cele, would caption these images with blessed and highly favor, and it led people to speculate that the anonymous photographer was possibly the one who was behind all of these blessings. And it was also controversial because, as I'm saying, these young women were newly employed or unemployed, they were students, and they were personally known by people who knew that they could not necessarily afford the opulence that they displayed on social media. And since then, this language of hashtag, blessees, the language of slay queens, baddies, and sugar babies are just some of those phrases that have come into circulation to identify these young black women in their 20s and their 30s who conform to what the scholar Simidele Dosekun calls spectacular femininity through their adornment in the latest fashions, in hair, lash and nail extensions, and also they engage in these compensated relationships with older and sometimes married men. And so around that time as well, they emerged quite a lot of controversy and moral panic around these relationships. As you can see from some of the cartoons in the newspaper of the day, there was an understanding that it was a highly transactional form of a relationship and that these young women were trading their bodies in order to access things like airtime and data at the first level to all the way to these international trips with these blessers. And something also very interesting as well is the hashtag their blesser finder. Many of these kind of improvised dating platforms also emerged, in which, as controversial as it was to be engaged in a compensated relationships, so many of so many people found opportunity online to create matchmaking services specifically for men and women who wanted to be engaged with each other on this very transactional basis, as it appears. However, instead of using the phrase transactional relationships, which can connote victimhood and desperation, I choose to use compensated relationships because it extends the phrasing developed by scholars Sweder and Vorobeva, as well as Lee, who use compensated dating to refer to young people's relationships with men who give them money for companionship and intimacy. The government response to this phenomenon was one that responded to the moral panic. Such programs were put out in terms of the Zazi program, the She Conquers program. The Department of Social Development and also the Department of Health came out with programs that aimed to help young women understand their reproductive choices and also to understand that their socioeconomic circumstances should not lead them to be engaged in these highly controversial sugar daddy relationships. However, despite the controversy and the government's response, many young women continued to want to be in these relationships, and these are the young women I spoke to for my research. And participant recruitment during that time was also particularly difficult due to the controversy of these relationships and many young women not wanting to speak candidly about their requirements for money from a partner in order to be engaged in relationships. And so the participants then that I had in order to create this research were three main people, whom I have anonymized as Buhlale, who is an engineering student, as Olivia, who is a candidate attorney, and also as Sonto, who is a marketing student. It's important to note that my research about these women in their 20s and 30s is also research around women who are from these middle-class upbringings that have primed them to seek partners who can afford the same comforts that they've always been accustomed to. Widespread youth unemployment meant that many young women within the same age group made for undesirable suitors. And in our current socioeconomic context, these characteristics that they sought were readily embodied by men who are older, who were much moneyed, who were more established in terms of their social status. And so these women were not necessarily motivated by poverty, but just to continue to exist within the same lifestyles that they knew. And despite the nuances in their motivations, however, the relationships were also continued to be controversial because much of the scholarship that aimed to understand these young women and the kinds of relationship they chose to focused on HIV and AIDS epidemic of the late 2000s and its aftermath. And in addition, these compensated relationships were found to be at the center of new HIV infections among 18 to 24-year-old age groups of girls and women. And so the power dynamic between them and their older male partners and these young women posed a challenge for the negotiation of safe sex practices. And it's also a widespread belief that older male partners would use their social status and money to exert control over their young girlfriends. And over time, these compensated relationships have strongly become associated with illness, victimhood, and sexual promiscuity. However, these young women who continued to still engage in these relationships did so because of international and transnational linkages that they were making online. For instance, Olivia always framed it as being part of a badass black girls club, and she always said that these are a transnational community of women that are supportive, smart, informed, and caring. And even though they were navigating romantic relationships, they were engaged with women who were able to frame these decisions as being particularly feminist or radical, and a radical deployment of their agency. They explain them through this intersectional feminist lens, expressing a particular solidarity with sex workers while maintaining the distinction between the two practices. Buhlale as well is someone who used her social networks such as Twitter, Tumblr, and Peach to follow and engage with sex workers and believe that men should pay her to risk her life by dating them. Their general stance was quite cynical about heterosexual romantic relationships, and they posited that since all men are capable of harm, it was better to be involved with those whose money could later be used to escape or to ensure their safety. And then here with Olivia, with Buhlale as well, Buhlale shows then that, feminism is a necessary political framework because it emboldens them to acknowledge that their feelings and freedoms ought to be protected regardless of the patriarchal communities that many of them are socialized into. And while they use this feminism to justify their relationships, I actually also found that Mark Hunter's concept of provider love and provider masculinity was actually much more useful in helping to understand what underscores their rationale. So compensated relationships then, in their various forms, are a prevalent phenomenon despite the surveillance of these young women's sexualities and the moral panic from the disapproving public. And what made this era notable was that the mobile phone and the internet's everyday use led to these digital technologies being accessible to young women, and how they were able to respond to previous portrayals such as sugar babies and taxi queens of the late 2000s and the AIDS epidemic. Digital technologies gave them the ability to respond back, and not just as victims, but to express their choices regarding their relationships, as well as to gain some power to educate themselves and to form these supportive communities. Included in their agency is the ability to perform surveillance on their partners to ensure their own safety. And the mobile phone allowed them to engage in compensated relationships and consumption while constructing their identities and allowing them to also display to others on social media. Digital connections then have been this powerful substitute when real-life social relationships and networks are inadequate, because these transnational digital communities can be a gateway to connections and also the realization of their individual aspirations. Thank you.
Thank you, Lebohang, for sharing your fascinating study and a very topical study indeed. Our penultimate speaker is Laika Sayed. She is a PhD student from the School of Education at UKZN, and her research focus is on primary school boys and girls and how they negotiate gender and sexuality in the digital era.
Good morning, everybody. I'm Laika Sayed, and this morning I will be doing a brief presentation on behalf of Dr. Deloshni Govender and myself based on our chapter, Emojis, Stickers and Nudes, Boys and Girls, and Online Sexual Connections. Over the past 2 decades, digital media and technology have transformed how young people interact and maintain relationships. Digital platforms offer a space where teenagers can explore and express their sexual curiosity in ways that are both empowering and transformative. By sharing sexualized images, emojis, and nudes, they are able to challenge the rigid norms that dictate childhood sexual innocence. Their quest for validation through likes and comments reveals a complex interplay between self-expression and social approval. However, teenagers' expressions of sexuality in online spaces are not without challenges. While digital platforms empower young people to express their sexualities, they can also reinforce unequal gender power dynamics, sustaining a masculinized online culture that limits how boys and girls express their identities. In this qualitative study, we examine how teenage boys and girls in a primary school in KwaZulu-Natal navigate and negotiate sex and sexuality on social media through image sharing practices. In the digital age, teenagers increasingly use social media and smart devices to explore their gender and sexual identities. Sexting, emojis, and digital media play a significant role in shaping peer relationships and self-expressions. Emojis in particular are integral in online interactions,
serving as digital icons that convey emotions, desires, and consent. This tool capacitates teenagers to express sexual desires and flirtation. However, the interaction between teenage boys and girls is deeply gendered, reinforcing harmful norms and inequalities. Boys often gain social status through texting and sharing of nudes, while girls are more likely to face negative consequences such as slut shaming. This dynamic reflects hegemonic masculinity, where boys are rewarded and girls are judged or subordinated for similar sexual behaviors. In South Africa, hegemonic masculinity plays a role in how boys and men navigate sex, sexuality, and gender relations. The country's colonial and apartheid history has created heteropatriarchal societies where women are often subordinated through violence and victimization. Within this context, male dominance, heterosexuality, and violence are often seen as markers of successful masculinity, privileging men while disempowering women. As a result, boys in South Africa learn to navigate these gendered expectations in digital spaces, reinforcing traditional gender norms. This study uses a new feminist materialist perspective alongside masculinity theory to examine how teenagers interact with emojis, stickers, nudes, ideas, bodies, and digital devices to construct their sexuality. New feminist materialism highlights the material and cultural significance of objects, including digital ones. Sexualized emojis merge digital imagery with cultural meanings of desire and identity, functioning within broader technosocial assemblages shaped by power dynamics and societal norms. We see these dynamics in South African context by offering unique insights into how teenagers navigate their sexualities amidst socio-cultural and gendered conditions. So this study was conducted at a co-educational primary school in South Africa. The participants for this study included Black, Indian, and colored teenagers. Using a purposive sampling method, a total of 40 participants were selected, 26 girls and 14 boys. The data collection included 40 semi-structured individual interviews and 9 focus group discussions. We also used a creative art-based technique in which participants were prompted to share their experiences and thoughts through drawings. So moving on to findings, we'll look at finding number 1, which is decoding emojis, teenage expressions of sexuality using digital emojis. We found that teenage boys and girls interacted with digital emojis in ways that enabled them to express their sexuality as the use of emojis conveyed sexualized meanings. These digital icons or tools enable teenagers to explore their sexual identities and desires facilitated by devices such as their phones and laptops. Through emojis, they were able to express their sexuality and form relations, thus highlighting the entanglement of cultural symbols and digital materiality. Abongwe's drawings and interview transcripts highlight the material capacity that emojis hold. Abongwe demonstrates in her drawing that the tongue-out emoji materializes the sentiment, "I like" or "I desire your body," thus illustrating the dynamic interplay between digital symbols and affective expressions. Instead of conforming to an adult conceptualization of young female sexual knowledge, Abongwe shows how young people use emojis in ways that are embodied with material capacity to navigate intimate sexual relationships, indicating their active involvement in negotiating matters of sex and sexuality within the digital space. Participants also revealed how emojis were, in some instances, part of a secret code of teenagers to convey sexual messages. They constructed emojis as dangerous due to their ability to convey nuanced sexual messages that parents may not be able to comprehend. This covert use of emojis allows teenagers to engage in sexually explicit conversations and interactions which go under the radar of parental supervision in this way, teenagers could assert their sexual capacities in digital spaces, allowing for expressions of intimacy and interaction away from adult constraints. Our next finding are emojis and nudes as a tool of objectification, girls negotiating male heterosexual desire on online platforms. In the findings, we also demonstrate how emojis function as a significant tool in the negotiation of sexual relationships while perpetuating the objectification of girls' bodies. Indeed, emojis like the peach and the water droplets conveyed messages related to sexual desire, interest, and pleasure. In this context, emojis interact with users to perform the nuanced works of words, capturing a range of emotions and expressions that words alone cannot convey. By using these materials and symbolic representations, young people are deterritorialized as sexually innocent within these digital spaces as they freely and explicitly express sexual desires without constraint. Nonetheless, the use of emojis by boys in this context also perpetuates harmful stereotypes and objectification, reducing girls to mere physical attributes or objects of desire. However, we also find that girls can challenge and resist this objectification. For instance, Selena's drawings showed the male power entrenched in digital spaces through the solicitation of nude pictures and requests for sexual encounters. Selena further elaborated on her interaction with a 15-year-old boy on social media, as we see in this transcript. Selena is, okay, I'm going back here. Selena, it is evident that social media platforms provide spaces to reinforce heteropatriarchy. Here, the boy exercises his capacity by using various emojis and even nude images to entice and lure Selena into having fun. Forcing girls to send nudes on social media reflects a complex gender imbalance and male control. This behavior reflects a manifestation of patriarchal norms where male desires are prioritized while women's boundaries are ignored. This gender dynamic is deeply rooted in South Africa's heteropatriarchal society, which is characterized by male power and sexual objectification of women. Social media therefore exacerbates and re-territorializes this objectification. Selena's body was viewed as an object of desire that was subject to male domination and control. The boy assumed that in sending the dick pic, Selena could submit to his sexual advances and reciprocate by sharing pictures of her body. However, Selena re-territorialized herself by refusing the many gestures to become part of the entanglement of having some fun. While some boys sought pleasure and pressured girls into sending nudes, other boys shamed girls for their sexual expressions on social media. Which now leads us to our next finding, which is Shaparapa's and Amahosha's masculinity, gender power dynamics, and slut-shaming in digital spaces. The digital world empowers girls to engage in media spaces, allowing them to express their sexiness and sexual desires. This marks a significant shift from past representations where girls were seen as passive. In the transcript here, boys described how girls used stickers and represented the female genitals, which allowed boys to gain sexual pleasure. This highlights how boys derive sexual pleasure through the interactive entanglement between girls, WhatsApp, the stickers, and emojis. The interaction between boys and girls suggested how the material agency of stickers and emojis capacitates young people into exploring and satisfying their sexual desires. While girls' sexual activities on social media mobilize sexual arousal and stimulation from boys who responded to the digital interconnectedness by reaching a climax and attaining instant gratification, boys also shamed girls for their sexual expression by calling them whores and claimed that they were selling their bodies by sharing nudes. Within this dynamic, young men are often empowered for sexual encounters while girls are constrained. Boys assert their masculinity by shaming girls, thus reinforcing gender double standards, while also maintaining their dominance in digital social contexts. Studies have highlighted that boys' negative reactions to girls expressing their sexuality online stems from deeply ingrained patriarchal beliefs, which dictate normative sexually passive behavior for girls. Boys may also feel threatened by girls who assert their sexuality, viewing it as a challenge to their own sexual dominance and male power. In response, boys may use shaming as a way to police or regulate girls' sexual behaviors as a means to maintain the prevailing gender order. This dichotomy highlights the complex interplay between masculinity, power dynamics, gender expectations in online spaces. Moreover, it is important to note how girls often navigate a precarious terrain that is underscored by a complex nexus between patriarchy, societal norms, and double standards. Kate's extract reveals that although young people's entanglement with social media platforms produce capacities for validation, connection, and popularity, this gratification may escalate to a point where they may become victims of harassment and abuse. Kate made reference to several risks associated with teenagers' use of social media. These include boys expressing their heterosexual masculinity by using their charm or riz, as he calls it, to manipulate girls into believing that they are interested in them. Drawings on Kate's view demonstrate an alternative form of masculinity where he shows concern for girls' safety and risk in online spaces, thus highlighting that not all boys exploit girls within digital spaces. In conclusion, I'd like to add that this study highlights the multifaceted role of emoji, nudes, and stickers in enabling teenagers to express and negotiate their sexualities in digital spaces. Given the findings of this study, steps to address the complexities of teenage sexuality in digital spaces are needed. Understanding and addressing issues related to virtual life, sexuality, and gender inequalities is crucial. These findings suggest the need to reimagine education, social justice, and young people's cultures in a digital age. In closing, I'd like to thank our dear Prof for her consistent support, commitment, and for affording me the opportunity to be a part of our book. Thank you.
Thank you, Laika. Our final speaker is Valerie Reddy. Valerie recently completed her PhD, so she's now Dr. Valerie Reddy. She researches digital technology and young people's experiences of gender and sexuality. Her recent publications are in the Journal of Homosexuality, Sexualities and Children and Society. Please welcome Valerie.
Good morning to you all. It is such a privilege and an honor to be here at this conference and to present to you my study, which is titled Porn, Pleasure, and Power, Boys, Girls, and Masturbation. So within the next 15 minutes, this is what I intend to cover, as you can see. It is evident that in today's world, young people have access to more technology than ever before. And with that comes growing concern about their engagement with pornography. Porn is actually a slippery term. It is not just online videos. It can include games, magazines, or even books that are designed to elicit sexual arousal. Much of the existing research associate porn consumption with harmful outcomes, such as sexual objectification, misogyny, increased risk of sexual addiction, and the reinforcement of male sexual violence. These concerns are often rooted in the assumption that porn is primarily designed for men, which also reinforces a stigma around women's consumption. Current South African research focuses predominantly on risks and fails to fully explore the affective dimension of young people's engagement with porn, such as pleasure, curiosity, and sexual learning. This gap highlights the need for a more nuanced understanding that centers young people's own perspectives. So, using a new feminist materialist lens, I examine young people's engagement with porn and as an assemblage of human and more than human forces. In this assemblage, interactions and entanglements of bodies, technology, gender norms, feelings, and desires generate affects and capacities that open or restrict possibilities, producing becomings that are always shifting and moving through processes of territorialization and deterritorialization. Methodology through this lens is viewed as an assemblage of the context, the researcher, data, and methods. So this research was conducted in 2 high schools in the KwaZulu-Natal province of South Africa. Stamford High School, located in a peri-urban area with mixed race, and Inkosi High School in a rural area with all black learners. So my study comprised of 49 learners in total, 42 heterosexual learners, and 7 sexually diverse. They included the black race, Indian, and colored. I also used 6 focus group discussions and 33 individual interviews. And my data collection techniques comprised of arts-based method, particularly drawings, and also photo elicitation methods. With regards to ethics, informed consent, voluntary participation, anonymity, and confidentiality were maintained throughout the research process. I used thematic analysis within a new feminist materialist lens. And analysis here focused on the affective intensities, connections, and agential capacities in participants' accounts. So the study presented 3 themes. The first one is titled, Porn Comes Looking for You, Boys and Masturbation. So for young people in the study, porn offered them ways to explore sexuality, experience pleasure, and even as a tool for masturbation. As we can see in Lucas's report, porn is not just online videos, but it's entangled with music, sound, and lyrics. Vibrations in the music video, Wild Side, and explicit lyrics establish connections among various bodies to incite sexual pleasure. Entities like Cardi B, TikTok, and terms such as thick ass and boobs reinforce gendered meanings of sexuality and the making of heterosexual masculinity. Sound as a vibratory force interacts with different bodies in the assemblage, carrying agential capacities rather than being passive. So Lucas's experience also links to the sonic affect, the vibrational movement of bodies. And this suggests that sound in music videos possess affective potential that shapes his feelings and performances. The lyrics and visuals intensify pleasure and facilitate masturbation. Such intensities show how porn as a pleasure technology deterritorializes norms about young people and sexuality. Furthermore, porn as a pleasure technology was found to be one-sided, where it primarily serves to please men as depicted in the drawing. So porn reinforces traditional gender roles, positioning men as hypersexual and dominant and women as objectified. The depiction of the penis, along with phrases such as, "I want to stick it in you," emphasize the penis gaining pleasure from the woman. This reflects the male gaze, reducing women to passive objects of male pleasure. Similarly, women's breasts are objectified as erotic objects, eliciting affective responses tied to gender norms of female sexuality. During interviews, several boys also spoke about porn as a masturbatory aid. For James and Luyanda, watching porn brought sexual excitement and opportunities to masturbate. For Luyanda, porn enabled him to imagine that he is actually performing sexual acts. This process of imagination further interacts within the broader assemblage to facilitate sexual pleasure and masturbation. The weather here is also an affective body and part of the sexual assemblage. So feeling cold produces the desire for sexual warmth, suggestive of a connection between porn, environmental factors, and sexual desire. The second theme is titled Girls and Masturbation. So the drawing here, porn is sexual, indicates the direct relation of porn to sexuality and its intention to arouse. By looking at this drawing, it is clear that female sexuality is constrained by patriarchy and that privileges male pleasure and portrays men as popular and masculine. It also shows how phrases in the porn assemblage create affective capacities for pleasure and masturbation. Although girls in particular engage in such sexual experiences behind the scenes, it is certainly a means for them to derive pleasure, as Jezreel also reported. So here, Jezreel shows that in masturbation, porn, which is the more than human element, outweighs the boyfriend, which is the human. Porn's affective forces takes precedence over a partner's presence. In the excerpt, it is evident how the entanglement of bodies, porn, feelings, desires, pleasure, satisfaction, and masturbation work together to bring about gratification within the porn assemblage. Another participant, Tammy, made reference to porn that is portrayed in the television series The Bridgerton, that sparked affective forces of curiosity and desire, subsequently prompting her to perform similar physical acts in order to masturbate. The interactive forces of the scene intensified excitement, showing the transformative possibilities of sexual capacities. So moving from the pleasurable affects in girls' interactions with porn, I also highlight how feelings of guilt and shame are related to the perpetuation of gender norms within the assemblage. So this theme is titled Gender Norms in the Porn Assemblage. So here, Tammy's sexuality is constrained by an assemblage of religion, sin, guilt, pleasure, and gender norms shaped by Christian values. Her religious beliefs territorializes her sexuality, setting abstinence until marriage as the boundary. Her account reinforces how religion shapes her affective experiences, establishing them within a context of sin. Her claim that for men it is nothing reflects how masculinity is tied to heterosexual prowess, with porn and masturbation reinforcing their place in the masculine hierarchy. So Tammy is torn between pleasure and obedience from God, thus hindering her sexual capacities. This could also be one of the reasons why many girls conceal their sexual desires and pleasure, as Figure 2 also depicted the secret domain of girls' porn use. A similar sentiment was echoed by Jezreel, so here her hesitation to speak freely reflects this territorialized space. However, she experiences pleasure as a form of deterritorialization, enabling her to freely embrace her sexual capacities. Another participant, Christine, suggested that girls who consume porn were compelled to do so within a heterosexual matrix where male power is evident. So her response shows how, within the assemblage, heterosexual expectations and male power shape girls' capacities, curtailing their autonomy in intimate relations, while privileging boys with expertise. Girls are pressured to conform to porn's normal practices, reinforcing gender norms. However, Figure 3 documents that girls too can be dominant when it comes to consuming porn. So this drawing depicts the porn assemblage, where sex tools, gender roles, words, and the portrayal of an intimate scene work together to produce sexual capacities for becoming for both boys and girls. The drawing highlights BDSM, which stands for bondage, discipline, dominance and submission, sadism and masochism, as illustrated in the movie 50 Shades of Grey. In one scene in the drawing, the male figure asserts his masculinity and dominance over the female figure, whilst in the second scene, the woman is dominant. This suggests the complexity and fluidity of power relations in BDSM and porn, challenging the idea that the man is always dominant. Despite some girls showing dominance in BDSM and porn, many of them are mocked with offensive language. So here Christine highlights the ways in which language, such as porn star, function to label and objectify girls. Her response reflects gender stereotypes and sexual double standards, where girls are stigmatized for engaging in porn, while boys face little judgment. So here, relations between the girls and porn resulted in negative outcomes, as being labeled a porn star restrains their capacities for becoming sexual. Yet Christine questions these double standards and power dynamics, advocating gender equality. Some participants, as James, made reference to videos taken and shared with others in order to humiliate and shame girls. The circulation of explicit videos on social media intensifies harm, normalizing the objectification and violence against girls. What is highlighted within this assemblage is the power dynamics, where the exploitation and objectification of girls' bodies are not only produced, but also celebrated and consumed. Thus, the entanglement of social norms, power hierarchies, and discursive practices influence the production and reception of sexual content. This virality shows the production of affective assemblages that perpetuate the objectification of women and gender power disparities. Furthermore, victims are often reshamed. As James reported, she'll learn something. This reflects how bullying and blame reinforce gendered hierarchies that cast males as dominant and females as passive. So to conclude, this study showed how porn and sexuality are affective entanglements and always in a state of becoming. Boys' pleasures are normalized while girls face stigma, shame, and restriction. However, girls' engagement with porn, including BDSM, opens possibilities to resist and reshape norms. This study calls for sexual and gender justice, where girls are not stigmatized for consuming porn. There is also a need to restructure the life orientation curriculum to address porn and sexuality as affective forces. It is also imperative to support educators to teach porn as part of sexuality education. So that means that education should address harm, pleasure, respect, and consent, grounded in the actual experiences of young people. So this leads me to the end of my presentation. Thank you all.
Thank you, Valerie. So that concludes the presentation portion of the session. We will now move to the Q&A. May I please request all the speakers, presenters to please come forward and take a seat on stage. While they do that, we have about 10 minutes for the Q&A. So I'd like, if there are any questions, please raise your hand. There is a roaming mic. A mic will be brought to you. Please state your name and direct your question to a specific presenter if possible. We will take about 2 or 3 questions and then we will give the speakers a chance to respond. Thank you. We may begin with the questions.
All right. Thank you so much to all the presenters. It was fascinating. All the research you're doing is really, fascinating. And then I'm feeling a little bit down as a man, because most of it was like men, patriarchal environment, and wow. Maybe I'll just direct it to someone who spoke about, sorry, I made notes, but blessed relationship. What would be the ideal world? What should we fight against those kind of relationships? There shouldn't be blessings, or there should be, but there should be this kind. What would be the ideal world? Maybe that's the question I'll ask, yeah.
Do we answer immediately? Or? Okay. What would be an ideal world? Wow. I think an ideal world is one in which young women are capacitated to understand, of course, that there are vulnerabilities that can be exploited by older men. And that is obviously the reality of gender-based violence is quite prevalent in South Africa. And so when young women engage in these relationships, it's important for them to be empowered with the information of how to successfully and strategically engage in these relationships. And that's what a lot of them were drawing on, knowing that their own social networks were full of people who were ready to shame them, who were ready to vilify their decisions to engage in dating practices that they were. That's why they had to look to the international connections that they'd formed with people online in order for them to be capacitated with the information about how to safely engage in their relationships. So I do think that an ideal world is one that acknowledges the kind of exploitation and danger that women open themselves up to, but while also giving them the information to idealize the kind of relationships they want to be in. Yeah.
Thank you very much. My name is Prabhashini Subrayan Naidu. I'm the Deputy Chairperson of the Commission for Gender Equality. Thank you very much for your presentation. It's so invoking to hear that what research is being done in this field. My question to the panel is, you've done this research, moreover, as a mom to a teenager. One of the presenters spoke about restructuring the life orientation curriculum. But I would say go beyond that. Let us not just restrict ourselves to teenagers, because the issues that you are facing with here today are issues that start as young as 10-year-olds. So I would say the life skills curriculum, the life orientation curriculum, and as well as a module at entry level at the institutions of higher learning. Why so? Is that because our children move from that phase into higher education and are being abused at higher education level, more so. And also, when we are teaching at our junior levels, at our primary school levels, they are unaware of how to interact socially. My other question, that was a comment. My question to you is that having done this research, what would you like to see going forward in terms of legislative change? Thank you very much.
That's a very powerful question. And to answer that, I'd like to quote from Emma Sadler, who says, "We are underprotecting children online and overprotecting them in the real world." So not enough is being done with regards to kids' online safety, privacy, and consent. And there's a dire need for policies to shift from just risk and safety and criminalization to addressing these gendered inequalities. Policies should ensure stronger mechanisms for prevention, reporting, as well as support, digital literacy being one of them. And there's a need for these stronger policies, especially considering the Surgeon General coming out from USA saying that social media platforms should come with a warning, just like cigarettes and alcohol does. And Australia recently imposing a ban on social media platforms for children under the age of 16. So, yeah, that's my response. Thank you.
I'd also like to add to that in saying that parents should also become a little more responsible. If parents do agree to have their kid have a phone, they would also need to take on the responsibility of ensuring that the phones are supervised and the child himself is made a friend. Parents need to take on the responsibility of becoming more of a friend so that children are able to share and let their parents know what exactly they're looking into when using these phones. So there are open lines at all time from parents, between parents and kids. Thank you.
Okay, with regards to life skills, right? A few years ago in 2019, there was a lot of debates and going on regarding teaching children to masturbate. And the reality was that they referred to it as just a normal practice, okay? And I think it is so important that we teach children from a young age about also the pleasure aspects of it in order to reduce judgment, the stigma, and this double standard that persists online. So I definitely agree that we have to start from a younger age, and it is so imperative that also parents and community are a part of that because they play a huge role in its implementation.
We have time for one more question.
Greetings, everyone. My name is Sandy Lindawande. I'm a first-year master's student at UKZN Edgewood. I have it's actually like a perspective and a question at the same time. For me, the presenter number 2 mentioned a number of things, and one of the findings was gender, race, dark skin and yellow bones. The time the presenter was going on presenting, I started asking myself where these beauty standards came from, and I was then able to answer myself, which is, these colonial Eurocentric beauty standards. And to me, there is a need for decolonizing education, or rather decolonial education, whereby we trouble these colonial Eurocentric beauty standards, which I found to be very violent in nature, whereby we then go back to situate our beauty within the South African context. What is beauty outside of the colonial Eurocentric beauty standard, which we then see in our research that is presented by our presenters, which are very exclusive in nature. And the question is basically, a number of presenters have mentioned the need for digital literacy education, which is very critical, which is a very good recommendation. But for me, I would like to understand the practicality of it, and how does literacy education, especially in a context of gender, would look like? Like, how does it look like according to you as a researcher? And the last question would be, Ms. Val, when we talk about one question, okay.
Thank you. Thank you very much for your comment. Yes, you are right. In regards to the dark skin versus yellow bones, I think also with POEN, how they are advocating it for it to be taught from as young as 10. I think with also disrupting the westernized ideologies, we need to go back to the early childhood and also disrupt not only just the dark skin, the beauty and all of that, but remember as Africans and also as South Africans where we originally came from and teach that to our children and how we grew up as a society and inclined into how we originated from and appreciating the sense of ourselves. So I agree with you in regards to that. With the first question that you asked, I didn't get the first part, but I did hear you say that how does it look like in practicality of the digital, I think, is that what you were asking? Yes, so in my experience as a person who grew up with a phone, not necessarily grew up, I got a phone when I was 16. I just got a phone. Nobody told me what was the phone going to be. Nobody told me what was it going to be. I was just got a phone. And I remember the first social networking site I had was Mixit. That was what was trending at the time. My mother didn't know I had Mixit. My father didn't know. Nobody at home knew I had Mixit. I was able to go with the phone at school. Nobody knew that I had Mixit, but I was able to communicate with my friends and everyone. So I think that schools themselves, they need to actually bring the syllabus of the social media as part of the syllabus at schools. And also schools should allow students to use the phone within the premises so that they are able to guard, they're able to supervise, not that rules that phones must stay outside of school, they must not be used at school, but rather they should be able to use this phone in school, make it part of their culture. So I'd say it becomes practical in that way, that we normalize this. In that way, we are able to supervise these kids and know what they are actually engaging in. So that is how I would say it. Thank you.
Thank you, Wendy. Thank you to all our guests and the audience for your thought-provoking questions. We are out of time. Thank you to our presenters for your insightful presentations. That concludes my portion of the session entitled Gender, Digital Intimacies and Desire. Over to you, Stefan.
Yeah, thanks to our presenters of session one, which was really interesting. We are now coming to our last morning program part, which is a roundtable discussion on the cross-sector dialogue on young people's rights and online safety. And while I please ask all our discussants to join our stage here, I want to introduce our moderator, who is Dr. Godfrey Dalitso Kangaude. And he's the founding executive director of the Nyale Institute for Sexual and Reproductive Health Governance in Malawi and a research associate at Rhodes University. His work centers on childhood and adolescent sexuality, examining how human rights standards intersect with social norms and service delivery, and translating core child rights principles into practice within institutions advancing sexual and reproductive justice. He has published widely, facilitated landmark legal cases on reproductive rights in Malawi, and his forthcoming book, titled Childhood Sexuality in Law, Policy, and Practice in the Eastern and Southern African Context, will be published by Pretoria University Law Press this year in 2025. Welcome, Professor Kangaude.
Thank you so much. So this round table, let me move this up. Yeah, is entitled Cross-Sector Dialogue on Young People's Rights and Online Safety. And I'd like to call a number of colleagues to join me in this round table. Pardon me if I mispronounce your name. I may not be able to get it right. Let me first invite Omashani Naidu, who is the Acting Director of Public Prosecution, or Acting Deputy Director of Public Prosecution. Yes, welcome. The National Prosecuting Authority, Sexual Offences and Community Affairs Unit, KwaZulu-Natal. She's an experienced prosecutor. Sorry, I would just say things in summary. It may not do justice to whatever you do, but yeah, she's experienced in prosecuting cases in the Lower and High Court of South Africa. She's also the operational manager of Tutuzela Care Centers in KwaZulu-Natal. Welcome. Then there is also Kalevani Govender, thank you, also from National Prosecuting Authority. Yes? Are they around? Okay, you come in front, please, thank you. She has 34 years of experience working in this environment, and she's based at the organized crime component based in KwaZulu-Natal. Thank you, welcome. Then there's Valisha Daffel, a senior state advocate with the National Prosecuting Authority. So we've got a lot of prosecutors. Yes, good. Based again at the organized crime component at the Office of the Director of Public Prosecutions in KwaZulu-Natal. Thank you. Then we have Buyisiwe Sopazi. Yes, please join us in front. The Director of Children's Services under the Chief Directorate called Children and Families in the KwaZulu-Natal Department of Social Development. So her work really involves addressing critical challenges faced by children and families, which includes, among others, child and teenage pregnancies, ending violence against children, and online safety for children. All right, then finally, we have Prabhashini Subrayan Naidu from the Commission of Gender Equality. So she is the Deputy Chairperson of the Commission for Gender Equality and has been in this she's a legal professional and gender justice advocate for over 18 years. So welcome, team. So what are we doing here in front? Okay, this is what we're doing. Let me get my laptop on. Okay. Well, this builds up well on the previous presentations where we're hearing stories about how young people are using the digital technology online, and there's both positive aspects of it and there's also negative aspects. So there are three main questions that I want us to talk about, discuss. What are young people's rights online? Do they have, can we talk about their engagement in terms of rights? That it is their right to do what they need to do. And then how are those rights violated through gender harms? That's the second question. And what responsibilities do we have to ensure safety and dignity for all? So safety and dignity, I like the combination. Dignity is kind of like, this is me as a human being, Ubuntu, we talk about that, and then, but how do we make sure that they enjoy that dignity, but safe? So, let's get this going. What are young people's rights online? Is there something like that people have got, young people have got rights regarding their online engagement? Yes.
Let me start the conversation. When you're looking at a South African context, you're guided by the Constitution. And when you're looking at the Constitution, you're looking at what's in the best interest of the child. So as a starting point, I think we must talk about that in terms of the Constitution. And what are the rights that children have in terms of their protection? Digitalization, like the panel that came before us, spoke about a lot of the harms and psychological harms that come with digitalization and online sexual exploitation of children. In saying that, also important is we're not only bound by our Constitution, which is the supreme law of the land, but you also have international conventions like the Convention of the Rights of the Child. But in saying all of that, and the panel before us did speak about in terms of what is there in terms of legislation. And indeed, there's quite a lot in terms of legislation when it comes to South Africa. And you look at the Films and Publications Act, you looked at the Sexual Offences and Related Matters Act, but you also look at of recent is the Cybercrime Act. And I know my colleagues will also speak around this, but what's important is, number one, when you're looking at online sexual exploitation of children, you've got to look at the offenses that our legislators have created to protect children. More importantly, and when the presenters had presented earlier on, you speak about games and you speak about chats. And our children as young as in foundation phase are engaging in online gaming. And that's a platform wherein predators prey on young children. And legislation has catered for that. But more importantly, when we're looking at how else can we protect, there's a number of offenses, and we'll get to that. There's a number of offenses that have been created from creating and possession, but also colleagues have spoken about revenge porn. And all of this is catered for in terms of the legislation. But more importantly is the big one, is the duty to report. And the duty on you and I to report sexual offenses, which is child pornography, which is online sexual exploitation, but also the suspicion. So I think that's from me for now, and I'll hand over to my colleagues.
Thanks. I think in addition to that, we have to, and we talk about, educating, what we cannot say that things are the same. Things are not the same. When I was in school, there was no cell phone, there was no social media. But we have to realize that things are evolving. There's social media today, there's cell phones today. So the only thing that we have to do is educate our children from small ages, from the primary school up to high school and to university. They have to know that there are certain actions which they can do, certain things they cannot do. Certain things are criminalized in terms of our legislation. Children, cyberbullying in high school, or even in primary school, they need to know you do this or you send a picture of that person without the knowledge, that's a crime. You threaten a person on the phone, that's a crime. Cyberbullying. We have to educate our children because it's becoming prevalent all over, all race groups. You cannot say the white race group is now not prone to this types of behavior. It's all over it's all schools, it's all universities, it's even in primary school level. I mean, you find things are happening with 7-year, 8-year-olds. I never knew that could happen, but it's happening. And we have to start at ground roots. We have to start educating our people, our children, even at home. It starts there. Then you go to school. Bring it to the attention that this is what you can do. Even you have parental control on their phones or your devices. Utilize all those things because there's a lot that's going on. We have child porn. We get cases where they take pictures of our children. You put social media on your WhatsApp status, you put a picture of your child. They take a picture of your child, and they put it in somebody else's body. Child porn, we have that. The adults are using that for their pornography and their pleasure. We've got to educate our community that these are the things that are happening in this day and age. We've got to make our children safe. Thank you.
All right, thank you. So, yes, what's your views? Yeah.
Okay, I think the term young people needs to be defined. Are we talking about persons under the age of 18 and over the age of 18? If we talk about under the age of 18, Advocate Naidu clearly set out there's clear legislation addressing it, but even with persons over 18, there is also clear policy and legislation that addresses digital wrongdoing and so on. So what are some of the rights that young people have online? And we spoke about the Constitution, right? So everyone has a right to access information. You have a right to freedom of expression and participation in digital spaces. But remember, with every right comes a responsibility. So we have to exercise that right very responsibly. We have a right to privacy and data protection. So if I'm over 18 and I have stuff on my phone, no one has a right to access that. Maybe if you're married, you allow your spouse to check your phone because you're in a very transparent relationship. But otherwise, no one, I think maybe an employer-employee situation, if it's a work phone, they're entitled to check things up. Otherwise, we will have to get a criminal subpoena to get access to your phone, right? And then, of course, young people have a right to safety and protection from harm. So if I'm talking about under 18, the responsibility, in my opinion, starts off in the home with parents. If you, as a parent, give your child a phone, you have to be responsible to make sure there's accountability software on that phone so that they don't access certain social media sites irresponsibly, or if they do, there's an alert that comes up on your phone, and so on. So young people also have a right to participation and having a voice. But again, as I said, you've got to be able to do it responsibly. You have a right to be able to create content, engage in and shape online communities, but it has to be done responsibly. And of course, if you're looking at persons under the age of 18, the responsibility falls mainly on parents to prevent exposure to harmful content, no matter what platform that is.
Okay, you speak. Just before you speak, so I'm just sort of recapping what you say, because it's interesting how we have started. We've started from the protection, because I think when we mention children, immediately like, right, but we should protect, and now we are moving towards maybe they also have rights, as as our colleague there said. So, and the principles of applying to child rights, that non-discrimination, that it shouldn't be because you're a child, so we block things. So, no, you still have certain rights. And then best interests, and of course the right to survival, development, but maybe the engagement online is part of their development that we should nurture. And then also the right to be heard. So I just wanted to, start. Yes, go ahead. Next colleague. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. For me, you see, digital world, sometimes it feels like it's an abstract thing, but it's real. Because at the heart of it, they are children, they are teenagers, and it is a classroom for me without walls, because they are using the digital space to explore their possibilities and capabilities. They are using it to connect, to learn, and in most of the time, as I work with children, they always say at the stage of teenagers, or as they are teens, they are wanting to explore, they are eager for information, and most of the time they are not waiting for us. For us is to ensure that they are protected. In terms, coming to the question in terms of their rights, they have a right, as it has indicated, to safety and protection from the harm, because sometimes we don't protect them, like the incident that we saw on national TV when one child was bullied in the bus, but it's us who take that picture and post it in the social media. So we are not protecting that child. We are subjecting that child to secondary trauma. Because now she will be bullied at school, at communities, at all levels. So they need then to be protected from further harm. They have a right also to privacy, because it's their private data. They have a right to their images, their identities. They also have a right for freedom of expression. As I said, that they always want to explore, and they use the digital space. It's how they express, some of them themselves. So they have that right of freedom of expression, so that they can be able to freely express their ideas, their cultural beliefs or cultures and truths without any fear of harm from anybody. They have also the right to access to information, because we know now in terms of education and all that, unlike us in olden days, but they also use this to access information and education in order for them to learn and explore and grow through digital tools. They also have a right to participation, because as they are participating in this social or digital world, we need them to also protect them, because it is also their right to protection. But also ending, these rights also are not optional, they are fundamental, whether it's offline or online, but they do have rights. Thank you.
All right.
Thank you very much. My colleagues have discussed the rights that a child has, or should I say online users have, young online users. I think the question now that we sit here with is the daunting task of educating. And where does education start? We know that these rights exist. We know that the laws that govern it. So where does it start? And I think the question I posed to the previous panel is of fundamental importance. What would we like to see as society as a whole, as a country as a whole, as the duty bearers? What change would we like to see legislatively to bring about this education? And I think it can only fundamentally be documented in our acts that we have. If we could call for a change in the Children's Act, placing a responsibility on educating learners from the ages of 8 and above. And why I tell you 8 and above, the Commission unfortunately receives horrific complaints of abuse at that level, as young as 8, where you have a 10-year-old rubbing the thigh of an 8-year-old. And that's the horrific reality that we face within this country. Place a duty on parents to not only educate their children, but educate themselves and take accountability where a child has misbehaved or has, perpetrated. And I would say from where I'm sitting, we need this legislative change in terms of the Children's Act, the Child Justice Act, and placing responsibilities on educators to educate, as well as parents to attend sessions where they are educated. Because having the rights and having the laws is one thing, but understanding it and knowing it and how it can add value to you and how you parent and how you interact as a child online is of vital importance.
Okay. Now, of course, we will also engage our audience. They may want to raise a hand to contribute. But now, let me link this a little bit with the previous panel, where we heard young people sending texts, emojis, strawberries, pears, bananas. So, do young people have the right to engage in that? Sending each other coded messages, and is there a right to do that? How about porn? Oh, already shaking her head there. But how about porn? Okay, and again, we're talking about young people. What's the age range of young people? It's let's do some definitions. A child, we all know, it's legal terminology, below 18. But when we talk about young people, I think we go up to 35. Years in Africa, isn't it? Yeah. So the whole range. Let's talk about the right to access, consume porn.
So previously, the possession of pornography, particularly for adults, was against the law. That has fallen away. You can be in possession of pornography if it's only for your own personal use, right? So you and your wife or husband can, take something and you can use it for your own personal use. But if you happen to send that to another friend that is swinging with you, another couple, that is against the law, because
Okay.
what you're doing now is you're distributing pornography.
Okay.
Right? So you've created it, you've possessed it, and now you've distributed it. So if I'm the prosecutor there, I will throw the whole book at you, right?
Okay.
And the penalties are very serious. Obviously, with children under the age of 18, it's a no-no, right?
So under
They-
18, no.
Nothing. So I saw some interesting pictures with the vegetable emojis and the handwritten stuff. That actually is the creation of pornography.
Is it?
Right? Because if you look at the definition of pornography or child pornography, it talks about descriptive or any image or any drawing. So what we saw was descriptions, drawings, emojis, whatever. So the young people are actually, in a sense, creating pornography. And I do agree with my friend on the end here. You've got to educate them about that. They're very, they have blindfolders on about that. So,
Okay.
yeah.
So is there anything positive at all about that, sending coded text to other, communicating to kids? I mean, among, let's say, 17-year-olds.
So that's a challenging one, the coded stuff, because unless we have something that's codified in law to say, okay, these emojis represent whatever, and there's an offense for it, there's little that we can do legally.
Okay, what do you want to say? Yeah. Oh,
What,
go
yeah,
ahead,
what
yeah.
we found recently, and we're dealing with cases with the WhatsApp messages, where emojis are sent off. There's not much literature on the emojis. So we had to, Emma Sadler, we had to have communication with the various experts in the field to determine the various definitions of the emojis. And I'm sure all of you been listening to the disciplinary matter of the judge and the emojis that were going back and forth. So you learn a lot from social media and the news, what's happening with the emojis. But there's nothing prescript to say that aubergine is this or a peach is that or whatever. We don't know. So people will be using it in their context. But there's nothing to say in general that's what it means. So we have a bit of a difficulty with regard to the emojis that are sent off.
So I'm starting to wonder here, what are the rights? Just to say, hi, how are you? Is that all? Well, hi, how are you? That's but, I mean, if my child sends that to somebody, don't they have a right to engage in that? Should we be saying, no, there's certain things which are just like absolute no?
I think you must always go back to what is the intention.
Okay.
So each offense has elements to it, and you've got to make sure those elements are met. But again, it's about the intention. I send you an apple, I send you a pear, I send you a banana, but it was totally, there was no sexual connotation attached to it. So everything has to have an intention, and we need to prove that in order for us to prove an offense. But I want to go back, because when we spoke about protection of users, of online users, also remember that there's a protection order that you have. In terms of the Cybercrime Act and the amendments therein, or the legislation, it talks about a protection order that users can apply for in terms of ensuring that they are protected. What else is there in terms of protection? Because these are important things that we must talk about. It's also about an obligation that's created to internet service providers, that when internet service providers have been made aware that their internet cafes or are being used, say for instance, for child pornography, online sexual exploitation, they have a duty to report that. And that users cannot use those as a hiding ground for purposes of online sexual exploitation of children. More importantly, Advocate Darfel has spoken about however created. And now with digitalization, and Advocate Govender has spoken to it more specifically about, I use your face, but I use your nose and your eyes, and I create somebody. And I create the somebody to suit my sexual needs. And that is creating. And like Advocate Darfel mentioned, this falls within the definition of pornography. Also dressing up an adult like a child is child pornography, and that adult sitting clad in a school uniform in a provocative position is child pornography. So even, let's go one step further, let's even talk about where we don't have to show you images, but we describe it in terms of literature, in terms of writing or verbally. There too we look at issues around child pornography and the definition. So thank you.
No, yeah, thank you for that explanation, because yes, I think there's definitely issues like that child pornography. No, that's no. But we're talking about, young people using digital spaces for connection, learning, constant affirming relationships, and pleasure-aware expression. What is this pleasure-aware expression that they have a right to? Because what I'm sort of saying, we may also have a danger of just prohibiting everything, including what children are thinking, this is for me pleasure. I want to engage in it.
And I think this is that area where Mr. Pazi is going to come in, and I also think the experts from Lifeline and Child and etc., because we also need to understand that you're saying pleasure and you're saying explore your need, but are you equipped? So, we talk and we often do in terms of a child that's exposed to pornography at an early age for their pleasure, but are they emotionally equipped to deal with what comes thereafter? What happens to, and I'll give you a hypothetical example. So what happens with you as an adult and you look at pornography, and today I look at pornography of a 30-year-old, and suddenly the stress in life is too much and I decide, 30-year-old's not doing it for me anymore. Let's move that age group a little further down. And eventually I get to an age group where now I look at pornography of children. And then it doesn't do anything for me anymore. And then what happens thereafter? What happens thereafter is I now move from online sexual exploitation to physical sexual exploitation. And that's the conversation that Mr. Pazi would have and our colleagues in the psychosocial ambit. Because again, as much as we say for pleasure, are we equipped to deal with and pleasure, and at what age? Thank you.
Okay, and reminding ourselves that children have an evolving capacity. They mature as they go. So when is it that, okay, you can start with this, and then you're growing up, you can engage. And by 19, you can have the full thing. So, okay, what do you want to say?
You say it's a tricky one, but we have developmental stages. I think the experts would know. So it has to go according to the stage of development. As you progress in terms of the educational part now, in terms of your grade RR, what is it that you are taught there, grade R, grade 1, up until a grade 12. I think also in the digital space, also as much as they are wanting to explore or for pleasure, it must then depend on your age. What age are you? What is it that you are wanting to explore at your age? Is it going to benefit you? Is it going to broaden your understanding and knowledge? But all in all, it has to go with the developmental stage. Whether it's a pleasure, whether it's a learning, or you want to explore. But what is critical is the age restriction. Yes.
Okay. You are free to, contribute anything if you,
So in direct response to that, and this may not be moving the direction in which our focus on digital, but in terms of teenage pregnancy and young pregnancy, and I know young is a very complex term, but we are having difficulty in accessing young people aged 9 at times who are pregnant and have given birth, and you all will know, and 12, precisely because the law and the duty of responsibility of reporting means that any child that is part of a research initiative to understand, how does this happen? Because we do have a crisis, right? That researchers such as myself and us in the room will be prohibited from doing such research precisely. One, there's no such thing then as developmental stages and ages when we talk about pregnancy, young pregnancy. That has been disrupted. And then the question is, how do we understand what is going on? Because we are prohibited from the duty of reporting, because they have to report on who has done this. And we can no longer proceed with such research precisely because of the implications involved.
All right, hands there. Okay, we start. All right, okay, yes, all right.
This is our pet project, so
yes, I think Advocate Omashne will talk to that, but you say when you come to child and teenage pregnancy, there are various root causes that contribute towards child and teenage pregnancy. Some of the children, they fall pregnant because they have started to be sexually active. Some they were violated, so there are various causes, and some of them they would say they were trying to practice what they saw, because there are as parents, some of the parents, they do engage in sexual activities in front of the kids, especially when they are under the influence. And also putting aside the issue of the policy disjuncture that we have when it comes to a child, description of a child. The Children's Act would say from 0 to 18 is a child. Then the Children's Act would say at the age of 12, you can make some consent, including medical and what. Hence we have a Termination of Pregnancy Act from Department of Health, where it says when you are 12 years and above, you can then consent without even informing your parent, and you go to child justice, you sleep with a child between 12 and 16, that is automatically statutory rape. So the issue of policy disjuncture is for another day, the discussion. But at developmental stage will always be there. You see, the prohibition from doing research, we have POPIA Act. People have rights. You can't just go there and do the research. You have to get the consent. So those are the things that we must abide by. Thank you.
Yeah.
But it's actually a good idea, Prof. And how do we get around that? So within government institutions, you would apply for permission to do that research. But more importantly, the areas that you're talking about are very, very important in order to change the narrative. The numbers of children falling pregnant, and we're not saying teenagers, because rightfully so, when you mention a 9-year-old having a termination of pregnancy, that's concerning. So that's not only one. There are a number of children under the age of 12 that are engaging, that are actually pregnant. A child under the age of 12 cannot consent. We know that. So where does the duty start and where does it end? So that responsibility is on us. And I hope that Department of Health would have been here, but they're not. But the issues around when you have a TOP, when you have a child under the age of 12 that is having a delivery, that's having an STI, that is having a miscarriage, having a TOP, there is a responsibility on a health official, a social worker, engaging with the child on a prenatal to start reporting. Now the next question you ask is, but what are the reasons? There's many reasons. Socioeconomic factors play a vital role. But what is the law regarding all of this? Because we often hear where a child has now been impregnated, and the media reports have shown us this, that where the child's mum or grandmother has now become the mother of the child. But why? Why is nobody reporting? So firstly, we would charge mum from benefiting from the exploitation of a child, because the father of that child is paid, in inverted commas, maintenance or damages. So we need to set a precedent. This is how that narrative is going to change. How else do we change that narrative? Again, with your engagement and your research, you would now find out why are more children being impregnated? And what are the consequences of that? And if we have more of us reporting, and remember the legislation has changed in terms of the definition of a vulnerable person. And it also talks about learners, female learners at universities, etc., and residential facilities within universities. So it's created an ambit where you've extended the definition, but still going back to child pregnancy, it is an area where we must work together, because this must change. If we come back again next year and we sit and have the same conversation, then we've done nothing. So we must work together in order to change this particular narrative, and it can change. Where does it change? With us as government and us as civil society. Public awareness. Deputy Commissioner has spoken about, Chairperson has spoken about creating that awareness. If we worked together and create more dialogues, but also get into the community and talk about this more freely, and it's not about being taboo. Let's take away the word of being taboo. And when we talk about penises and vaginas, and we need to be more open about the conversation, also amongst traditional leaders. Thank you.
All right. Before you speak, I want to take us back to the previous panel again, because there was quite a bit, I was saying I felt beat down as a man, because boys are using this online space to do masculinity, So maybe here you're talking about responsibility also. There's a responsibility that we must have. What kind of responsibility, how does responsibility look like when engaging with that, what boys are doing online? Because it seems that they're using the online space as a way of bolstering maybe a toxic masculinity. They have rights too, isn't it, to engage in that, but how do we then shape it that things change, that there's equitable relationships online?
I think we need to be careful of what we expose our children to, because children, young children especially, they really like to imitate. If mom and dad saw this, or mom and dad engaged in that, it's acceptable behavior. And when the young ones sit together and they're playing and they're having this tea party or some party in their show and tell or their private homes or whatever, they want to engage, and they'll say it's acceptable behavior for mom and dad, so let's us also engage in that. So we need to be careful of what we expose our children to. If you allow your children to use your phone, and you had at some stage got into some porn site, I don't know if you've seen that if you Google or you do some search on your phone, the next minute you're going to get repeats of the same thing. Now, if your children are using your phone, it's coming up and they're going into the site. That's acceptable behavior for them. It's on mom and dad's phone. It's acceptable behavior. So we must just be very, very careful of what we exposing our children in this day and age, because things are happening. Children are thinking it's acceptable. Mom and dad, uncle and aunt, they're doing it. It's fine for us. So we must just be very careful.
Right. You introduced something that's into the intergenerational kind of. There is that relationship that, we were once boys. I was once a boy. And then there's something about what I'm continuing to do that is also going down to my boy. But you're saying we must be careful. How about when it already happens that, they have been exposed? But anyway, go ahead.
Thank you. I think I support my colleagues. I always say it starts in the home with the parent. Parenting, the way we are parenting our children, because even the gadgets that we are talking about, it's us as parents who bought the gadgets. So it is then our responsibility to ensure that we manage them, we control them. It is difficult because if it does not start at home in terms of the do's and the wrong, the don'ts, the right and wrong, the how part of it, then it is going to be difficult to manage at a later stage. So I think we need then to ask ourselves in terms of the parenting, because even the child in teenage pregnancy, I always say it also goes back to the parenting. As it has been said, a child's behavior is a learned behavior. They see, they want to experience, they want to practice. And the issue of not communicating, as advocate was saying, we need now to reach a stage to call a penis, a vagina, when we're educating them, not like us where we were told you must not play near the boys. And for us, we never asked why. But our children now, we have to respond. We have to say why. That is the change that we need to look at, how we were nurtured versus now. And also the fact that internet or social media is not just a technology, it is a society. So children learn from that society. So we need to strengthen the education part on it. Thanks.
Okay, I think you've said two things. Parents, education to the responsible institutions. Yes, we started with Prof. Yeah.
Yeah, in fact, very often I say this, that among all the jobs that we have for which we need training, parenting is the only job that has no training. You know, just a male and a female, and you go about thinking that it can be done naturally. So I think clearly there has to be a full-fledged program to work on, saying parenting in the time of digital technologies. You know, right from the time a baby is born, because little ones are also given away a mobile phone just to keep it away from crying. And I think we were talking at tea break, children are landing up with autism, their ability to speak is slowing down, lot of things like that. I was, of course, quite fascinated with the presentations that happened in the previous panel and how it ties up with the kind of, conundrums that we get into, whether we look at it from a protection point of view or a rights point of view, which is what we are discussing here. Very much in India, in fact, we have a child abuse related legislation that has come about called POCSO. And in that, they have changed the age of consent to 18 years. Earlier age of consent was around 16. So consensual relationships between 16 and 18 were not criminalized. But now those young people between the ages of 16 and 18, if they engage in sexual activity and the girl gets pregnant, the boy is put in prison. So the courts are filled with cases of, young men in prisons. And there's a lot of discussion. I also have written about what is called as Romeo laws, and the need to look at a gap of 2 to 4 years as possibly not putting them under the statutory rape kind of situation. Okay, but I was wondering also, where do we place the idea of consent among children? Fairly from a very early age about consent. Now we might also say, just as the boy is sending a banana or a aborigine, the girl is sending something. So there is a kind of reciprocal communication that's going on there. But if there was a way of actually doing it in a classroom situation to talk about it, then maybe the element of whatever, element of frivolousness, and thinking that is what derives pleasure, and reiterating the meta-narrative of masculinities and femininities, a lot of that can be completely removed from that. Then it becomes part of natural body's understanding, and maybe then you explore intimacy and romance, not directly sexual activity, you know, because that's what porn does. There is no foreplay, there is no love, there's no attempt to pleasure the other person. It's all about pleasuring the male, right? So a lot of young people who actually watch porn exactly do that in their marriages and in their relationships, you know, and therefore there's so much of discussion about marital rape, but again it's not legal. I mean, if once you're married, there is no question that you say, no, that I have not given consent. So that's also a huge discussion that's there, you know. But the point is, men do not have any other kind of understanding and information about how to have romantic love and sexual activity and act as in a kind of epitome of finally expressing yourself. Whereas this basically puts them directly into thinking about what is the role of this organ and let's get to it kind of thing. And that's happening right from little children and childhood. Whereas earlier probably they were writing small love letters or calling out each other's names in school. When the boy is going, the girl's name is called. Things like that which were never seen as problematic, or something that can land the girl in a pregnancy or the boy in prison, right? So locating our bodily desires, intimacy, love, pleasuring, all these also need to be definitely something that need to be part of school curriculum, but with workshops that teachers don't do it. I mean, teacher who teaches mathematics should not get into this. Teachers and people who do these workshops should be different. And I was also quite impressed that all your students could actually go and talk these. And it's in it's a woman researcher and a young boy telling her what he does, which means they could break the barrier. There is some kind of anonymity they could create. They could break the barrier where the children are able to speak that. So I think a lot of these kind of workshops should be designed so that they can decipher the difference between what is it that they can speak directly, what is it that they can talk to their teachers or parents, and not engage in this quote unquote, I mean, frivolity, because I also wonder what is their level of concentration in the classroom with regards to their studies, with regards to what their life goals are. So if somebody sets the whole picture of life goals vis-a-vis, you know, your attraction to the member of the opposite sex or the same sex, I think then that gives a better sense of life and where sex stands in that.
All right, I saw a hand. Oh, okay. I think she was, yes. I saw a hand. Was there another hand apart from?
Good day to everyone. Thank you so much for this stimulating panel. I think that South Africa has made progressive strides in terms of the legislation, in terms of protecting the child in social interactions, social media interactions. But I feel that the issue of pleasure and desire seems to be underdeveloped in legislative laws. So the question that I'd like to pose to the panel is that how do we move away from this deeply embedded misconception that young people are passive victims in the creation of sexual content? Because I think I'd be betraying myself in the work that we do if I didn't state that as social researchers, the research actually reveals that children, despite the definition of children, are actually involved in these everyday activities. So now how do we move beyond that? Because we tell the stories of everyday people that actually depicts young people as active agents and not just these passive victims that are displayed in the legislation.
So I agree with you. They're not passive. And we have a lot of persons under the age of 18 that have appeared in court for possessing or creating online content that they're not supposed to be doing. And the problem is, and look, we live by the law here as prosecutors. So like in terms of the Cybercrime Act, you have this thing that addresses revenge porn. So if that young person broke up with his girlfriend and he sends photos to 10 other people, there's a legal implication. So it again comes down to education as well. There's an offense in the Sexual Offences Act. If you flash your breasts at someone, that is an offense. You know, people think it's funny, but we can't withdraw those charges if the victim that's been affected wants to pursue, because she's got rights as well. So it's I agree with you, they're not passive. And personally, as a prosecutor, yes, we try to deal with children tenderly in the justice system, but unfortunately there are some cases that you have to pursue a prosecution. I just want to get back to one question, Prof, you mentioned earlier. You said, how do we do our research if you've got a duty to report? I think that was your earlier one. It's very challenging. So unfortunately, if you're an educator and you're an educator, or any person, if you come across any kind of crime that involves a child, you have to report it. So you guys are going to have to think about, out of the box, how you're going to do your research. Are you going to do an anonymous online thing or what? But if you do a face-to-face thing and there's a child telling you, oh, well, I had 10 pregnancies and abortions and blah, 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 you have to. Yeah.
Okay, so 3 minutes, 1 minute, who wants to speak?
Just to answer you, you know, in criminal law we have, I think it's 0 to 7 years where it's they're incapable because of the emotional stability, and then 7 to 12, and then 12 to 18. So, you know, we need to look at it in that way. Do they understand, one, are they just imitating? Do they understand exactly what they're doing? So that's a 0 to 7, 7 to 12. Because as Val said, from 12 to 18, they seem to understand what is it. They are creating pictures on their phone. They're able to modify the pictures. They're able to distribute it. So they understand what they're doing, and that's why we're prosecuting them. But from the 0 to 12, I think there is that gap, which, yeah, incapable.
Okay, we got one person from the audience. Yeah. Just before maybe you say.
Greetings once again, everyone. It's me again. Basically, my question is about the intersection of technology, social media, ethics, and child safety. With the rise of AI video generators, it is now technically possible for a malicious actor to use a child's innocent image and from social media platforms to create photorealistic pornographic material, which is known as AI-generated child sexual abuse material. So with that, I do not know if that has taken place in South Africa or any of you guys are aware of that, but I just wanted to ask if, has this been considered by the lawmakers when it comes to child protection, and what is the progress in addressing this when it comes to online safety? And are there any regulations specifically governing AI that would criminalize such acts?
All right, maybe.
Talk about this specifically, and I'm going to address that question. So I think South Africa is leaps and bounds, and I proudly say so in terms of our legislation, especially when it comes to sexual offences. The issues of AI were already addressed in our legislation as long back in 1996 with the Flimston publication. Advocate Darfel spoke about in terms of our ever created and took into account, indeed, the issues around AI, around morphing, etc. So we covered, we lead that evidence in court, and we show how that has changed. I want to come back here in terms of the victims. In terms of grooming, and we must understand grooming, how our children are being groomed. And I did mention this some time ago. This little finger here is your pinky finger. And this pinky finger makes such a difference to a little one. Pinky promise. And children love pinky promises. And when we break this pinky promise, it breaks them. So when we're looking at the offense, then grooming is one of those offenses. We must take that into account on why. Because we often ask, but you are a willing participant. But were you a willing participant? And you weren't, because you were groomed. Also important is, what are the remedies that are also applicable that can be used as in life, real life remedies? Our Tutuzela Care Center is one of those. As a one-stop GBV center in South Africa, 66 in the country, 9 in KZN right now. And those are your one-stop GBV centers. Have our survivors of GBV go into a multidisciplinary environment where all of the services are under one roof. Very important. Also very important, my last one on this one is, how are we dealing with the issues of specialization in terms of online sexual exploitation? Law enforcement have been trained. We have a specific unit within the South African Police Services. It's called the Serial Electronic and Crime Prevention Investigative Directorate that deals with child pornography specifically. They're trained and they have the necessary technology to deal with this. Thank you very much.
All right, we ran out of time. So
sorry for taking the time.
Yeah. I think I have to end it there. Otherwise, we can just keep going. So thank you for our panel. Clap hands for them, please. We have a second panel. I think some of these things can also still be talked about. Thank you so much.
Yes. Thank you, everybody. And it is now time for lunch. So please follow these directions. The lunch is in the adjacent building. So go down the elevator to the ground floor. You cross over to the other hotel space and go up to the second floor where the lunch restaurant is. And there'll be ushers also guiding you on the way. Please be back punctual by 1:25 so we can continue punctually. Thank you.
I'm so sorry. Okay.
Thank you. Hello, welcome back. Hope lunch was good. We are approaching our next session, paper session, which I'll be chairing. And the theme is Public Love and Private Risks, Gender Norms and Platform Violence. We will have 5 presenters, and the first one will be Gabi Sipo Dlamini, sorry. So Gabi is a digital anthropologist and a lecturer at Nelson Mandela University in South Africa. She has a PhD in social anthropology and titled YouTube Video Commercialization, Value Creation, and Identity. Her research studies frame her broader interests on belonging, relationships, and representation of online and offline human communities in Southern Africa. So please, Gabi, the stage is yours.
Hi. Okay. Whew. Hello. How are you? It never gets easier. Anyway, good afternoon, everyone. I hope you've had a good lunch. Not too good, though, because I still need you awake for this next session. And thank you to UKZN and the organizers of the conference, Young People, Gender and Digital Life Today, as well. And today I'll be presenting on our book chapter titled Public Displays of Affection, Youth Intimacy and Digital Technologies in South Africa, written by myself and Professor Nolwazi Mkhwanazi, from the book Digital Technologies, Gendered Realities, edited by Professor Lakshmi Lingam and Professor Nolwazi Mkhwanazi. Okay. Okay. All right. This study draws from my doctoral research between 2018 and 2020, which analyzed YouTube videos, memes, and social media interactions, and Nolwazi's long-term ethnographic research from 1999 in South African townships and urban centers, focusing on gender, intimacy, and the youth. This work integrates digital anthropology with classic ethnographic fieldwork, showing how memes and personal narratives offer insight into the everyday negotiations of love and relationships. This chapter shows how young Black South Africans navigate intimate relationships in a world increasingly shaped by digital technologies and social media. Our central question was how privacy, secrecy, and public displays are managed by young people as they negotiate love, respectability, and risk in both online and offline spaces. We argue that digital technologies have amplified the inherent uncertainty and precariousness of relationships while also opening new spaces for agency and self-expression. One of the core themes of the chapter is the shifting nature of relationships practices. Facebook's introduction of the relationship status bar in the mid-2000s, with categories such as single, in a relationship, and it's complicated, profoundly shaped how young people discussed and understood relationships both online and offline. These statuses sparked conversations about ambiguity in love and soon became part of everyday courtship language in South Africa. For example, when people asked you for your cell phone number, they would ask, so are you single? Are you in a relationship? And if you hesitated, they would say, or is it complicated? These discussions not only become ways to make sense of intimate relationships, but also reveal the impact and influence of social media and the information and communication technologies on young people's sense of self. For many young people in South Africa and around the world, the initiation of intimate relationships is not straightforward or simply a case of person A meeting person B, going on several dates, and then deciding to be an exclusive couple. Relationships today extend beyond either being in a relationship or not. Some relationships may overlap, and others may linger on and never officially end. This is partly because there's no consensus about what constitutes a relationship. And for many young South Africans, relationships manifest in a variety of ways, and they can also end in a number of ways, or not end. For example, one can go on regular dates with someone, but if there's not an explicit discussions about whether the couple is dating or is dating exclusively or have other partners, either party can claim not to be in a relationship. It could also be a case that two people are regularly seen together, often invite each other to events that call for partners, and occasionally have sexual intercourse, but they can state that they're single. Time spent together is for young people not a sign of dating or being in a relationship, nor is it engaging in sex-related activity.
Terms such as hookup, booty call, situationship, vibing, friends with benefits have emerged to describe engaging in sexual relationships, yet not defining this as an exclusive or even dating relationship. In South Africa, the terms umanjonjana, isgebeng sami, amapis job, maslekisane, obosnekana are some of the terms used to describe these relationships in different local languages. Uncertainty is deeply tied to structural inequalities, race, unemployment, declining marriage rates, and not the framing around individual choice and market logics we see globally. Okay. I just prepared some of the slides so you can have an idea of the kinds of memes we were looking at when we were putting the chapter together. And I'll read this one later. Okay. In 2019, Statistics South Africa estimates that South Africa has a population of 58.78 million. 81% of that population is black. Despite the transition to democracy and the legislation that was put in place to work towards addressing past injustices and creating a more egalitarian society, South Africa remains racially and economically segregated. One's race largely determines class, access to education, and other resources. South Africa is a young nation, and according to the South African government statistics, young people aged 18 to 24 years old account for a third of the country's population, with just over 9 million males and 8.8 million females. Okay. In the first quarter of 2021, the youth employment rate among young people aged 15 to 34 years old was 46.3. Young people aged 15 to 24 years had an unemployment rate of over 63%, and 9.3 were job seekers in this category are university graduates. Young people's economic vulnerability is compounded by ongoing legacy of apartheid, poor education, public schools, lack of skills, and more recently the effects of COVID-19 pandemic. Access to education and employment differs according to race. Black African youth continue to face challenges in accessing good education and finding employment in the formal sector. Some scholars have argued that the high rates of unemployment in Black African communities have resulted in delays in young people achieving particular life course milestones such as marriage and building a home, such as said by Hunter in 2010. Nonetheless, there's high pressure for young people, especially young African women, to be in committed, socially recognized relationships to ensure their reputation is not tarnished, to increase financial security, and to have the prestige of marriage. This pressure must be understood against a backdrop where marriage rates among Black South Africans have been declining since the 1960s. Among African women aged between 20 and 45 years old, the national rate of marriage fell from 38% in 1995 to 24% in 2008. 24%. The youth in South Africa, particularly women, face social and cultural pressures. In South Africa, socioeconomic inequalities and high unemployment mean that romantic partnerships are often tied to questions of survival and upward mobility. Young women are expected to pursue education and avoid relationships during adolescence, but are later pressured by family to marry and prove their fertility in early adulthood, as seen in KwaZulu-Natal and KwaZulu et al. Those contradictory expectations create tension and anxiety, which young people often articulate through digital humor, such as memes. This stance of strictly forbidding girls from having any contact with boys during teenagehood is common in Black African families and is experienced by majority Black women have had. However, once a young woman has achieved certain milestones, such as having completed her secondary schooling or even entered tertiary or is in her early 20s, families begin to actively encourage her to have relationships so that she can have children, at least be portrayed, so that she can have children, lest she be portrayed negatively as infertile, a far worse stigma than that of being a teenage mother. Being an unmarried woman in one's 20s carries little stigma given by the falling rates of marriage. Okay. Young Black South African women, therefore, are faced with navigating messages during adolescence and early adulthood, navigating two messages. The first message is to stay away from boys at all costs and not bring shame to the family. The second message, communicated in early adulthood, is to find a partner to enter a monogamous relationship with and to have children as soon as possible. Memes are used to express this pressure and the accompanying anxieties that young people face. Posting or not posting has higher stakes because it intersects the cultural ideals of respectability, fertility, and gender norms, as seen in this one. All wife material has gotten pregnant. Kusele izinja zegame okapadia onsimbiya gobega omad. Yeah. So all the wives have been married out already, and the people that are left behind are the bosses of the game. Right? Okay. Mobile phones and social media allow young people to experiment with identity, assert sexual agency, and navigate new forms of intimacy. In 2013, Linda told Nolwazi about how she found out her boyfriend was cheating from Facebook. So while I was dating this guy, I went away for work. I went away for a week. I remember I went to camp for a week. And then when I came back, I went to Facebook because that's the only thing I wanted to do when I came back. I went to his profile and then I saw his picture. He was with this other girl and they were kissing. I was so confused. Before I went on camp, everything was cool. We were in love, something like that. And he was my first love, guys. I liked them, but this one was like, oh my God, I'm in love with him. He's the future, and so everything like that, and he just cheated on me. I couldn't understand why he would do this. And then I asked him, he denied it, but the picture was there, so I had to break it off. Committed relationships, especially monogamous relationships, are hard to come by. And being in one puts people at risk of heartache and public embarrassment, especially if posted online. Given that risk is considered to be part and parcel of engaging in a relationship, young people engage in a number of strategies to manage the potential risk of relationships when posting online. One strategy of maintaining a relationship is to keep the relationship private. Privacy has a very broad definition when it comes to social media and the online world. Keeping it private can also refer to private being offline or offline, not on social media, and public referring to being online. This means that couple would be very open and publicly affectionate offline, sharing their relationship with people they meet offline openly, while not mentioning their partner's name online or if they are even in a relationship. Despite how it is defined, the strategy of privacy can help relationships stay safe. This strategy, however, can backfire because keeping a relationship private can enable one partner to engage in other relationships since only a few people are aware of the primary relationship. A private relationship may or may not include online people knowing who your partner is. I'm sure most of us know this show. It is Jube Jube, and he has a show called Beajola 99, and it's like Cheaters from America. He goes out and he finds partners who are cheating on their spouses. And the one meme is saying that he must start a show titled Ungfihlelani, why are you hiding me? And the other meme is saying that he went to the police station and all the police officers ran away because they assumed that he was there for the show and not for police-related business. There's also the idea that if you post your partner online, you're exposing yourself to other people, then seeing your partner and then taking your partner. Telling us you have a boyfriend won't stop us. We have push doors, written pull. And this one says, your problem is that you rush. You rush with the speed of a wife when you have petrol for a girlfriend. And then ultimately, should you post your relationship or not? Anyway, this underscores that online privacy may mean anything from people knowing you are in a relationship to knowing who you are in a relationship with, to you posting yourselves or about yourselves regularly online. Note posting relationships, as mentioned earlier, is a strategy to reduce the risk of the relationship ending ending or being ended. If kept private, it is likely that the relationship, when a relationship does end, it will end naturally and less likely because of a third party. Also, it will be less embarrassing for the parties involved in a relationship if the relationship is private and ends badly. The point is that privacy works at different levels and social media or online platforms are accepted as spaces where one could go without showing their partner. This chapter concludes that uncertainty is the defining feature of youth relationships in South Africa, both historically and in the digital era. Social media and mobile phones provide ways to express intimacy and agency. They also intensify risk of exposure, betrayal, and embarrassment. Decisions about posting or concealing relationships reflect deeper negotiations about trust, recognition, and respectability. Moreover, these digital practices are embedded in broader socioeconomic and cultural pressures, the demands of fertility and decline of marriage rates, and the weight of unemployment and inequality. Ultimately, the chapter argues that mobile phones and social media are not merely communication tools, but central actors in producing the precariousness and complexity of intimacy for young people in South Africa. Thank you.
Thank you, Gabi. That was an interesting presentation, highlighting the difference between public and private and its implications. As next presenter, we have Sandile Mhlongo, and she's a PhD student in the School of Education at the University of KwaZulu-Natal here. She has recently published in the Journal of Sexualities. Her current research focuses on teenage fathers, customary practices, and kinship relations. Welcome, Sandile. Pull up your presentation. Slideshow, play.
Wait, how do I get to the next slide?
Space bar or the arrows.
Yeah. Arrows. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Zandile Mhlongo. My chapter in the book is Between Respectability and Resistance, Zulu Cultural Norms and Girls' Online Sexual Expressions, actually. So what do we know? The existing literature tells us that social media is often used as a platform for harm, sexual harassment, and violence amongst boys and girls. So within sexual media, sexual double standards persist, whereby heterosexual boys are positioned as naturally desiring girls' bodies, while girls are cast in the role of being sexual gatekeepers. So the choices that teenage girls make in embodying and expressing their gender and sexual identities happens in contexts where peer sexual harassment is pervasive and often subject to unfair discipline by adults. There's been a notable shift in the literature that indicates an intersection of digital technology and gender dynamics, which actually creates new spaces in which gender norms and inequalities are produced and reinforced. What are we saying? The main arguments that is transpired throughout this chapter is that when teenage girls engage in social media platforms, they express desires in the process of becoming sexual, but these desires are also implicated within a cultural framework that is rooted within cultural norms and practices, all of which regulates femininity. So what we're doing here is that we're examining how teenage girls' expressions of gender and sexuality on social media are mediated by sexual double standards framed through the Zulu cultural concepts of isimilo. Loosely translated means good moral behavior. So basically, isimilo, it encompasses ideals of dress, sexual activity, and cultural customs that are used to regulate conduct and emphasize sexual purity, which shape girls' expression and representation on social media platforms. In the interest of time, I will not go through this research paradigm that was used, but this study was actually, it came from my master's study, which looked at teenage girls' sexual practices and sexual double standards on social media platforms. It was conducted within a South African township amongst a purposely selected sample of 30 teenage girls. So one of the core requirements for being a participant in the study is that they owned a cell phone and that they were active on social media platforms. So the theoretical framework that actually made this analysis possible was largely concentrated on new feminist materialism, more especially the sexuality assemblage, which moves beyond viewing sexuality as located solely within individual bodies, but rather highlights how the affective flows are used to collectively shape sexual capacities and experiences. So I'm only going to discuss two major findings. The first one being girls posting sexually explicit pictures and sending nudes, doing it in such a way that challenges isimilo and confronts sexual double standards. Oh, you guys gave me the wrong. This is actually the incorrect slide, but it's fine. I'll make do with what I have. So in essence of this theme, what we find is that the teenage girls in our study actually post sexually explicit images and nudes, do it in such a way that breaches moral boundaries. This acts to directly challenge the normative scripts of femininity and actually requires modesty and sexual restraints and overall female respectability. So we see Ayabongwa's excerpt here, which says, as a girl, you're supposed to have ismilo, which is good moral behavior. People don't care how boys behave and how they look. Abaphashi kalula. Loosely translated, this means that they do not lose value easily. So unlike us girls, when you do something bad, your reputation follows you throughout life. And don't get me wrong, as a girl, you're still beautiful, but you no longer have that thing. That thing, Ayabanga's comments actually highlights a differential treatment of boys and girls regarding the moral conduct, emphasizing the vulnerability of girls to losing value through actions of posting nude pictures. So the concept of losing value or being judged based on their behavior and appearance actually reflects the ways in which an assemblage enforces a moral code more rigorously on girls, where ismilo is strongly connected to the regulation and restricted autonomy individuals have. So through this posting, they actually have potential to disrupt and challenge these norms, which also contributes to the ongoing changes within the sexual assemblage that actually shape our understandings of gender and morality. The second finding is line of flight. So Sposami's excerpt says that since she's sexually liberated, therefore she's a woman who expresses herself and the way in which she wants to be addressed. So in this second theme, the girls in the study actually describe sexual liberation and freedom of expression through posting memes, stickers, and sexually explicit lyrics. For example, like Sposami did, she's posted lyrics from Cardi B's song. So I think this theme more theoretically is actually linked to Deleuze and Guattari's idea of line of flights, which highlights the idea of how flows within an assemblage are constantly fluid and changing. So when girls are constrained by norms of gender, culture, and female respectability, these assemblages actually interact to produce new possibilities. In this context, the sexual liberation functions as a line of flight, offering transformative ways of becoming sexual and challenging isimilo and ideals of sexual purity, virginity, and female passivity. This is exemplified in Sposami's in Sposami's narrative, where she asserts that she is sexually liberated and even expresses support for women who choose to express themselves sexually and challenge isimilo and the traditional norms regarding women's sexuality, which this also in turn actually emphasizes freedom of expression. So what we note here is that social media is an important tool for self-expression through memes and videos and even posting lyrics, such as the way that Sphosami did. It actually connects to a broader cultural narrative around sexuality and desire. So the lyrics of this song become a tool for expressing desire and overall expectation, highlighting the dynamic interplay between individual expression and external assemblages. So due to the effective forces in play in Sphosami's narrative, it actually brings to the forefront the concepts of desirable female behavior on and offline. So because of the oppressive materialities in play, we see that at the end, Sphosami remains in this constrained state because she eventually deleted the post that she had up. So this is the reality for many young girls engaging in social media because of the way in which the literature presents how a woman should behave, and also the deeply embedded cultural and social norms that often police women's behaviors on and offline. They actually find themselves having to constrain their sexual becomings. Okay, like I explained, this is the wrong slide. So moving forward, this study actually makes the case that while social media offers spaces to challenge heteropatriarchal expectations, they simultaneously reproduce and reinforce sexist ideologies. So we need to look at girls posting sexually explicit pictures and sending nudes, not just as a matter of misbehavior, but also a contested practice where agency, cultural morality, aspects of isimilo, digital technology, and sexual double standards collide. So for this study, we actually call for a social shift aimed at reinventing sexualities that encompass all members involved in the gendering process. So we speak of parents, families, communities, lawmakers, and educators. Because from the first roundtable, our panel constantly made mention of parents being active agents in regulating the content that their children engage with in social media. So now we actually need to look at a holistic approach where we actually acknowledge that the children engaging in social media are part of the Z generation, in the sense that they were brought up, they are millennials, so they were brought up with social media. You can't outsmart people who actually grew up on social media. So the government, together with people on the ground floor, as well as social scientists as ourselves, actually need to come together and come up with a strategy that actually deals with encompassing these various policymakers that are part of the gendering process. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you. It was a very interesting presentation showing these double standards, and yeah, I was really intrigued. And our next speaker is Dr. Rabia Rizvi. She's a postdoctoral scholar at the University of KwaZulu-Natal. She graduated with her PhD in 24, and her thesis focused on learners' negotiation of gender and sexuality at school. Her recent article appeared in the Journal of Gender Studies. Welcome, Rabia. Open this. Here we go.
Can you put this down? Sure. Sorry. Thank you. Okay. What if I told you that a simple, seemingly harmless game played on a phone could be a powerful factory for producing inequality? That, for many young girls, their value is being calculated, debated, and decided upon in private digital spaces without them even knowing. My name is Rabia, and today I will be presenting my research on smash or pass, heterosexual desirability and gender dynamics in boys' gaming cultures. Smash or pass is a gamified rating practice where boys in a group chat in a WhatsApp, on WhatsApp by writing S for smash, meaning that they would hypothetically have sex with a girl, or P for pass, meaning that they would not have sex with a female peer. This is often followed by a detailed numeric score out of 10 on subdomains like face, body, personality, and even hygiene. My research focused on this game as it was played on WhatsApp group chats among 12 to 15-year-old boys at a private boarding school in South Africa. The underlying aim of the study was to understand how this gamified practice reproduces networked forms of masculinity and how it teaches boys to be men in a way that systematically devalues girls. So the central question driving this work is, how does the boys' online gaming influence their performance of masculinity? We know that online spaces can be a double-edged sword. They can be liberating tools for self-expression, as explained by previous speakers, but they can also be powerful tools for oppression, amplifying sexual harassment, misogyny, and patriarchal norms. The study zeroes in on how WhatsApp-based games like Smash or Pass become a key site where hegemonic masculinity is performed, practiced, and reinforced through the objectification of girls. So to understand this, we need to understand a little bit about gaming, not just as a video game, but as an assemblage. This concept helps us to see that it's not just about the boys, but also about the Wi-Fi, the devices, the group chat platform, and the school itself that all connect to produce this particular phenomenon. The gaming assemblage is coded as a masculine domain. It's a space where boys learn to reinforce hegemonic masculinity by exerting power and desire over girls' bodies, treating the entire practice as a game. This leads to what scholar Ben Light calls networked masculinities, masculinities that are co-produced and performed within digitally mediated publics, like group chats. The digital influence of these platforms reshapes masculine identity. The social gaming aspect fosters homosociality, which refers to bonding amongst the boys. And often this borrows from a violent, militarized masculinity found in popular video games, perpetuating harmful stereotypes and making the smash and pass dynamic feel like a competitive sport. Now, we cannot discuss the rating of women's bodies in a South African context without acknowledging the historical colonial gaze. For centuries, black female bodies have been demonized and measured against Eurocentric beauty standards. This body has always been a political battleground. Today, we see the shift with the rise of the slim, thick ideal, where voluptuous, curvy bodies are now deemed desirable. But crucially, this is still a standard that is set by a heterosexual male gaze. And as my research shows, these standards are actively reinforced by boys in school settings, bringing this historical scrutiny into the classroom and into the dormitory. To investigate this, I conducted an ethnographic study at a private co-educational school in the Northwest Province, which was Dinaledi Academy. The study involved 101 black learners, 52 girls, 49 boys. all between the ages of 12 and 15. So what did this study show? The mechanics are simple but very powerful. Someone posts a girl's picture in the group chat with the words S or P. The replies flood in from the other boys. S or P. Often, this is followed by a numeric rating on criteria like face, body, personality, and hygiene. This isn't just banter, it's a systematic evaluation. It operates under the unspoken rules of the bro code, a homosocial pact that condones this behavior for the sake of male bonding. In essence, this digital media creates what we might call the manosphere, a violent subculture of domination right in their pockets. The numerical scale creates a brutal hierarchy of worth. Let's break it down. A rating of 1 to 6 means the girl is not as attractive, therefore she's excluded from being smashed. A 7 to 8 means that she's pretty, but not ideal for dating. However, a rating of 9 to 10 means that she is perfect, and therefore boys will smash her. This creates a homogeneous beauty standard that eliminates diversity and individuality. But perhaps the most powerful element here is peer surveillance. The fact that every other boy can see each other's rating creates a culture of surveillance, enforcing compliance and creating profoundly unequal power relations. Their preferences are also very clear, as these findings show. The slim, thick standard is privileged by these boys. Voluptuous bodies are ranked the highest in this game. Consequently, smaller bodies are systematically ranked lower. The language used is also deliberately dehumanizing. Words like ass and tits reduce girls to a collection of sexualized body parts. These are not just words, these are material discursive practices. The language embeds machismo and salaciousness into the very culture of the group, making objectification a normal, everyday practice. The digital practice then spills directly into offline life. As one participant, Mpo, told me, boys' conversations are dominated by questions of who's gonna smash who. The term smash itself is telling. It implies a violent, impromptu conquest, not intimacy. These are framed as digital conquests. Relationships become a game of tallying sexual achievements, a way to bolster one's status within the homosocial group. The binary smash or pass judgment system effectively reduces female peers to targets in a game. Now, it is crucial to note that not all boys in the study were comfortable with this kind of behavior. Some, like Amogelang, expressed clear guilt. He said, and I quote, "I'm guilty, but I won't stop. I don't think it's right, but it's the only way." This reveals the immense complexity and peer pressure at play. There is a conscious awareness of the denigration, but also the bro code is prioritized in this context. The fear of social exclusion and mockery, the social vulnerability, overpowers ethical considerations, trapping them in a system they know is wrong. To conclude, the smash or pass game is far more than a game, as shown. It is a gendered assemblage where technology, bodies, and school culture interact. It connects boys to the wider manosphere and its misogynistic values. It restricts gender equality by making objectification a normal pastime. It facilitates homosocial bonding. It leads to the institutional reproduction of phallic masculinity within the school. It digitally amplifies harmful gender ideologies at a terrifying scale and speed. The school environment, far from being a neutral space, becomes a factory for producing these inequalities. So where do we go from here? We need to move towards more transformative masculinities in digital spaces. This requires creating policy practice interventionist frameworks that tackle this from multiple angles. We must trouble this hegemony by integrating critical discussions about masculinity into the curriculum itself. We must implement real accountability measures, clear consequences for sexist and misogynistic behavior, both online and off. We must work with boys to understand the pressures they face, and with girls to empower them to challenge this behavior. It's about making the digital space and the school safer for everyone. I ask, when we see a system that so effectively teaches young boys to smash girls' dignity in order to pass as real men, what is our move? Do we pass on the opportunity to intervene, or do we work together to smash the system itself?
Thank you, Rabia, for these insights. It's very enlightening. And yeah, our next speaker is Phumelele Basi, and she's a PhD candidate at the University of KwaZulu-Natal. Her research focuses on ways in which young women in higher education navigate gender and sexuality, particularly within the context of social media and heterosexual relationships. She has recently published her work in journals such as Teachers and Teaching and Sexualities. And I see you have a fan community here.
Do you have the correct slides? I hope it's
this
correct
one.
slides.
This one, or is the wrong one? Here we are.
Okay, I just want to check if it's the correct one. The one that I edited. Okay, yeah, we're good.
Okay.
Okay.
Here we go.
Okay. Okay, thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Phumelele Basi, and it's such an honor to be standing here and to be presenting on this study, which examined boys and girls' experiences of technology-facilitated gender-based violence. Okay, I hope you can all hear me. Okay. Okay, so in 2021, a 15-year-old, Lufuno Mabunga, was brutally assaulted by a classmate in Limpopo, province of South Africa. The attack was filmed by her peers, and it was shared widely on social media platforms. The video subjected her to ridicule and mockery, and overwhelmed by this humiliation, Lufuno decided to end her own life. Lufuno's story is a reminder of the real-world dangers within these digital platforms and the impact digital engagements have on offline lives for teenagers. It is in light of such incidents that investigating how teenagers engage in and through digital technologies and the gendered implications of their digital engagements remains particularly important. With that being said, this study was set against a culture of abuse, intimidation, and it was set against a culture of abuse, intimidation, sexual harassment, assault against girls and young women in South African schools. I specifically drew from the concept of technology-facilitated gender-based violence to examine how social media platforms serve as gateways to this kind of violence. Motivated by stories like Lufuno's, I focused on boys and girls between the ages of 15 to 18 and their experiences of technology-facilitated gender-based violence. The aim here was to understand how they experience and understand such violence. The study was built on an argument that while teenagers' entanglement with social media platforms allows them to express and explore their sexuality, this entanglement can also unfold with risk, especially for girls. While research has predominantly focused on boys as perpetrators, I argued that boys also face pressure to perform masculinity in ways that reproduce girls' subordination. In other words, boys too can experience oppression connected to ideas about masculinity where harm to girls coexists alongside harm to boys. As such, social media platforms serve as gateways to various forms of gender inequalities and violence. So the study was actually conducted in a secondary school located in Pinetown, KwaZulu-Natal, and 30 teenagers, 15 boys and 15 girls were interviewed to share their experiences on what they do on these platforms, the kinds of pictures they post, how they engage with other people's posts on these platforms, the feedback they receive, and also how they feel when they receive the kind of feedback that they received. The first finding in this study highlights how girls are subjected to judgment when they post revealing pictures online. And these kinds of pictures were referred to as sexy selfies in this study. And there are two parts in this finding. The first part relates to the kind of content that girls post on social media platforms. The participants described their experiences of posting pictures that they were, in their words, where they were, in their words, half naked. And these kinds of pictures fit in the category of sexy self-presentation that has been highlighted in scholarly research on digital sexualities. These kinds of presentations are often seen as evidence of women being reduced to objects to be looked at, judged, and controlled. However, in this study, I argued that this perspective, while important, can risk overlooking the capacities that girls exercise in choosing how they want to present themselves on social media platforms. It can also fail to account for how these platforms enable or constrain their self-presentation. So instead of simply labeling these actions of posting half-naked pictures as self-objectification, my analysis focused on their capacities to present themselves the way that they want to do, and the connection between their clothing choices, the technology of their phones, and the features of social media platforms, and how they all are active participants in shaping the sexy selfie. So it is these connections that opens up new possibilities for these girls to express their femininities the way that they do through posting half-naked pictures. However, findings also showed that these opportunities and possibilities of self-representation are not without risk, and this leads me to the second part of this finding. The participants described that when they do post half-naked pictures on social media, they often receive negative feedback, and this negativity often disproportionately affect girls. They highlighted their awareness of how girls are often slut-shamed, accused of seeking attention, or worse, and while boys posting pictures showing their muscles, for example, often received positive comments. So from this finding, we can infer that while sexy selfies can align with the present day ideals of femininity and allow new opportunities for self-expression, they also expose girls to risk of scrutiny and judgment. This reflects and perpetuates sexual double standards, and it solidifies gender inequalities. Then, the second finding is about what boys do to girls on social media platforms. So participants highlighted instances where boys demanded nude pictures from them. And on this slide, I present an example of one participant, Dudu, who received nudes and a video with explicit content from a man who then requested she also sends hers in exchange for money. And while she admits her love for money, she does say that she loves money, but she also notes that the situation made her feel uncomfortable, and then she decided to block the man on the other side of the screen. And when she went to tell her classmate about this situation, the classmate dismissed the discomfort. She said she should have just simply taken the money and sent the pictures. That's like easy money. So in this study, I argue that such findings must not be reduced to simply what men are doing to, what men or boys are doing to teenage girls online, but as reflections of troubling manifestations of power dynamics shaped by male sexual entitlement, female sexual objectification, and also economic inequalities. It is the entanglement of these forces that create conditions that normalizes commodification of female bodies. So those findings that I've just presented so far illustrate the ways in which girls' digital entanglement can constrain or rather territorialize their expressions on social media platforms. Then the third finding is that girls are not just simply victims of online violence. As much as the literature suggests, as much of the literature suggests, they're also active participants perpetrating it against each other through slut shaming and body shaming. So one participant in my study described the classmate creating a Facebook account solely to slut shame her because she was seen as a threat to the perpetrator's relationship. And another participant also shared an instance where she was targeted with comments about her body while being accused of taking other girls' men, with her body weight being explicitly linked to the accusation. So these instances of slut shaming and body shaming illuminate how women are positioned against each other, how girls are positioned against each other within a social order that prioritizes heteronormative relationships. This is a heterosexual matrix at work. The matrix dictates acceptable behaviors and appearances for women in relation to men, contributing to competition and judgment. And how does this all happen? So in this study, I argued that the social media platforms themselves, the comments made, the relationship between girls and boys, the peer influence, the heteropatriarchal norms, the beauty and the body standards all converge to enable conditions that facilitate and perpetuate slut shaming and body shaming. So as such, through girls' digital entanglements or engagements, opportunities to participate in body shaming are relationally produced, showing that girls can also perpetrate violence not only against other girls, but also towards boys, as I will discuss in the last finding. So here, one participant in this study highlights the real and yet often overlooked instances of violence against boys on social media platforms. So the findings in the study suggest or demonstrate that boys are targeted with unsolicited nude images and pressured to reciprocate. So one participant shared an experience on Facebook where he received nude pictures from a white female and was asked to send his in return. When he rejected it, he was threatened by this woman who indicated that they would come after his family and that no one said no to her. So now this reveals the pressure that boys face on social media platforms to conform to the heteronormative expectations. South African research highlights how hegemonic masculinity is often linked to sexual prowess, power, and control. Research highlights the ways in which men perform masculinity through sexual conquest. What this participant experienced here is oppression connected to the ideas about masculinity, as he was expected to be receptive to the female's sexual advances, and when he refused, threats were used to get him to adhere to the expected and dominant forms of masculinity. So when the participant rejected and blocked this account, this allows us to see how the intersection of power, the norms, the technology, the images, in the intersection of power, norms, technology, and images, non-conformity to adhere to the expected, normalized, and dominant forms of masculinity can contribute to boys' oppression and experiences of abuse online. These findings suggest and illustrate that men can also be victims and women can actively participate in gender-based violence facilitated by technology. So, to conclude, the study urges us to recognize that the digital world is not separate from the social world. It is enmeshed within the existing inequalities and power structures. So if we continue to view instances of technology-facilitated gender-based violence solely as a problem of bad boys harassing helpless girls, we will miss the ways in which girls themselves contribute to the problem and the ways in which boys are also victimized. We will also fail to address the underlying social, economic, and cultural factors that amplify technology-facilitated gender-based violence. So then, moving forward, we have to address technology-facilitated gender-based violence from an assemblage point of view, paying attention to the relational and active modern human elements that makes these instances possible. So we also need to acknowledge how social media platforms are not neutral, but they are actants and active participants in shaping teenagers' experiences. And lastly, we also need to confront gender and patriarchal norms that permeate social media engagements. Thank you.
Thank you, Puma, for this very rich and deep presentation. Fascinating. And now, last but not least, we have Dr. Shaista Musa, who is a senior lecturer in gender education at the University of KwaZulu-Natal School of Education. Her key, another fan group, her key area of research focuses on men in the early years and the barriers to men's involvement with children and childcare. Welcome, Dr. Shaista. Okay.
Thank you, Stefan, and good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for being here. I have the pleasure of presenting to you our study entitled Troubling Gender Girls Perpetrating Online Heterosexual Harassment. Unfortunately, my co-author Mbalenhle couldn't be here today, but nonetheless, I will be presenting this study on behalf of us both. Okay. So I wish to begin this presentation by highlighting that globally and locally in South Africa, research has often focused on boys as instigators of violence. For example, bad boys who bully, fight, or harass peers. However, in this study, we turn the focus away from violent boys only in order to examine how gender, power, and violence are perpetrated by all young people, irrespective of their gender. In doing so, we draw specific attention to girls as perpetrators of violence within the gender spectrum. So in relation to girls globally, girls do actively engage in violent forms of femininity, challenging binary notions of boys as perpetrators and girls as victims. In South Africa, research has shown that girls' violence in schools manifests through physical aggression towards girls and as well as towards boys. In this study, we also shift attention away from these physical acts of violence against girls, physical acts of violence towards girls, online acts of violence in a digital era. We outline selected findings from a broader study on high school boys and girls' lived experiences of sexual harassment on social media platforms to focus on South African girls as perpetrators of online sexual harassment against other girls as well as against boys. So this study was conducted in KwaZulu-Natal, a rural area in South Africa. 30 learners participated in the study comprising of 13 to 18-year-old boys and girls, and a purposive and convenient sampling strategy was used to select participants. Interviews, focus group discussions, and photo elicitation methods were used to generate data. So grounded in a new feminist materialism, lens, this study draws on the sexuality assemblage and the concept of the heterosexual matrix to explain how online sexual harassment emerges from the entanglement of human as well as non-human relations. So here, material and discursive forces, as shown in this image, work together to co-produce gendered relations. Butler's heterosexual matrix was also useful in this NFM-grounded study, as it allowed us to show that online sexual harassment is not merely about individual acts. Instead, it is a set of forces, both human and non-human, that lock young people into narrow gender norms. So before I present the 6 main findings of this study, I wish to indicate that the girl perpetrators in this study had leveraged various digital affordances to sexually harass other girls as well as boys online. So here, digital affordances such as fake and real accounts, meme culture, anonymity, and the viral circulation of content amplified the effective intensity and reach of online sexual harassment, enabling both the territorialization and deterritorialization of gendered power relations. So in this first finding that I present, there was one very significant difference in the manner in which girls were sexually harassing other girls online in comparison to the ways in which they were sexually harassing boys online. Whilst girls sexually harassed other girls anonymously and used fake profiles using Facebook, Instagram, and TikTok, which of course enables perpetrators to harass without accountability, making it harder for victims to identify them. Real profiles, on the other hand, were used to sexually harass boys on various social media platforms. Here, within the sexuality assemblage in this finding, we argued that the use of real profiles to target boys, contrasting with the fake profiles often mobilized to target girls, emerges from the effective discursive and material flows that bind masculinity, bravery, and silence. So here, boys who have been socially positioned and shaped by patriarchal codes that valorize stoicism and strength may refrain from disclosing harassment from female perpetrators with the fear that So here, boys who have been socially positioned and shaped by patriarchal codes that valorize stoicism and strength may refrain from disclosing harassment from female perpetrators with the fear of emasculation and further stigmatization, thus constraining their possibilities for open retaliation against female perpetrators. In the study and throughout our findings, we also found that digital affordances enable multimodal enactments of sexual harassment. For example, one participant described how his ex-girlfriend tagged him in a sexualized meme depicting a large and small banana, adding the comment that she had, and I quote, stuck around for the small banana, but he began to change badly, unquote. The girl's friend also took a screenshot of the post and shared it further, causing his classmates to laugh at him the next day at school. So here, sorry, Stefan. Sorry, everyone. I just can't. How do I scroll?
I'll scroll. You might go here. See. Oops. Come back. You lost your cursor. See, now this doesn't work. Sorry. I can't make it work either. Yeah, we have to go out for a second and come back. Hold on. Where's the cursor going? Oh, okay, there it is. Here we are. You were at slide 10, right?
Yeah, the banana.
Okay.
Okay, thank you. Apologies. I'm sorry, everyone. That just. Okay. Sorry, we just lost the cursor for a bit. Okay, so here the memes affordances, tagging, public visibility, and comment threads combined with the screenshot capture and cross-platform sharing to intensify its reach. So in this way, harassment unfolded across multiple modalities. First, the initial sexualized meme and commentary, its technological preservation via the screenshot and its redistribution to new digital spaces. Here, I argue that these material discursive flows work together to amplify humiliation and shame, demonstrating how online harassment emerges from the relational force of bodies, platforms, images, and emotions, rather than from a single isolated act. In this next finding, which specifically outlines girl-on-girl sexual harassment, the participant posted the victim's picture along with the list of all the boys she had dated or was currently dating, captioning it, I quote, "I wonder what you guys see in this B," I unquote. So in this sexuality assemblage, pure judgment, digital technologies, the victim's image, and the contestation of her heterosexual desirability all entangled to publicly challenge her sexual reputation. Here, the assemblage may also highlight the operation of sexual double standards, as girls' sexual behaviors, for example, in this case, having dated many boys, are policed more harshly than boys, demonstrating how young people use social media and peer networks to negotiate power, sexuality, heterosexual desirability, and gendered identities in highly relational and effective ways. In this fourth finding, which also outlines girl-on-girl online sexual harassment, the participant harassed a girl for dating her sister's boyfriend by anonymously posting from a fake profile mocking comments on the girl's social media accounts, which the victim saw every morning. The public pressure contributed to the victim breaking up with the sister's boyfriend, of course, resulting in offline consequences as well. Within this, the sexuality assemblage, peer judgment, digital affordances, the victim's online presence, and sexual double standards around infidelity entangled to produce powerful, effective, and social consequences, and in this instance, as I mentioned, offline consequences as well. Interestingly, the cheating girl was shamed and sexually harassed online for cheating, but the cheating boyfriend did not face the same consequences or any consequences at all for that matter, which signals a sexual double standard within which online shaming and sexual harassment disproportionately target women for infidelity, while male partners often evade accountability, reflecting patriarchal double standards in the policing of sexual morality. In this fifth finding from our study, which outlines a form of girl-on-boy sexual harassment, here the girl targeted a boy they positioned as a charmer who believed he was superior to everyone and showed little respect for girls. So here they leveraged his terrible haircut that he had one day on WhatsApp to undermine his self-image, capturing videos and pictures of him and sharing them on their class WhatsApp group, laughing all the way to school. In this sexuality assemblage, peer judgment, WhatsApp, his haircut entangled to produce laughter while unsettling the boy's masculine identity and heterosexual desirability. The assemblage here illustrates how peer networks actively territorialize hegemonic masculinity through collective effective responses. Now, in this final finding, which actually overlaps a lot with Pumi's final finding, which also outlines girl-on-boy online sexual harassment, a girl in the male participant's neighborhood initially expressed a romantic interest in him, telling his brother that she had a crush on him. The participant laughed it off and did not engage with her at all. So here the failure to initiate or follow up on a romantic interest in a woman challenges the hegemonic masculine norm that often positions men as dominant, hypersexual, and actively in pursuit of women in relationships. So subsequently, the girl had sent him a WhatsApp message swearing and claiming that he was missing out because she was highly desirable and every other boy at school had wanted her. She then escalated the situation by posting his picture on Facebook and Twitter with the caption, and I quote, "Here is this boy who is gay who can't even ask a girl out," I unquote. Following this, his peers began calling him isitabane, a homophobic term which caused him significant emotional distress. Here, this sexuality assemblage brings together multiple interconnected elements. Here, the participants' refusal to conform to heteronormative expectations, the girl's policing of his desirability, peer judgment, digital platforms such as WhatsApp, Facebook, Twitter, and his image as a material object circulated publicly. These elements collectively produced effective responses: laughter, shame, and social scrutiny that question his masculine identity and heterosexual status. This assemblage highlights how peer networks and digital affordances work together to territorialize hegemonic masculinity and in this instance, normative sexualities as well. So to conclude this presentation, I offer the following takeaways. So in this study, we found that girls are indeed troubling and redefining what it means to be a girl, and yet they are still caught up within a heterosexual assemblage that moderates the freeing potentials of gender. Here in this study, emphasized femininity and heterosexual norms for girls were exploited by girls to perpetrate sexual harassment against other girls. And hegemonic masculinity and heterosexual norms for boys were exploited by girls to perpetrate sexual harassment against boys. And in light of these findings, we argued that the heterosexualized ways in which girls in the study perpetrated online sexual harassment constrains the sexual capacities for both boys and girls, and there's a need to challenge the oppressive heterosexist structures in both online as well as offline spaces that are often used to incite violence and constrain young people's sexual capacities. In response to this, there is an urgent need to equip young people with digital literacy skills to prevent and address harassment. Future research, and lastly, we propose that future research should explore how young people enact healthy sexual becomings even within the context of online heterosexual harassment. And applying NFM will allow for such research to uncover how digital spaces entangle bodies, technologies, and social norms, producing capacities to challenge and reshape traditional heterosexual constructions of masculinity and femininity. And in closing, I would like to acknowledge Sachi and the NRF for making this research possible. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Scheister. And now this concludes our session presentations, and I would now like to invite all our presenters of this session to the stage, and we're going to have a few minutes to have a Q&A. Can take about 2 or 3 questions all in all, and I invite the audience to post their questions. We have 2 people coming to you with a microphone also.
Change my slide.
Okay, are there comments, questions? Over here, please.
Greetings, my name is Spiwe Shabalala. I'm a first-time honor student. So I have a question to our presenters. So they spoke about social media a lot. So my question goes like, how do social media platform affects the ways boys and girls show love and face harassment online? And does this platform make things better or worse for boys and girls? Thank you.
Who wants to go first?
Okay, thank you, Sipiwe, for asking that very wonderful question. So I think it depends. So social media, as we've seen in the in much of the presentations, is a very useful way in which young people get to express their sexualities online. And often it's in a way that it can sometimes be more accepting of their sexualities, and it's non-discriminatory, where they can find groups that are more progressive and in terms of accepting and have more gender progressive ideals. Okay, with regards to the sexual harassment, of course, it is indeed a very huge problem. And one way I think that we can, what we can do in order to alleviate this problem is through education and through educating young people to about the gender power relations. And this education does not need to start whilst it's already happening. I argue that this education needs to start from a very early age, where we can start teaching young people as young as foundation phase, even from the young age of grade R, about undoing the ways in which we currently see gender as a binary, and as well as the way we see gender as a hierarchy. And of course, this needs to be done in age-appropriate ways in order to get this message across to the kids. And I know I have a 5-year-old, and he's still learning about the world. He doesn't know about these norms and so on. So for example, he didn't know that pink is for girls and blue is for boys. It's something that we have taught them. And I know he came home and he told me one day, the teacher said that blue is for boys. And I said to him, who says that blue is for boys? And I told him, and I used religion to do that, to get this message across. I said to him, God does not say that blue is for boys and pink is for girls. And he goes to a religious school, so I told him to go and tell his teacher that God did not say this. Okay, so I think it's important that we use these kinds of methods to get across to people in a very context-specific way. Okay, so I'm talking too much, and I'm going to hand over.
Maybe just to also add on, well, to address the part or the question on, does it make things better or worse? I think what we found mostly in our research is that it is an active participant. It facilitates, various forms of violence on social media. Various forms of violence through anonymity. So the fact that I can post whatever it is that I want to post about someone, and no one will know that it's me. So I can create a fake account, and so it enables various forms of violence. So in terms of whether it is making it worse or not worse, I'm not sure if I can respond to that, but it does enable various forms of violence.
I think when it comes to participation online, it becomes people need to learn how to become ethical citizens online, right? And that requires active engagement from, if you're a young person, your family or your community and your society being really active in terms of keeping track of what you're doing online, and also facilitating your interactions online in the same ways that they facilitate your interactions with cousins, with church people, and anywhere else that you go. So you can't be online as a young person fully and openly responsible for your own self, and then you leave the online space and all the other hours of your day are being controlled by your parents. Because obviously when you get there, you're going to think, oh, I can do whatever it is that I want to do on this space, and there's no accountability. So, and we've also found that online participation is directly impacted by socioeconomic conditions, and those socioeconomic conditions then impact your ability to have agency and power in online spaces, which then can make it worse for you or can make it better for you if you have agency and mobility. It can be a great space for you, but if you don't, from an offline perspective, that can continue and be amplified online.
Thank you. We have another question over here, please.
I'm not sure the age group of your participants, but do they realize, and it seems like they have carte blanche on what they post online or what they utter, do they realize that it goes into the public domain and that it can be traced back to them? Because it seems like the harassment, the cyberbullying, everything is online today, but they don't realize what the ramifications are for them. It can be traced back to them.
I think that's where the aspects of incorporating the various parties involved in the gendering process comes in, because many are aware of the power of social media, but they don't know the actual implications. So if we come together holistically to actually educate on the repercussions of their actions on social media, this will actually help to caution them in terms of the content that they post, that it's actually presented in such a way that it doesn't harm them in the future in terms of their future prospects and their job opportunities and whatnot. I don't know if that was captured correctly for you. Okay.
Okay, so I agree with Zandile that they're not aware of these repercussions, and it's often because we as adults do not think they are getting up to these kinds of things that we have seen. We do not think that girls are capable of sexually harassing boys and so on. So there is indeed a need to talk to them about the repercussions. But at the same time, our teachers at schools, and research has shown that teachers are not equipped with the necessary skills to deal with these issues, or to even educate children, because they come with the preconception that this is either not their responsibility or that children are sexually innocent and so on. So I think it also lies in that we need to train teachers in what to do in order to intervene in these kinds of cases, and to educate learners that, you know what, if you do this, it's going to be traced back to you. But at the moment, it's kind of like normalized. The girls in the study that we conducted, they were saying all the girls were doing it, and they were using these fake accounts and so forth. Okay, and also a lack of reporting, where the boys didn't want to report the girls out of stigma and fear of further to become emasculated because they are reporting being harassed by a female.
Last answer, please.
To answer your question, in terms of my study, the boys are fully aware of the laws pertaining to social media sharing and so on. I think the issue is really, if you look at social media right now, the popularity of OnlyFans, and that, I don't remember her name, the lady, is it Bella Blue or someone? she had sex with 100 men in 24 hours. So they are glamorized all over social media. So now it's a way for people to make money. And so I don't think this attitude, their attitude towards social media is going to change. I think it's actually going to become a way for people to make money, and it will be normalized, like Shaista said. Yeah.
Okay, very last answer. We have to be quick.
Sorry. Okay. So our participants were a little bit older, so they were young but not children. And even from the research that I did when I was looking at YouTube, they were very much aware of the idea that they were putting stuff online that was going to be public, but they were also very upset at the fact that we were treating it as public data, because for them, social media we can't treat social media the same way that you would treat a newspaper, ENCA, for example. They're not put out with the same basis, with the same kinds of understandings in the same economies. And therefore, I had to change my ethics for my research, because I saw a tweet one day and got into a long discussion about somebody who said, oh, I attended this conference and these academics are busy using our tweets for their research, right? So I had to do a whole thing about changing my ethics because of that conversation that we ended up having. So they're very much aware of the fact that they're putting stuff out there. They're aware that the stuff is being taken and used in different kinds of economies, like an academic economy outside of social media. And to them, actually, they find it unethical for academics to just take it and not let them know that, hey, I'm going to be using this for research purposes. So, yeah.
Okay, thank you. Thanks, everybody, for your insights and questions. This will have to suffice since we have to stay on schedule. So, thank you. And I shall now introduce once more Dr. Kangaude for our second keynote.
So, good afternoon. My keynote is entitled At Home with Children, Sex and Sexuality. And when I was thinking about this keynote, I was really thinking about my own journey. No, I'm not presenting there. So you'll have to look at me, there. So my own journey, I come from institutions which have been very uncomfortable about the issue of sexuality. At 9 years old, I was sent to a Catholic seminary to become a priest, but I didn't. I got out when I was 14. And when I think about it, my parents never talked to me about anything about sexuality. There was some incident I remember when I was at secondary school. I thought I had an STI, and it wasn't. But I remember my dad, he passed away, may he so rest in peace. He came to try and talk to me in my room, but he couldn't. Let me just put it that way. So when I started to engage in this work, and especially I had very strong motivation, I'm cutting a long story short and not talk about everything, but I was very motivated to understand childhood sexuality, but I couldn't think about childhood sexuality. So when I went to do my PhD at Pretoria, I was thinking about adolescent sexuality. And you can guess why. Because we think adolescence, the definition, transition to adulthood, that's when sexuality stuff starts, all right? So guess what? I was shocked when I saw some literature talking about childhood and sex and sexuality. And that was when I came into touch with the work of Professor Divya Bana. So I was very much influenced by your work. You are hearing for the first time here. Yeah. So I said, actually, I can talk about childhood and sexuality. Because prior to that, what was there to talk about it except no? Okay, so I want to just relate to my own story, especially about thinking about becoming comfortable with sexuality. Because I think at the end of the day, that's what I'm trying to do. So for years, I'm trying to become comfortable with that. And where do we start from? We can do research and talk about everything else outside there. But how about at home? Are we at home with sexuality? At home. So I'm using at home in two ways, isn't it? The other one is, are we at home? But the other one is the space where we think we are safe, where we, where we're coming from. Right? So then I have to talk about me and my family. Because I can't, how can I express it if I don't talk about that? So I want to start with a story. And maybe there's a number of stories I'll weave together. Okay, so when I was doing my fellowship with Sonke Gender Justice, because I worked for Sonke Justice, and I was studying in the US, my daughter then was about 9. And I started to think seriously about, I'm learning all this stuff about children, adolescents, and sexuality. But what am I going to do about my daughter who is turning 9 or 10? I haven't talked to her about sexuality or anything. So who will do it for me? Is it the teacher? The teachers, I know they don't. So you know what I did? I got a book. I forget now the author, but it's called something about stalk. It's not from the stalk or something. I researched about the book and found out, okay, this is a very good, a very credible author and all that. I'm going to buy this book and give it to my daughter so that she can read. That was my game plan. All right? And the book was saying, this is for, for kids from 4 years old. Then there was another one for 9 to 10. Then I said, 4 years, but my daughter is 9, so I'm in a very safe bracket here. So when I came home, and then I gave her the book. So I wasn't even sure what to do. I was like, should I be talking about this stuff in the book? I said, no. I think what I'm going to do, I will give her the book and then ask her if she has got any questions for me. Right? And I gave her the book, and then I could see that she was interested in the content, because she, I would sort of look at, if she's looking at it, and say, okay, she's reading. And then I was waiting that she will come and say, Dad, I've got question 1, 2, 3 about it. And then the day went, and then I was like, no questions coming, nothing. And next day I asked her, do you have any questions? She said, no. I was like, okay. I didn't have the courage to say anything more. And then I left it there. Now, one day I do joke about it with her because now she's 19. One day she was coming from school. I think I was working from home, I forget what. And I said, Dad, I want to talk to you. And it was the first time she had ever, spoken to me in a commanding voice. See, I was surprised. What's going on? She said, I want to talk to you. And then she took the book, opened on the page, and put it right there in front of me, and said, this is not appropriate. And it caught me unawares because, first of all, I did not expect that that's what's going to happen. You see? Because I thought she was going to come, maybe shy with questions. No, she came commanding. All right? This is not appropriate. She pointed to a page. Page 27. You know what the page was saying? It said that, for mom and dad to have a baby, they have to have sex, and the penis goes into the vagina and stuff like that. Then she told me that is not appropriate. Then I had to think quickly on my feet to respond to her. How would you have responded? I will not tell you, but I responded to her. I tried to be very positive. So it wasn't anything like that I made her feel bad, but I did respond. Something about that, well, I'm your dad trying to communicate something. But now, that made me understand certain things. Okay? Of course, what she mean it was not appropriate. What is appropriate for a 10-year-old? Can't you tell a 10-year-old that you know where you come from? And at what age do kids start asking the question, where do I come from? Is it not around that age? I don't know, you're the psychologist, probably I'm a lawyer, by the way. So how do we respond to them? Do we respond to them that we bought you from the hospital or what? Or do we respond that, hey, we had sex and then you came? All right. Then another thing that also made me think about is, we are saying teachers should teach this stuff. How about if my daughter was responding to a teacher? What do you think would have happened? Probably the teacher would have been embarrassed, or maybe in reaction would have responded in a way that now tries to embarrass her. So, sometimes we are just saying things, yeah, we'll give it to the teacher, and then, but are they going to manage my daughter? How? But yeah, we have had this session here. We said we should empower the teachers, right? Empower them, because young people will come to them if they talk about this. Teachers talk about pornography. Imagine how young people will come to them. But I'm not saying that they shouldn't. But I'm just saying we should understand what it means to become comfortable with the issue of sexuality. But the good thing is that since then, I became actually maybe it was the litmus test, because from there, we started to talk a little bit, more comfortably about sex and sexuality and all that. And I had to deal with a number of things in the years to come. We had to deal with sexting. Yeah. So nobody ever taught me how to deal with it. My parents didn't. I didn't have the benefit of, I just had theory. So sexting happened. And we had to deal with. So a number of things. Sorry, my line of thought tends to not be linear. So yeah, it goes that way. Maybe it's in relation to my name. Kangaude means spider web, actually. So I realized over the years that I tend to not be linear, but I weave stories around. But I have also realized this. You know who is most influential on issues of sexuality to kids? It's women, at least in my culture. Because when I've become comfortable talking about sexuality issues, when I talk, sitting down and talking about sexuality, it is the mothers who are saying, oh yes, for me, when my son was struggling with the erection, it is them who know first, not the men. And they do respond to that. Sometimes they don't tell the man, the husband. or whoever, yeah. So when these young boys are developing, are growing up, women, their mothers have got a very important role to play. It's not the dads. The dads is a bit later. That's what I've also realized. So, but what are the implications about being comfortable with sexuality then? Because we see heteropatriarchy, you know, the system. How is it developing? It's not initially from the men communicating to the little boy, but somewhat the mothers are shaping. And then at a later stage, the dads will take over. So, I have been, as I said, interested in the issue of sexuality. And when I came to Pretoria to do my PhD in 2014, I had a bit of an unfortunate event that I was supposed to be at the PhD graduates place, but I couldn't find a place. So I then joined the commune of undergraduates. So it wasn't a very good, but there was something that then maybe you know, things sometimes appear to be random, but maybe that was helpful for me, because one of the first things they were asking me about is, what are you doing? What are you studying? And I had to respond, well, I'm doing law. What law? Adolescent sexuality. What? And then we start talking about that. So spontaneously, two girls, I remember, they shared about their experience. And one of them said this, you know what? One time, I was busy texting, working with my phone, and she didn't note that her father was observing that until he grabbed away the phone from her and looked at what she was doing. Then he slapped her. Yeah, that's what she said. So, okay, slapped you, yeah. Why did you? Well, I was texting to a boy. I don't know whether she was sending any codes of that, but she was just texting to a boy. And that. So the question I asked is, what did your dad tell you why he slapped you? She said no. So it meant that you must understand yourself. You know why I've slapped you. There's no need for me to say anything. So then coincidentally, when I was back in Malawi, I was talking to my good friend about this experience. And do you know this? Then my friend says, well, you know that my daughter, his daughter was 14. When she came back from school, her mother found that she was texting a boy. So she took a belt and whipped her. Now, I can share more stories about, but I can see a pattern of not being comfortable about sexuality issues to the extent of doing violence. And even sometimes the law does that. It protects you, it protects children from, harmful sexual conduct by being violent against you. So you can be prosecuted for engaging in sexual conduct with a child when you are both children. And that is what is happening in Malawi. Our law says that you cannot have sex with a child. Fine, isn't it? Very nice. But it can also prosecute an 18-year-old boy or girl from having sex who has sex with a 17-year-old. Because technically, the 18-year-old is an adult, and the 17-year-old is a child. And we are trying to take a matter to the Constitutional Court just to challenge that. But you see that the culture, there's something about not being comfortable with sex and sexuality, and especially when it involves children. But now, as I said, in my own experience, another thing is, sexuality is something, you know, the WHO defines sexuality as central to our being human, right? I don't know if you have that WHO definition. So over the years, again, I started to realize how my boundaries are a little bit blurred. The work I do does not leave me when I go home. No. All right? So I envy the engineer. He can do engineering in the office and leave it there and come home and not be any. But can I leave sexuality stuff and then come home and like, okay, so I find that I'm always engaged in it in one way or another. So that means also I have to be at home with it at home. Because the occasions for talking about sexuality, they always come up anytime. And maybe that's also what I've realized is we don't want to see sexuality at home among the kids, so we don't see it. But if you pay attention, you will see. And you will talk. So I talk about sexuality with my kids, I think in a way that probably other people will be thinking, how can you be talking about these kind of things? But it has taken me a long time just to be comfortable with sexuality, just talking about it. Because look, how am I going to engage with what my kids are doing? All this online, you know, I was scared even when, you know, presenters were talking about this stuff. Say, my kids. So what do I do? I remember I was at 2 weeks ago at another conference in Pretoria, and we were talking about, there was a presenter who was saying, the NGO, I work from an NGO, NGOs should assist the young ones and what. Then I'm also asking, do I know how? Yeah, you can tell me, assist the, how? If my kid is posting pears and banana, how am I going to, should I take a whip? How? Because those are the kind of things that I need to know, sit down, talk about what and how. So I think that what I wanted to say is we have sometimes dealt with adolescent or childhood sexuality with violence. Maybe sometimes it's just because we don't know what to do. And we are good at then blocking, good at being silent, pushing away the person, not wanting to talk about it. But now, what is my motivation? My motivation, you know, we have to have a perspective. The scholars, you know, the social scientists, you have your theoretical framework. I see this interesting theoretical from material, what? Material. Yeah, material, yes. Oh, that's a new one. Maybe I should. Yeah, mine, I'm a lawyer. So mine is the sexual and reproductive rights framework. Let me just read to you the definition of it. What is sexual and reproductive rights? This is coming from the Guttmacher-Lancet Institute, but it is coming from the International Conference on Population and Development, ICPD, the program of action, where they defined reproductive rights, but it has been now modified to, to be maybe more integrated with sexuality. So, sexual and reproductive health is a state of physical, emotional, mental, and social well-being in relation to aspects of sexuality and reproduction, not merely the absence of disease, dysfunction, or infirmity. Therefore, a positive approach to sexuality and reproduction should recognize the part played by pleasurable sexual relationships, trust, and communication in the promotion of self-esteem and overall well-being. All individuals have a right to make decisions governing their bodies, to access services that support that right. Achievement of sexual and reproductive health relies on realization of sexual and reproductive rights, which are based on the human rights of all individuals to have their bodily integrity, privacy, personal autonomy respected, freely define their own sexuality, including sexual orientation, gender identity, and expression, decide whether and when to be sexually active, choose their sexual partners, have safe and several pleasurable sexual experiences, decide whether and when and whom to marry, decide whether, when, and by what means to have a child, children, how many, and then have access over their lifetime, information, resources, services, support necessary to achieve all of the above, free of discrimination, coercion, exploitation, and violence. So that's my perspective. When I'm doing my work, I'm thinking, how can I contribute to that? Because see, I like especially this, and I use it most all the time in what I write, a positive approach to sexuality. What is that? What's a positive approach to sexuality? Maybe that is what we must also try to bring up. The negative will be actually can overshadow us. But what is the positive in what my child is doing? So my child comes with a Valentine's card from school and is 8, and someone has written him. And I, what's this, a card? Who gave it to you? And there's love emojis and all that. Saying, what's this? And the first thing, how old? See, oh, she's a peer. Then I'm like, okay, I have to make sure that the kind of relationship that my children are engaging, I can know them, I can understand, I can guide them. They can talk to me about it. You know, when my other daughter was getting, 2 or 3 years ago, our law was saying you cannot have sexual intercourse with a girl below the age of 16. And then she was 15. And I had to do something about it, isn't it? I'm a lawyer, I know the law. So I took her to some lunch and was explaining to her that, you know what, the law says this, it protects you up to 15. But when you get 16, you can choose whoever you want to have sex with. I can't have control over that anymore because the law is now taking the power out of me. So I had to explain that. But what shows, and then what I was thinking is, do we prepare our kids for when they will make the decision now on their own? Or do we wait for the law to say, oh, now you are 16. Then, oh, you can make your decision. But no, it means I have to prepare, isn't it? Because if I don't, it will mean that by the time they are 16, then they are not really prepared. Why? I haven't really talked about it. I have to talk about everything before that time. Is it? But sometimes what we do is we just sit, do the protective measures, and then by 16, they are gone. And if they are boys, now they are going to do the smashing. Even now, now I have now the right to smash. No, the parents can't control me anymore. So I still believe that this human rights, the definition, is something that I hope even social scientists can help us understand how it can be applied out there. That we should, because the aim is how can we build equitable relationships? It has to start, as I've said, when the child is young. You know? So I can continue talking. What's the time? Should I monitor my own? How? 5 minutes. Oh, that's, yeah. So, you know, how can we be at home with sexuality? It means creating families, communities, institutions where sexuality is not something we should fear, shame, or punish. It's part of life, you know? If sexuality is central to our being human, then when we go to preschool, somewhat we must find that it reflects that. Does sexuality not happen at preschool? And even sometimes the idea that sexuality only starts to happen in adolescence is a little bit misleading. Where Gagnon and Simon said, no, We are sexual through and through, from where it began. So we shouldn't be thinking that, oh, when you get to adolescence, then we'll, no. There's already, because I mean, like, it's in there, it's in the person. Only that when the capacity evolves, the person matures, then there will be, now it will express itself according to the evolving capacities, isn't it? You know, and yeah, when you think about also even persons with disabilities, you know, that's one of the things that scares me. Normal folk are shaming each other. Then how about, you know, person with disabilities? Maybe they shouldn't post at all, isn't it? So don't post here. This is very harmful, and then you have no right. Just shut up. You have a disability, see? So, yeah. Well, during my own lifetime, I've seen the transformation about how, before we were writing letters, there was this analog phone. You know, we're talking about how we should prevent our kids from maybe accessing Facebook. I remember how our parents used to, you could lock the dialing mechanism, but we found a way of still subverting that. We were clicking the thing a number of times, and then you find that it catches. Then I talked to my girlfriend. So, well, young people are very creative, and that's one of the things we were talking about with some at lunch, that, yeah, I think that when we need to do more research, maybe that's what I was, you know, I think about Malawi, and this is very interesting research that I'm hearing about here, and I'm thinking in Malawi we have not done much of that, if at all. The fact of just engaging the young people, the children themselves, is very critical, because this is what participation is about. You know, that we hear from them, not that adults discuss issues about them, you know, that they have input. How do we manage this thing of sending coded messages so that they are gender equitable? I am very deeply grateful to Professor Divian Pana and for inviting me to this keynote. As I said, your pioneering work has really opened my eyes, and maybe it's enabled me to be more comfortable with childhood sexuality, and I hope that maybe we can do more of this kind of research in the region, actually, so that even in Malawi we can come and talk how there are similarities, maybe differences. But I think most important, we should help facilitate our cultures, communities to be at home with sexuality, at home. Yeah.
Thank you, Dr. Kangaude, for mixing personal stories with insight. That was interesting. And now we have a coffee break, afternoon break. We have to cut it a bit short since we're running a few minutes behind. And please also, for our photographer asked us, go outside on the terrace and we'll do a group photo since the light is still good. And then we'll come back, please, by 3:40. And you can also bring maybe your coffee in if the time is a bit too short. But let's all go and have the photo. Thank you. Welcome back. I hope everybody had a good time outside and with coffee. We are getting to our second roundtable that will be chaired by Professor Lakshmi Lingam, who was already introduced, so I'm not going to say more about it. But the topic is, should social media be banned for minors? And if you would like to introduce the participants yourself, if not, the discussants can already start coming out if they would like, and then we can start our session.
Yeah, good afternoon and welcome. We have a very nice team of people on this panel. Like Godfrey has mentioned, in case I mispronounce your names, my apologies. So we have Godfrey, who's already been Godfrey. Yeah, so he's been introduced, so he's on the panel. And we have Adishni Naikar from Childline KwaZulu-Natal. She's a director at Childline KwaZulu-Natal. She's a social worker by profession and committed child protection advocate with a strong track record in community development and organizational growth. Then we have Pravisha Dhanapalan, Lifeline Durban. She's the director of Lifeline Durban, an NPO that supports community emotional wellness through counseling, training, and program activities. We have Gabby. Gabby has been introduced. So Gabby is from Nelson Mandela University, and she's a digital anthropologist. Lebo has also been introduced. She's from the University of Witwatersrand. Nancy Strauss, hi. She's from True Life, a strategic campaign leader and managing director of True Life. So the panel, title of this panel is, should social media be banned at all for children? Or do we have other ways of thinking about digital technologies in general and presence of children on social media in particular? There's several aspects that we've been discussing since morning, so this panel actually ties into it. So each of you who works in the space, either as an academic or as a practitioner, we would be happy to hear from you what have been your experiences, and from that space, what is it that you think should be done? Particularly with reference to various stakeholders, whether it's parents or teachers, or counselors in schools, or various state departments. Where do you think should the onus lie, and what is it that has to be done? So who wants to go first? I can pass on the mic.
I have opposing ideas about if children should be allowed on social media. And maybe not opposing, actually I think I agree. But I'm not going to talk about younger children because I think my research is not really on younger children. It is more on legal but young, legal but youth. And I think in that regard, social media has become a way for that generation, that age gap, has allowed them a way to access or try to and aim for to curb things around, for example, unemployment. So they're using social media as places of work and employment, of being able to actually have that kind of social mobility and economic mobility that they're unable to access in more formal structures because the work doesn't exist. So from your sort of, let me say, 18, 21-year-old and older, I definitely think that social media needs to be opened up, and more than just opening it up, it must be opened up with the idea that social media can be something more than just socializing with people, but can be a place of work, and then also teach around how to make it work for them.
Let's pass it on when they're ready. Thank you so much. Yeah, I think my answer is informed very much from our work on the ground. So True Life has worked in schools for the last 15 years, doing programming that addresses topics like bullying, gender-based violence, and more recently, digital safety. We also do a lot of work with teachers, trying to train them to adapt and solve these problems. And I think firstly, just to start with recognizing the problem, we've surveyed a lot of young people, and the access is incredibly high. We found across all children that we were surveying from about grade 4 up, whether they come from rural schools in Lusikisiki in the Eastern Cape, where we work a lot, right through to northern Zululand, and inner city schools through to your extremely wealthy private schools. Children are finding a way to get online. Africa has been described as the great pocket economy. You'll find more people actually have a cell phone in the home than a TV often. They will prioritize access to a cell phone, whether it's mommy or auntie or someone, because it is a way to get onto banking. It is a way to send money home. It is a way to connect with the news and the world, as you've mentioned. It's a way to access education. And so I think it's a very complicated issue. Just to share some of the things we've seen come through when we surveyed these young people, 82% of them said they had experienced some form of online abuse or violence. This was from a checklist of about 7 options of violence. So it ranged from everything such as receiving unwanted nudes to a hateful comment, which might be more just a form of cyberbullying and not necessarily a crime. But 82% had at least one of those. What was worrying and kind of points to my answer to this question is that only 38% told someone about this. So reported the problem, reported that experience. When we asked them why, the 2 leading answers were, I would be blamed for it, which I think has come through in many of the presentations today, this idea of shaming the victim online. And the second leading answer it would go nowhere. Me reporting it would do no good. And so for me, I feel there's a strong argument in kind of the data, in the way young people are behaving, that shows a ban outright on social media would not be effective. I think there is a real danger, but banning from the top down, I think, would prove very ill-effective. It would lead to even more shame. So basically, we would see pushing young people even further into the shadows with these experiences, as opposed to teaching them to come forward when there are issues that they're experiencing. I must just caveat that by saying, and I think it's been mentioned really well by some of the legal experts earlier, 0 to 18 as a bracket for children is in some ways very problematic, because I'm speaking, to young people that maybe have a sense of agency and can be taught right from wrong. And so would we apply the same to a 3-year-old or a 4-year-old? I think we need to talk very differently, and we need to have different rules in place as children mature from 0 to 18. That being said, I think a ban would still prove problematic, because how would you enforce it in a country where, how would that even be monitored? So many of these social media sites are not even based in this country. They don't answer to our laws. And it comes even more problematic when we start to ask, what is social media? What is the definition there? Does WhatsApp fall under social media? But you could argue it's just a communication. Does YouTube, where many children actually are using it in the classroom for educational research? Does ChatGPT fall under social media, or are we like kind of limiting that to only be the classic sites of Facebook and Instagram and X, Snapchat? Would that include sites that haven't yet even been invented? And so I think what we're seeing in a lot of the research, and I recently spoke at a children's rights convention where this was coming through globally, even from Australia, where they have just put this law across. A lot of the researchers there were saying they were not consulted about this, and neither were children as part of this lawmaking. And what I think would be a healthier approach, and I'll pause here, is to consider a bottom-up strategy where it's taken on a case-by-case basis. So schools are equipped and empowered to kind of ban social media if it's appropriate within their school. So work with the school's governing body, which has children represented on it. It has parents represented on it. And actually they need to look at their context and go, well, what is safe? What is appropriate for our context? Should schools be banning social media? Yes, I agree, they should, because of the harm that we've heard of. But should an outright ban come from government? I don't think that would be effective.
Well, you've answered it for me as well. So, but maybe just to add that, yeah, I mean, legal rights can be limited if there's a good reason to do that. So, I mean, kids don't go and use the bank because, you know, maybe they are not mature enough to engage the system. So, yeah, you know, social media could be limited, but as I say, it's a little bit more complicated than just a ban here. I mean, for every child, considering 0 to 18, I think in Australia it's 16, right? But why 16 and all that? But I would like to agree that at the end of the day, there should be just a consultation with even the young people themselves, and then to see whether what could be limited and how. Yeah, I could just answer it like that.
Thank you. I think for me, just coming from the perspective of the work we do on a daily basis and the cases that we see on a daily basis, we're looking at it from the point of the calls we're getting and the walk-in clients. And majority of that in terms of what is happening on social media, the impact of that we see on the other side. In terms of the counseling that we provide, we have several calls on a daily basis. So the reporting is there, maybe not as much as we would like it to be, but the moment an awareness and outreach program is done, we find there's an increase in the number of intake. So we're definitely seeing this coming through the educators, the schools, because they themselves do not know how to handle this. So we are seeing that in terms of the counseling we're doing on a day-to-day basis. Whether it should be banned or not, that's really, quite a difficult one, because, we should, instead of looking at prohibition, we should be looking at empowerment, like we've been saying throughout the entire day. And I think the interesting point is starting at home and the education that happens. Yes, we're looking to the syllabus and the curriculum at the schools, but we run several programs, positive parenting programs and support groups for parents, and we find that this has now become such an issue in terms of something we need to address. And there's that opportunity that we're finding to start with parents, caregivers, because that's where I just feel that it should really start.
Thank you. If you had to ask me, well, if you have asked me, I would say no. But unfortunately, that's not a reality. In the world that we live in, we cannot, we can try to ban social media in certain environments, but unfortunately, it is. I would say the damage is done. What we need to do now is damage control. If you look at how long children have been exposed to technology, it's been a long time. These conversations should have been had like many years ago as to should children be allowed technology in school. Technology now and YouTube and everything is an everyday part of life. When I speak to relatives, I don't have young kids. My kids are older and they did not need that in school. I'm like, why do they have this and why do they have that? Oh, they need it for school and they need it for homework, but it shouldn't really be that way, but it's already been done. We can't go back and undo it. We need to look at ways of how we can make it better, we can make it safer. Like Pravisha said, we also have numerous calls from schools. They do not they are not equipped to deal with online safety. We have like at least 2 calls a week where schools are calling us out to speak to the children about online safety and online bullying. And this is becoming, it seems to be the most prevalent social issue that we are experiencing from Childline. I'm sure Pravisha is feeling the same. Taking it away, maybe it would work. I don't think so, because kids, what can I say? They will find a way to find another platform to get onto it. And then when they are doing it in the dark, kind of, the parents don't know, teachers don't know, how do we monitor it? How do we keep it safe? So it's a very difficult conversation to have. There's also a lot of gray areas as to why they need access and why they don't need access. But I think as well, it starts at home. We spoke about teachers, educators being empowered, but the reality is, like our colleague said, are we comfortable? Yes, we may be comfortable with our educators discussing online safety with our children, but when it comes to sexual education, and pornography is a big part of it, having access to technology and social media also puts your child in a position where they may be exposed to pornography. And we haven't spoken about what pornography does to a child long term. So whilst our educators can be equipped or capacitated to teach the online safety, what about the sensitive subjects like pornography and sexual education? Do we actually want our educators to be doing that, or do we as parents want to do it in a safe environment where we know that the information that we are imparting to our children is what is the safe way to do it? So that's my take on it.
Thank you. Okay, so controversially, I do think social media should be banned for minors because, you know, when we look at social media and we define what that is, these are all of our apps and technologies that facilitate our sociality. So these communicative technologies such as the YouTubes, WhatsApp, X, and so on. And when you think about, you know, early childhood development or intermediate and foundation phase development, none of the fine motor skills, hand-eye coordination, and other social skills that are required for children's development are being taught by social media in any way. And so it isn't something that is crucial for minors to possess at all. And when we think about, you know, social media apps and their prevalence, right now, as a person who studies, you know, social media, I have apps to prevent me from accessing apps, right? I'm paying thousands of rands to get locked out of the internet because it is an addictive space. And we know about the kind of the dopamine rush that's created by the apps. They are designed to compete for our attention. And I don't think that any of that is necessarily critical or crucial for children's cognitive development in any way. And also, when we think about, and this is obviously in an ideal world. In an ideal world, we'd be able to ban these social media, young people from accessing the social media. And with all of the kind of, when I think about things like, for instance, in South Africa right now, we're noticing the prevalence of online gambling and sports betting, and it's pervasive, it's everywhere. And we seem to be in a position where policies are reactively being created to try and to push back on the harms that are being created. And so there's a thing that we are doing in South Africa where we allow for things to take root and then reactively try to react, and it doesn't help, you know? So I think as it stands, the harms of social media really do outweigh the benefits, especially for children, especially for cognitive development, for their dopamine neurotransmitters as well. If someone who is my age is like, brain is fried from social media, I can only imagine what it would be like for children whose access is not being controlled. So, I mean, I think something that's more important, like, you know, the kind of learning apps and even banking apps, perhaps those could be tailored for children's use eventually, but right now there is no urgency for social media.
Thanks. So actually, across the entire, panel, at one level you all are saying that it's all over there, and people will resist if you were to say going to ban. But also, I think what all of you are saying is, let's have a graded understanding of children. Not all of them are at the same level, and if you are saying 18 or 25 or 35, then it's quite a spectrum. So to think of them as children or minors, teens, adolescents, young people, if you were to think in graded ways, then the benefits of technology varies based on which group that one is looking at. So that is quite well taken, to think about children themselves in a graded manner. The other issue also is most of these social media sites actually don't allow children to have their own accounts. So obviously they get a phone with a number and they are able to manipulate their age, etc., and then get onto the social media with an account. Or if the parents have a phone and they have their apps open, then watching reels and doing things becomes something that all children get. And I think along with talking about children, I was also thinking, can you reflect on what is the responsibility of parents on how they actually convey information, and whether parents themselves are in a position to control themselves, to be able to convey to children about the potential hazards of using digital technologies. I think instead of just looking at social media, I think it's all digital technology. Like you said, gaming is a very big thing. Gaming and gambling. And the other bits that we are looking at is children become closer friends with ChatGPT. And ChatGPT also, because it's not programmed to stop, it doesn't have any red button to say now I'm not going to answer beyond this. ChatGPT actually gives guidance as to how to go ahead and commit suicide. Okay, so there have been cases of that kind. Kid says, I want to end my life, what's the best way to do it? It'll list out 10 different ways of doing it. So these let's say, softwares or these apps that are in place have not been alerted to a variety of dangers that can come up if the person on the other side is a child and cannot really judge what is the information that's being given to them. So any reflections from your practice or personal practice, whatever?
So I have a personal practice. I have a 3-year-old, and obviously, newborns, they're not active, and as they grow older, they're more active, they require more of your time, and you need to go back to work. So, and my household is quite a small household, so I end up doing a lot of the parenting. So I think when my child turned about 1, I would put on a show, popular one. She's raised everybody's children around the world. So I would put on this show and she would watch it, and it really helped in terms of language and getting her, it really did. I remember by the time my child turned 2, I took her to school and all the teachers were like, oh my goodness, your child is talking and she can pronounce and she can count and she can do this, she can do that. But we were struggling with switching this thing off. Bedtime, and we were still limiting it. She wasn't allowed to watch for more than 30 minutes and blah, 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 blah. It was like a whole series. But come switch off time, it was a mess. So we stopped switching on the TV at night and she would watch it during the day. But the minute it gets switched off, tears. And I mean like a complete meltdown. I've never seen the child do what she did, except for when we switch off the TV. Particularly, it was YouTube. That was the biggest problem we had. So at some point, we cut off YouTube. We removed it off the TV. It's off my phone. I can't access it. No one is able to access it. So I think as a parent, you have a responsibility to look at the impact that these things have, right? Whilst I was very screen conscious and, looking at the programs that I'm putting on and all of those things, so everything else was being ticked, right? But for example, the kind of stimuli that she was getting from that particular TV to we've now changed to CBBS, which plays really slow if I do have to switch on the cartoons, right? The stimulation is not the same. She's able to, during the program, stand up and go play somewhere else. She's not like sitting there like, because, yeah, she's not zombied out. Like it allows her to kind of have an interest and then stand up and go play and come back. And I think it's a little bit healthier than the sort of like sit down and just completely like not move. They're dancing, she's not dancing. They're talking, she's not talking. And so I think parents have a big responsibility in looking at what the impact is on their kids, and also being okay with having to police themselves and cut it out from their lives, and not say, well, you know, I'm an adult, I can watch it, but like, what is the access then happening with your kids? And you as a parent, you are old enough and you know better, so you must know better and do better for your child.
We just recently had a situation where we had to go in and do trauma debriefing with a group of learners who lost a fellow, classmate to suicide. And interestingly enough, our discussion with these group of young boys was that they had formed a relationship, a counseling relationship with ChatGPT. So that's their newfound counselor. And they found that all of their answers were given on the turn. They didn't have to feel awkward about anything. They could ask anything. And another interesting fact that came out of the discussion was that they also didn't find that their problems were big enough to call Lifeline. And yet it was issues of, depression, anxiety, and suicide.
I think why this is so complex is, again, comes back to in an ideal world versus reality. Should young people's access to social media be controlled? Absolutely. But I think the issue of who should do the banning is really what we need to be so careful about, and what we're kind of speaking to, maybe those of us that work with that so often. I personally believe, to your question about parents, that is where the control should lie. Most of these apps do have age restrictions of 16 or higher, and so if children are accessing them, who's letting them? And yes, children will find a way, but really, ultimately, it comes down to the kind of relationship in which they're existing. And we see it in the research that a child that is isolated or vulnerable in real life, so a victim of bullying in person or a victim of sexual abuse in person, so often that is repeated in the online space. There's a really strong correlation statistically between that, because children that are vulnerable or isolated often come from an ecosystem that has allowed that to happen. And so that's why I'm such a big kind of advocate for training and for conversations, because ultimately we can impose a legal ban, but those children are still going to be vulnerable. They don't exist in a vacuum, and it's not just going to make it magically go away. And so I really feel like if we can get to the heart of the solution, which is teaching young people, and again, our work with young people shows they're actually hungry for it. We have this perception of particularly teenagers that they're like, oh, leave me alone, don't come into my space. But all the young people we work with are like, why aren't our schools teaching this? Why do they spend so much time teaching us geometry and trigonometry and stuff we're never going to use, and they're not teaching us this? Like, why isn't this in the curriculum, teaching us how to handle the dopamine thing, how to handle the algorithms, how to know, like the hard skills, which is block and report, but also the soft skills of like, how do I show up as a decent human being online? What does it mean to be a friend online when people are pressuring you to, as we've heard today, to agree with harmful statements, but it goes against your values? And so that's where I think we need to be focusing our efforts, is looking at how do we develop our identities online, and that the choices we make there are real. And there's this disconnect between the online identity currently that we're seeing, where they don't really recognize that it has real ramifications. You are the consequence of every little choice you're making online. You are forming and slowly shaping the person you will become. And so if we can start to teach that and actually teach parents that, I think then almost a ban maybe becomes unnecessary, because you're automatically going to be restricting access. So things like parental control, things like only allowing apps when they are meant to be, but even then, apps that allow parents to monitor what's going on. But ultimately, it comes down to trust. I also have a daughter, and I want to raise her in such a way that when one day the inevitable dick pic arrives, because I know it's going to happen. I'm not living in a world where I'm like, oh, I'll just shield her and she'll be the one case where she'll be protected from it forever. I want her to come to me going, Mom, I need to talk to you. Not like the 60+% our research shows, just told no one. And so that's where I'm interested in that space of going, okay, well, how do we get these young people to actually start talking about it and reporting it? My other concern with banning, and it's a shame we don't have any of our legal friends up here, is we basically are inadvertently then creating an entire generation of criminals. And is that really what we want, is to be criminalizing children for something that they don't fully have the maturity to understand, by just saying, okay, now every child that creates a profile because of peer pressure or interest or curiosity would be going against, an outright law. I think prevention is far better, but it's obviously a big challenge to get there.
Yeah, as you're talking, I'm thinking about, an analogy with what we're trying to do on consent and sex. So when we had, it was through my NGO, when we had funds to do some little engagement, I told the funder that, look, this conversation or this intervention needs consultation across the country, because one of the things that we should do, like you are mentioning harms, isn't it? But we must also educate the parents through that consultation and all the entities at the district level that, okay, we would like to see how to limit, how to work this. How do we do that? We engage the young people themselves, parents, because through the process, we shall also understand how people are understanding the harms. Maybe we'll communicate that. And then how we are going to address it. If there is going to be some limitation, then the consultation will be like a way to get buy-in, maybe even from the young people themselves, because they will already understand what it is that we're trying to do. So for me, it's the process also that is important.
But, so my question is, the idea of banning social media for children up until a certain age, whatever that age is, I think is something that can be considered, because depending on when you interact with social media, right, you have different abilities and different understandings and different maturities of what the space is, right? And the younger you are, the more you consider it to be something that is a norm, that is inherently part of my life, and I should become quite educated about it and participate in it. Whereas if you enter into social media at a slightly older age, right, at 16, 17, 18, 19, there is a level of one, understanding what this thing is. Two, you also have a little bit more experience with interactions, with seeing relationships outside of that social media space, and understanding sort of what are positive, healthy relationships and what are not positive, healthy relationships. And I think also we are talking about parents needing to be the ones who assess and parents needing to be the ones who oversee, but we know that we have an economy that doesn't allow parents to do this thing. So we are also saying no to a law when we don't have the ideal situations to that we're saying, well, parents should be able to do this. The parents are not there. The parents are at work. The parents are, some parents are not even participating in raising their kids. There are so many socioeconomic ills that are happening in this country. So we can't say, well, let's not ban because the parents are there when the parents are not there. And the schools are saying that they don't have the ability to do it. So then do we just let it go? Do we just, what then do we do? I think potentially thinking about what age to enter children into social media is a little bit of a better discussion than just leaving it up to parents as well.
Yeah. Just one point. In fact, I feel definitely there needs to be more research to quickly capture across the country what's really going on across various age groups. The observations that came through the presentations through the day really tell us how little we knew about what young people are doing, children are doing, and how they are navigating, and what kind of cultures they seem to be reinforcing. When we are all the time talking about working towards gender transformation and building gender equal societies, but actually they seem to be on a very different track altogether, taking all this and actually digesting it very well and building it into these new technological spaces, and doing exactly what we do not want them to do. So I think getting a sense of how to sift through all the behavioral practices that they have, and also have all the data put together, particularly for children around ADHD, autism, device-related, eye-related problems, motor problems. If one were to put out the huge public health concerns that emerge when it is introduced at a very early age, below 8 and 10, I think parents will take a call and definitely, I mean, it has to be a huge messaging around that. So graded ways of thinking about messaging and putting out all our feminist ideas in ways that can be palatable. I think there's a lot to do there. Yeah, ma'am, you want to say something?
Thank you so much. I believe if you ban at a certain age, they're going to reach a certain age where they're going to be exposed to social media, so that will defeat the whole purpose. They need to learn from the infant stage. We should just go back to basics. What did we do, or what did society do to teach a child right and wrong? In school, they taught them right and wrong. They had concerts, shows. You know, you go at the end of the year, the parents will go, they'll put on a play, have something like Miss Rachel, Blippy. They like those shows. They learn from those shows. So put things out there in the media context so that the child learns. Because if me as a parent can tell my child, you're not supposed to do that, he's going to ask why. But if Ms. Rachel tells him, or Blippy tells him, or somebody in the similar context tells him, he's going to listen. So, you know, let's go back to basics. How do we teach them to understand that this, what you're doing is wrong, or this is the way to do it?
Yeah.
Can I just add?
Yes.
I think if we're going to ban...
Can we have those doors closed?
If we're going to ban social media, I think we're going to have riots like Nepal. And I don't think anyone wants that. I agree that it starts from the home. Our laws are pretty good, in my opinion, where parents can be charged, unfortunately, if they allow exposure of certain content to children. But I think we're talking about, but even if we're not talking about bad content, the amount of time that children spend on social media is the issue. So maybe one suggestion coming from this conference is who from government can be reached to actually conduct a huge study to look at the impact of social media and its effect on our kids and anxiety. And the one lady spoke about the neural pathways and all those things, you know, the effect. and then maybe it can go to Parliament, you know, that something official can be done. So maybe that's something that can come from this conference.
Okay, thank you. I want to support the study and the education part of it, because what we need to, instead of banning it, let us find ways in terms of how to regulate it as the country, because it's there and it has got its positives and negatives. And then look at how do we then address the negatives. Because the issue of parents that are not there, we cannot run away from that, and we need to correct that. Because as I work with children, children say everything that goes wrong in our lives, we are blaming our parents. You talk about child abuse, they are so careless to a point of neglecting us, and we are getting abused within the home environment, within the family environment, because we are not there. Child and teenage pregnancy, parents are not there. Social media, we buy these gadgets, we are busy, we are giving to them because we don't want them to distract us and all that. We are making them to be so dependent in them to a point of disempowering their thinking and creativity. So I think we need to address those in order for us to deal with this, instead of saying we are banning it, because now we have understanding. Social development, we once conducted the study that was commissioned on online safety. We have an understanding of the impact and all that, and one of the study findings was that parents spend more time on their phones than caring for their children. So the issue of parents who are not there, it's a serious challenge, and we need to address it in order to mitigate all these things of this social media. Thank you.
Can I just add about social media and the attitudes that it fosters in children? So with the work that I do, I was very happy to be able to draw that distinction that, for instance, these young women who want to be in these compensated relationships are young women who can consent, they are old enough, they are working, studying, etc. And so, you know, I feel a really good sense of achievement when people are able to make those distinctions, that there's nothing wrong with these women wanting that for themselves. Now, because a lot of the kind of self-representational social medias and people speaking about who they are, what they want to do, being unapologetic about their decisions, you know, all of this floats around on social media. And so there's also an instance where young girls, girls age 12 in school uniform, you know, I've come across videos on TikTok when they make these declarations that they can't be with a boy if he's not gonna come to their house and pick them up in a very fancy car, or they can't date a boy who isn't driving, etc., etc. And these are statements that are made by girls who are 12 years old and in school uniform. So that's a bit of, you know, the kind of work that we do. Like with a lot of my colleagues, you guys have got, in terms of the kinds of harms of social media, you've got very tangible things to point to, like the harm of sharing child sexual abuse material and so on. But this is harmful in the sense that it's creating these attitudes that I think are very okay for women to have, but not attitudes that are okay for girls to have, you know what I mean? That a 12-year-old wanting a boy to have this expensive car. These are things that are terribly unrealistic. And so that's also part of the work, this work that has been so challenging, knowing that because the internet is such a democratized space where anyone can access it and children can access it the way they want to as well, what should be like a feminist intervention that is a win for feminists in terms of agency and autonomy can become something that is actually quite damaging for children because it is such an unregulated space. And so that's why I just tend to say just ban it all until we figure it out, because right now the harms to, you know, girls' senses of self and senses of their own futures and what they can achieve, you know, already they've decided that they're going to be housewives, you know, and yeah, and with the kind of trad wife and conservative attitudes taking shape in the world currently, it is just such a dangerous time. So let's ban it until we figure out what's going on. Yeah.
Thank you. So banning would be the simple answer. But in the real world, it's not there. And we'd love to say, yes, let's take away all the devices, then you don't have ADHD, and you don't have autism, and you don't have all of those problems. The reality is that we need to work, and we need to work fast. So as we map a way forward, I started pinning things very quickly. Let's look at how we can get the private sector involved. Let's look at how we can get medical aids, because what's happening right now? You send your children for OT, you're sending them for speech, but in all of these mechanisms, in all of these remedies, medical aid is paying where you do have medical aid, where children are going to government hospitals and getting services through government aided services. Again, it is resources that are being used. How do we monitor this? Now, again, maybe it's a pie in the sky, but something needs to start somewhere. So if authorities start monitoring, so your child has a problem with the eyesight at the age of 5. When did the child start playing on their devices? Oh, they actually started playing just before the age of 1, because she couldn't really hold the device, but I held it while I was doing something else. Already it's fine motor skills that's affected. If we start monitoring the Y factor, now let's take it to one step further. Abuse, neglect, and exploitation. Let's look at the Children's Act. I'm going full Monty here, guys. I'm going for the jugular. And if we look at parents that do not have the time to give their child that time of day and throw in a device in order for you just to be quiet, or, hey, hello, let's use earpods now. That's the other thing. And what is the research showing us about earpods? We already see the ENT. We see the mouth, we see the ears, we see the eyes. Where is all of this going? Somebody should be monitoring. Then we look at issues around, so there was, like I was saying, lots of things that I wrote down. I don't even understand my own writing. But when we look at monitoring, I have a monitoring unit. You guys are doing that already. But what are you doing? And the other part of it is that you pick up that a child has a problem with A, B, and C. You have a duty to report. Remember, that duty also speaks when you act in good faith. You cannot be charged. So that's one of the other aspects we must talk about. Mr. Pazzi, we have the Children's Parliament. And the Children's Parliament plays a very important role. Nancy, you spoke about letting the children talk. Why don't we open that platform to listen to what the children say? And if the children are saying, you know what, I don't have control. It's like addiction. I don't have control. Help me. The children are actually saying, help me. We're not listening because we're too busy. So the narrative needs to change. And if we change the narrative, then perhaps we can still have our children have devices, but it can be controlled. Thank you.
There are several young people in the audience. None of you is speaking. Can some of you tell us what you think about this conversation? Don't look down. As a professor, I know when somebody has not done their homework, they look down. Yes. Can we pass on, Jenny, the mic?
Evening, everybody. My name is Njabulo Ngobo, a first-time honors student. My intake about this entire conversation, one mentioned about the awareness programs. I think you were speaking about the impact of cyberbullying in school children, and you mentioned that the programs, awareness programs you were doing, and you said you received numerous calls after the program. And now, the parents, you said, ma'am, you mentioned that the parents, you mentioned that the bottom-up approach, that the parents must educate these children on how to use and maneuver social media platforms. Now, throughout the discussions, we found out that parents are not there. Parents are not equipped to help these children. Some of the parents themselves are struggling to maneuver these social media platforms. Themselves are bullying each other in these platforms. Now, how do we expect them to teach these young children now to use social media in a responsible manner? Now, I propose that we need to fund these programs, these awareness programs, to even in the disadvantaged communities as well. Teach these parents how to use social media platforms, so then we can narrow it down to children now. Because if the problem is with the parents, how can we then expect the young children to use social media in a responsible manner if the parents themselves are not responsible, are bullying each other on the social media platforms? Thank you.
Are there any more voices that are excited to join? This side? Yeah. Chennai?
Good afternoon. What? Why do I have to stand up all the time?
You have to stand up. You can sit, we can hear your voice.
Yeah,
Okay.
Good afternoon, everyone. Sandile Ndawonde, once again, a first-year master student. One of the panelists mentioned, hinted something that I actually wanted to say earlier on about parents being the ones who are responsible for making sure that children are using social media platforms in an ethical manner. But at the same time, I was going to raise the point that, you know, think of South Africa as the country that we are in, as where inequality is at its all-time high. You know, you have broken family units, parents are working long hours, they are not always at home to supervise the social media platforms. But at the same time, one of the panelists once mentioned the importance of social media platforms when it comes to education of children using some of these platforms. So in my mind, I thought, instead of just simply saying that let's ban these social media platforms, how about we then make something called like the dumb phones? You know, devices that are tailored specifically for children, for minors, to use these devices for themselves, instead of just having a minor using an iPhone 16 Pro Max like mine. You know, you know, yeah, but that's the idea that I have. Like, instead of saying that we should ban entirely, how about we then create devices that are tailored for minors, you know, to work with these devices to assist them with their education and learning activities and so forth. Like one of the speakers mentioned Miss Rachel on YouTube and all of that. So now this time around, let's make devices for these children, because I do believe that there are resources, there is a way to do these devices, or rather manufacture them. So yeah, I don't tell the billionaires to step up. I mean, yeah, thank you.
Just to respond to both of those, I think it was directed to me. So my comment was more directed to the school governing bodies, SGBs, around education. So I think, yeah, to expect a parent on their own to educate your child on everything from addiction to bullying to CSAM, the sexual abuse material, would be very unfair. But I think if we go through the channels of the education department and actually embed it into the curriculum, it's far more feasible. So that's what I was trying to imply, not that the parent in isolation should do it, but actually that through the school it is more feasible. But I think there is still ultimately a responsibility on parents to understand how are young children getting those devices. So you might not have the capacity to teach them, but how are they getting a phone in their hands in the first place? Now, I'm not talking about teens, I'm not talking about young adults, but a 4-year-old, a 5-year-old doesn't have any money to go and buy a device on their own. They don't have money for data. And so ultimately that is where the parents need to be educated in the harm that they are doing unknowingly to their children by propping a phone up or saying, here, play with this, without even knowing. I think that's where we need to educate our parents. But then once those children enter the schooling system around, age 6, that's where more detailed education needs to happen around social media and all the evils that kind of come with that.
Yeah. Thanks.
One last comment. Sorry, I wrote this down as we were discussing. I think it's been so lovely hearing from all the researchers today. If any of you are continuing research, it was interesting to me that no one is looking at the tech companies that make these apps, and maybe that is something worth future research. And for government, if such a study does take place, why are we not holding Meta or X responsible? Because they could very easily put something in place that verifies age. So you actually have to put your ID number in, not just tick a box that says, yes, I'm 16, click, in their terms and conditions. They could have better reporting protocols where if I report something, or it shuts down after a certain number of hours because you've used it enough and we know this is bad for you. I mean, we're talking idealistically here, but I think that is something worth looking at, is we kind of are vilifying the victims and the children that are doing these crimes, but no one's talking about the people making this product. It is not a tool. A calculator is a tool. It wants nothing else from me. But these social media apps, they want something from you. They are an active voice in the conversation that are farming us for our time. And so I'll just leave with that thought.
No, I think that's a great point to conclude this panel, because there are these big 5 corporates that actually game us all into using these all the time. And they are the fellows who get all the money. We are data for them. So only when we understand and withdraw from that game, their game will be over. But it's unlikely, because the depths to which this technology is now into is far more than what we understand. So what we do is only the surface level utilization, but it's much more than that. So I think definitely people who are studying AI and looking at the broader political economy of AI and technologies, and how does one save people's rights to equity, justice, all these, I think, are conversations. And I'm sure in South Africa there are those groups, and I think it'll be worthwhile to collaborate with those groups on these issues, So you have user-end research that's happening. At the same time, you look at, individuals are looking at what is the technology and what is its ideology and what is it doing to us, And how does one work towards regulating those? Because they are, as I said in the morning, not part of any kind of geographical jurisdiction. They are completely above all constitutions of all countries. It's pure capital that works, right? Yeah, so thank you very much. And thanks very much, my dear panelists. It was a great show. Thank you.
Okay, one picture before our next program point.
Oh.
Thank you, everybody, for this great panel. And now we're really coming to our last session for today, which is the editor session. And just a little information as a background. This conference is not a book launch, but nevertheless the two books that will be introduced now germinated and inspired this conference, so it became something much bigger than just a book launch. And we have the editors of Digital Technologies and Gendered Realities, which is Professor Lingam and also Dr. Nolwazi Mkhwanazi. And we have Professor Barna, who is the editor of the other title, Gender and Young People's Digital Sexual Cultures. And I would like to invite you to the stage to introduce your books. And at this point, there's also one introduction still due for Dr. Mkhwanazi. And so Dr. Nolwazi Mkhwanazi is a professor of anthropology and director of the Center for the Advancement of Scholarship, CAS, at the University of Pretoria. She specializes in gender, reproduction, kinship, and care with a focus on young people in Southern Africa. Nolwazi Mkhwanazi has conducted extensive ethnographic research, particularly among Xhosa-speaking communities, exploring sexuality, reproductive health, and life course dynamics. Please welcome our editors panel.
Hi. I believe Gabby has a copy of our book, apparently. If you would just like to wave it around, but you're leaving.
Sinead, do we have a copy of our book? Sinead, do we have a copy? No.
So in a sense, good afternoon, everyone. In a sense, for me, this book kind of represents years of collaboration because it was initiated before COVID and it got published last year, so it's been a long time. So it represents years of collaboration, of listening, and of grappling with different challenges around research and collaboration across continents. And also in a rapidly changing digital world, or actually worlds, because they are multiple worlds. And for us as editors, this book is actually also a celebration of not just the scholarship, but also the lives and the voices of the people that animate this book. And you've already heard from two of the people who have chapters in this book, which was Gabby and Lebohang, who also, I think, is not here at the moment, as well as Professor Barna, who was part of the South African contingent of the book. So for young people, especially, mobile phones, as you've heard today, are crucial. And they're quite central to the ways in which they shape their identities, they play out intimacy, they love, and they are sexual. So this book actually explores digital lives in a comparative way, and I think this comparison is actually really important. And what I missed a lot in your talks earlier was I got a lot of a sense of what is happening in KZN with these wonderful studies you're doing, but I didn't get a sense of what is specific about the KZN context or the South African context to a certain degree. And so what we were able to do with this book, which I think is incredibly important for scholarship, is to show what kind of value a comparative perspective can bring. So the countries that we worked in, India and South Africa, are very similar. They're both in the global south. But they're also shaped by deep inequalities that kind of reverberate across class, gender, and generation. But they're also very different. And these kind of different contexts allow us to see and understand digital life and how it plays out. So for example, in India, in the book, we have, I think, 4 South African chapters and probably about 8 chapters from India. And there's a reason for this, which we could discuss at a later stage if you're interested. So what we saw in India, which this has been brought up in the keynote earlier on, is that phone ownership among young women is contested. And sometimes it's even banned in families and in communities. This is not the case in South Africa, for example, where, by contrast, men, women, young girls, young boys all own mobile phones, and these mobile phones are quite accessible. In India, for example, we see in very kind of rural and conservative communities, having a phone, especially as a girl, can be seen as dishonorable. It can be seen as a threat to the family's reputation and even lead to social stability. This is not something that happens in South Africa as much, if it happens at all. But in South Africa, the barriers that we see are ones of the data cost. They're ones of kind of patchy digital kind of infrastructure in rural areas. And they're also ones of unequal digital literacy. So while access in South Africa seems kind of more open, it's also essentially stratified in terms of class and in terms of geography. So what this does more than anything is show us the ways in which comparison actually matters. And it also allows us to see that technology is actually not and never is neutral. In both places, the same device, the mobile phone, carries with it different meanings, it carries different risks, and it carries different opportunities, depending on where you stand in society. So I guess for me, the important thing about our book is really this comparative perspective, which actually sharpens our insights into showing that not only do mobile phones actually open up new worlds, and also expose the old worlds of patriarchy, which many of you spoke about, of class inequality, and of generational control. But they also show us that these sources of anxiety that come with the idea of, the mobile phone, for example, carry and are experienced kind of differently and have, to a certain degree, different kind of anchors in different places. So in India, we were able to see that this is more tied to religion, to caste, to family honor. In South Africa, it is kind of shaped by debates around issues like child protection, online safety, and gender-based violence. And this is something that, was in the conversation earlier. And so I guess for me, the important thing, and I'm going to end here, is that the kind of digital revolution is actually not experienced the same across the world, and it's always refracted by particular contexts, by local histories, and by power relations, which is what all your beautiful kind of chapters and your research that you were speaking about today actually also shows.
Yeah, thanks, Nulwazi, for setting the tone for the book. In fact, I'm a scholar who works a lot in the area of gender and also on health and public policy. So a lot of my writings are actually very empirical driven. Whereas when I stepped into looking at digital technologies and gender fault lines, I had to actually learn a new vocabulary, because a lot of work in the digital space, particularly using a gender lens, and also lenses that look at, how does power operate in society. You actually are walking in the sector, or let's say in the realm of cultural studies. And to a certain extent, the scholarship that comes from anthropology. So I actually had to learn new vocabulary, also read a lot to get a sense of how to understand all the papers. Because apart from selecting and editing and getting the papers edited, we also had to structure a book, and the book also should be in a organized in a way where the papers are talking to each other between India and South Africa, and they are cohesively organized so that a bunch of every 3 or 4 papers have something in common. So we found that papers around dating apps or the blessed kind of thing largely seem to be falling within the realm of technology of the self, where you actually are creating a kind of online persona of yourself, and there is a kind of gender performance that is taking place in order to be able to attract attention, in order to be able to get friends, or in order to be able to get build new relationships. So we then looked at how does the concept of technology of the self that Michael Foucault has developed, be useful for us to look at these interesting observations that are coming from both these sides. Then we also found, for example, specific to India, women have to give justification as to why they're holding a phone or why they're carrying a phone. And that justification comes from saying that because the world out there is so dangerous, I need to be in touch with my family. So having a phone enables me to be in touch with my family, or I will be in a position to tell my family, where I am at what point of time, so that they don't have any anxieties and they know I'm safe. So they play the card, safety card and protection card, and also say that they are continuously managing to make sure that the respectability of the family is not compromised anywhere. And then how does one look at this? While women do enjoy watching things on YouTube, sending images to each other, having chats on WhatsApp, and maybe have a Facebook account with a different name, but when it comes to convincing their family or letting them know the neighborhood that they are all good women, they basically what they do is what Danish Skandiuti talks about, bargaining with patriarchy. Okay, so we were trying to look at, given these new empirical observations that are coming from the digital space or from the space where women and young girls are using digital technologies, what are the old codes? How are they coming back to play in new ways, right? So the gender script doesn't change too much. The gender script largely remains the same, but the way it gets played out and the way it gets a new kind of acceptance is something that we saw was happening. And another interesting thing that we also notice with smartphones or phones in general is the dyad that exists between the private and public. That has completely collapsed. The physical distance of a public and private, or as I mentioned, that staying within a home and closing the door, families think that their daughters are in home and protected, but actually they have a mobile phone and they're out there. They can be on a Facebook Live, they can be posting things from their kitchen, from their washrooms. So there's nothing, there's no distinct difference at all. So it collapses the whole idea of private and public that existed in our understandings in earlier times. Then interestingly, we also noticed that the preoccupation of socializing girls to be good girls. A lot of our studies also came from low-income background children, girls particularly. But of course, the dating apps, etc., come from slightly privileged background of young people from university background. But studies, the papers where we were looking at Muslim girls from Hyderabad or young girls from Mumbai, they come from low-income neighborhoods. And there we found that families often will say that girls will not be good girls if they get phones in their hands. Then we asked what happens to boys if boys get phones in their hands. Will they be good boys or bad boys? So it's interesting, they have very different parameters. Because boys will say, if you don't give a phone, I'm going to run away from home. And therefore they give a phone to a boy. And they don't give a phone to a girl because they're afraid that she will run away. Okay? So keeping somebody from harm's way or keeping somebody from harm's way varies for boys and girls, okay? And the fact remains that they want girls to be good girls. They have to do all the domestic work and go to school and pass their exams. Whereas boys have to definitely study well and pass their exams so that they can get jobs and have an upward social mobility. So they also want boys to be good boys. And therefore, when you closely look at this, they say, if you don't give a phone to a boy, he will become a tapori. Okay? And the word tapori comes from, means wayward boy. A wayward person who is not at all interested in being productive. And interesting, in a lot of Hindi films, we actually have our heroes who are very endearing and they don't want to be productive because they are actually providing a critique to to the broader capitalist society, saying that, I want to sing, I want to dance, I want to relax, I don't want to work. And the heroines really love these guys. So families are very afraid. So how is it possible that you don't have a productive girl who is hardworking at home, and you don't have a productive son who is going to earn wages? So in the service of capitalism, none of us can be leisure seeking. None of us can be relaxing. So, the mobile phone is given so that they can study, they can all do very well, and they can succeed. So you have the same parameters of aspirations and same things, but mobile phone comes into the picture in very different ways. So it's interesting how you actually have old stories, but the mobile phone keeps getting itself fitted very well into a very old story. And people are comfortable when they can see that their narratives are there intact, and the mobile phone is adjusting to them. They think that the mobile phone adjusts to them. So girls, particularly women, play with it, play along, so that they have to dismantle patriarchy chip by chip. It takes time. So while in the earlier panel we were looking at children and worried about what's going on and how to control it, from the perspective of women, we're actually happy that they get access to a lot of these technologies, because they do get access to information. And they also get access to understanding what is autonomy and what's agency, and be able to slowly be articulate and stand up for themselves. So it's quite interesting. It varies depending on which group you're talking to. So the book, I think, when we had to give a punchline to it, we felt that the kind of surveillance that women go through in their lives, typically that's the kind of surveillance that all of us are getting into. And therefore, the world is basically being feminized, or let's say surveillance is being feminized, and women know better about what is surveillance, and therefore they have to be in the forefront of fighting the corporates that are taking away our privacy and data. Thank you.
So the book, Gender and Young People's Digital Sexual Cultures, has several themes that resonate with the South African Indian book with Professor Mkhwanazi and Professor Lingam here. The basic question is, how do we learn from young people themselves? And in this conference today, one of the statements often made, let's ask young people themselves what they think about social media. And for me, this book is a reflection of young people in this province in the main, but also in Gauteng and Northwest Province, to illustrate from their points of view how they navigate social media. And the book begins with an international perspective, and it's published this year. But it begins with the US Senate bringing to book tech giants, including Mark Zuckerberg of Meta, and accusing him of having blood on his hands for failing to protect children online. So that is the one angle of the book. But against that is what young people themselves are aspiring for and desiring and engaging in. So I think it resonates with the conference today, where we are in a conundrum. On the one hand, we are dealing with what the book introduces as the firewall of patriarchy, which resonates with the first book. The firewall, just as we have a firewall to prevent viruses, we have the firewall of patriarchy, meaning how powerful patriarchy remains in young people's everyday lives, which you have seen in the chapters that were talked about today. And that girls, unfortunately, as this book illustrates, despite the variations in power relations in terms of girls harassing other girls and girls harassing boys, that the power relations remain of huge concern for the unfinished project of gender equality in this country. And so the book is pioneering in the sense of opening up in this continent and in this country a focus on digital technologies as it matters to these 13 to 18-year-olds. And legally, Instagram, you're allowed to be 12 years old and open up an account. And so these young people are taking advantage of digital affordances. If you had to ask me from the book that has now just been published, whether young people themselves would like social media to be banned, I think it will be an outright no. It's precisely the joy and the pleasure that they achieve online, beyond what we as adults would want them to enjoy, which is the pursuit of language skills, the pursuit of educational outcomes. But their pursuits are somewhat different, or include the desire to self-present in heterosexually desirable ways. We also heard today that social media and digital technologies have become the new ways in which people connect. And if that is indeed the case, young people themselves are using exactly that premise to connect online and to connect sexually, however that might mean. And by sexually connecting to others, they are doing exactly what the wider society is up to, meaning that this online mode of generating relationships, connecting sexually with others, online platforms have become normalized in developing and sustaining such relationships. What we're seeing is a version of how this happens for young people, a snapshot from selected sites, which are refracted through, to use Prof's words, race and class inequalities, and how that in itself shapes their experiences. We've used different sorts of methods, including collaging, and in one instance, young people write unlimited internet access as an aspiration, because from low-income, working-class contexts, which a majority of our participants emerge from, the desire for unlimited internet access takes priority over basic essentials. Such is the passion, the excitement, and the desire to be connected. So the book then is a statement about where young people are at. What does it mean then for gender equality? And it has become very obvious that it means several things. It means that despite the ability of girls in particular to access these sites and present themselves in ways that speak to South Africa's constitutional promise of empowerment and rights, and not just South Africa, but across the UN sort of SDGs, that these girls are also victims, vulnerable, and at risk to sexual coercion and gender harms. And I think that the book illustrates this very well in terms of the girls' own experiences of slut-shaming and body-shaming. And yet, despite these negative aspects, they still aspire to continue and to engage in ways that reflect the slaying queen aesthetic. In their own words, to be a slay queen is such a marker of heterosexual success. And I think following the comments here, what this book does is open up the possibilities for much more research. And I think that this means that we need to dissect what social media, gender, and sexuality mean for young people across further contexts, including Lusiki, where somebody is working, I heard earlier, including very rich elite contexts. We need to understand what this might mean in terms of developing ethical relationships. But I think also that these relationships reflect to a great degree our offline relationships. And so to blame social media and to think that we can remove social media and therefore eliminate gendered inequalities, sexual coercion, the harms, or even ADHD for that matter, which we don't investigate, to think that social media is solely responsible for those pathologies, I think is short-sighted. I think that in terms of the global research, even in the Global South, the work of Payal Arora, for instance, and Sonia Livingston, is suggestive of greater aspiration, great increase, dramatic increase in the Global South of access of young people to digital devices, whatever that might mean. And with that comes these kinds of findings that we have suggested are both and simultaneously empowering, I don't use that word often, but also debilitating and restraining and, of course, reinforcing gender inequalities. In terms of future research, I think there is so much more to do with parents, as you yourself suggested. What do parents do and how? And of course, this too must be cut through and dissected through race and class. It was mentioned here that often children and young people are living in households without parents, with caregivers. And we need to understand these specificities in order to speak to the issues that might emerge. We need to do more research with masculinities, with heterosexual masculinities. We need to understand what do boys do online. Interestingly, the manosphere. How is this impacting on anti-gender politics? How is this conservative agenda impacting the pathway that this country has promised towards gender equality? We need to work with tech giants. We need to ask questions about whether they understand how gender sexualities, inequalities are produced through these platforms. And I think that there is such a lot of work to do with developing sexual citizenship, digital sexual citizenship, which includes understanding what your rights are, including a focus on pleasure, but also the harms and the responsibility you have in ensuring ethical pathways to negotiating online your online world. Thank you very much. Are we opening up for questions or are we done? All right. So at that, I know it's 17:15. I would like to formally thank every one of you here today. I am absolutely astounded by, the kinds of, the commitment to the work, your passion. I want to say how important this is for our emerging scholars to see such excellent scholarship. The three of us seated here, never mind the book, are so invested in the future generation of scholars. We're also so invested in high quality work, and that in the Global South it is so easily dismissed that the work emerging from here lacks that. And we are testimony of why that is not the case, and why the young people and future scholars, the postgrad students, the emerging scholars are indeed evidence of how we are shaping the research world in this country and beyond. I thank all of you that have come from the activist environments, from practitioner environments. And usually we host conferences and we speak to ourselves. But what's been so remarkable, and it will definitely alter how we take our work forward, is to involve you in our research. I cannot thank you enough for being present here and for being so collegial and so when we asked you, please would you be part of it, you were absolutely enthusiastic. And you brought more and more of your colleagues. And I really thank you so much. We have to do so much more in this country. We have a crisis. And we need to be able to offer this country solutions about how we can end gender inequalities, violence, and how we can sustain a constitution of rights and rights for all. So thank you very, very much.
And for staying till the end.
Yes, and for staying till the end, yeah.
Thank you. So officially, I close this conference and want to remind you, all the students who go back to the Edgewood campus, buses are leaving at 5:30. So don't be late. Thank you.